A lot happened on day 6, from what I remember.
Holy cheesy.
Or is this 6? My header says that last one was 5, but
So we're starting 6 right now.
Yeah.
And it
Okay.
says that we're live on Zoom is saying that we're live on YouTube, and the YouTube page just popped up. There aren't any people on here yet, which means that they have to refresh stuff. So just give it a minute. Let's give it a second for people to join and watch.
My phone said there's -1 people watching. How does this say negative?
Have them refresh their have them refresh their
tips?
Yeah. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, some tips is if you can if you tweet or YouTube or Facebook or Instagram or anything, do it now. And you have the URL up in the top left-hand corner of the Zoom. It says copy streaming link. You can copy that and then put it on a social media. So get that out there, or just send people to the triduumproject.com, and that will have the correct domain in about 5 seconds. And that's how you can help people switch over.
All of Shayna's friends that are still up tonight can't wait for a tweet that says, "Watch." Everybody's still awake. Can't wait to hang with us.
So exciting. It's like New Year's Eve, right?
It is. There's going to be a countdown. The Death Star is going to explode at midnight. If I start A New Hope now, it'll explode by the time we're done.
All right. We're live.
Says we're live on YouTube.
Hold on. I'm going to sign out and try and get back in.
Why?
Why? What are you doing?
Sam?
My screen is frozen.
Oh. Okay.
Oh, there it is. Hey.
Moving.
I was going to say, we see you moving.
Yeah, moving and grooving.
It's just not on Zoom. Okay, never mind.
I see Zach's name on our Zoom. It's muted. It's just his name.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain or the woman behind the curtain.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, you guys, it's all you.
Woohoo!
Whoa, that's a good, scary thought.
All right. Oh, I am the host now.
Yes. Now. Yes.
I am the host for the next, I don't know how many hours. It's gonna get interesting.
So 3 in the morning, Shayna. 3 in the morning. He signed up for 4 slots. So we got to just keep going.
That is not true, Shayna. We are on for 1 hour and you can go to bed.
That would be awesome, or else there will be more than one crucifixions that occurred.
And then there's like another. I'll have a nightmare of like something.
Shayna's in the garden with Jesus going, I'm sorry, I got to go to bed.
Yeah, my eyes are getting heavy.
I can't carry this cup, Jesus.
I know.
All right. Well, welcome everyone. This is a special episode of Church of the Geek, a regular podcast that talks about the intersection of faith and geek life. I am Brian Bennett. I am the campus pastor at the Lutheran Campus Ministry in Greater Pittsburgh. I serve students at Pitt, Carnegie Mellon, Chatham, and Carlow Universities, as well as do this podcast thing. And tonight we are here with the Triduum Project, and we are very excited. Sam, how are you tonight? My co-host.
I'm doing quite well. I'm just still trying to get my arrangement set up here. My oldest son absconded with my webcam, so I'm making it. So that's
you're doing fine. You're doing fine. This is better than our last attempt at a live stream.
This much better, probably because we didn't do it. We're not in charge of this one. So
yeah, that's right. That's right.
It's working out so much better. Yes, just leave us out of it and probably be fine.
All right, hold on. Let me see. I have to get to. All right, and we also have with us some guests tonight. We have with us Shayna Watson. Shayna, say hi. Introduce yourself.
I'm sorry. What was that afterward?
There we go.
I said,
That's better.
introduce yourself, please.
My name is Shayna Watson. Currently serving as a priest at St. Stephen's Episcopal Cathedral in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, where it is the Episcopal Diocese of the Central Pennsylvania. And I am also founder and creator of TheoCon, where theology.
TheoCon.
Whoop, whoop. And so I'm happy to be here with Church of the Geek tonight and team members, and pretty much, I mean, this is my family. So we've been rolling deep together for, I would say, the past couple of years now almost. So it's good to be here. Thank you.
It's been a while, yeah.
Yeah.
Going all the way back to Flame Hands. All the way back to Flame Hands.
Flame Hands.
And that's right. All the way back.
We don't need to rehash all the inside jokes for the people who might be figuring out.
Those are just like Easter egg plugs that they want to find out more to come to TheoCon in September, hopefully. That's all.
Will, who are you?
Hey, I'm Will Rose, and I am parish pastor at Holy Trinity Lutheran Church and Lutheran Campus Ministry in Chapel Hill, and a friend of Church of the Geek, and on the team for TheoCon, and been Zooming all day, all Friday, Good Friday, and really happy to be a part of this and this live stream. What a great idea, and glad to be a part of it.
Yeah, this is I'm so happy to have been invited into this. So Sam, will you introduce yourself? Because sure. I mean, you're only my co-host.
I know, but I know this is probably the first time people have actually seen me, so that's fine. Yeah, I'm Sam Blair. I'm a non-denominational minister here in Pittsburgh, and I serve as hospice chaplain, one of the hospice chaplains for Bridges Hospice here in Pittsburgh. And I am also the bereavement coordinator for Bridges Hospice. And I serve along with Church of the Geek whenever I can, and greatly enjoy the opportunity to be on here.
Yeah. Yeah, excellent. So we have, we were given, because it is Good Friday, we are looking at the concept of death. It is not something that is avoided in any media that is any way geeky. Right? We see it all the time. And so one of the things to start our conversation off, I want, if you could please to give me I said in our question, I said, what is the most meaningful sort of death in geek media that you can think about? Let's not say most. I hate like most favorites. I hate those superlative questions because I have lots that I like, right? What is a meaningful death, or what is one that seemed completely and utterly pointless? You can go either way with that. Who'd like to start?
Shayna, you're up. You do it. Go for it.
Wow, he was quick to pick you. I was like, I don't have an answer. Let's go with that.
Once again, Will just totally throws me out there.
No, I just want to copy and say what she said. No, but like you go first. I'm dying to know what you.
Well, honestly, all I could think about were meaningful ones. So maybe we can do a round of meaningful deaths, then come back around and do the meaningless ones, or ones that maybe we feel different about.
Right.
I actually.
Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
I actually came up with two, if that's okay.
Yeah.
I got
the first one is the first one is really deep and meaningful, and it reminds me, it goes back to my chaplaincy days, much like where Sam is now. But I love What Dreams May Come. I saw the movie first and only skimmed through the book. Apparently the book was written back in 1978 by Richard Matheson, I believe. But What Dreams May Come, when they did the film, it starred Robin Williams. I don't know if you all remember that film.
Yeah.
Right.
He was killed in a motor vehicle accident, and he was kind of in this dream state. And he was like being elevated through these different levels, almost like in, what is it, Dante's Divine Comedy, whatever one has the different levels. So, but as he elevated, he realized that his wife had committed suicide, and instead of continuing to go higher, he decided to go back. But he, embarked on this really powerful journey through each phase. And so that was probably one of the most meaningful deaths that come to mind. The other one more recently is with Guardians of the Galaxy. And that is Yandu Udanta. I believe I'm pronouncing that last name correctly. I hope, well, he can't correct me if I'm wrong because he's dead. It's awful.
Let's be clear, though. There are plenty of folks who would come and correct you if they felt you did it wrong, but we're not of that group. So go ahead.
There's a message board.
And I'm open to correction. I'm totally open to it. That's how we learn. But his death, wow. As seen in the film when he received, I think it was like the horns of Ogard, because he was one of those, he was sometime villain. I don't know what you would call that, like an anti-villain type of role. And kind of adoptive father to Peter Quill. And he wasn't perfect. As a matter of fact, he was imperfect most of the time. And I believe one of the quotes was that, I did what I could, even though it was like awful or something. Again, I know some of my fellow nerds who can quote movies will correct me in that, but just the selflessness in the end, because it was all selfish, personal agenda throughout the film. And then we start learning a little bit more about his background. And to receive the horns of Ogard was a truly high honor. And I think in his spirit, I think he would have been pleased or was pleased. And just that cry out from one of his team members, I forgot his name, but that was, I don't know, his cry just like went through me. And then I started weeping. I'm like, oh my God, it was like a deep grieving.
Why am I crying at a Guardians of the Galaxy movie? Yes.
He was like, it's just like, oh. So those are the two that are meaningful to me. I'm sure that there are more, but those are the two that come to mind.
Okay, well, you said you got like 1,000, so go for it.
Yeah, so I won't go 20 minutes on each one, but there is a handful that I was thinking. I was like, but I remember. So in the movies, I think I'm a Star Wars guy, like unapologetic Star Wars. But when I saw Wrath of Khan and the death of Spock at the end of the movie, when you're like, what? I guess as like a kid, I didn't see that coming, or how do you kill off a major character? And I've seen Star Wars, Obi-Wan, yeah, but he just kind of floated away. It was very Gnostic and spiritual, and his spirit just floated wherever, a non-bodily death or whatever. But then Spock's was so real, and then Captain Kirk's reaction to that was really heartfelt. So I remember that just kind of hit me real hard in the feels as a kid. As a comic book kid growing up, reading the X-Men, I mean, reading comics, people die and come back all the time, but the one in terms of the Uncanny X-Men was the death of Jean Grey, first time, original death with the Dark Phoenix saga. That reading that as a kid and knowing that she died, she sacrificed, was it her fault, was it not her fault, was she possessed, was she not? All those kind of moral dilemmas when it comes to having that much power really moved me. And then two others I gotta do a shout out to, and that's big fan of the TV show Lost. I know it has its flaws mid-season and finale and all that, but Lost was really the first TV show. I don't know, there's been major deaths in TV and movies, but in terms of the TV show Lost, when a person died, they were dead. That was it. That character was gone. Like, they did not bring him back. And so even though when John Locke died, and you're like, what's going on? There's just deaths along the way in that TV show that really hit you. And I cannot, at a Church of the Geek, here's my Thanos wine glass. And you can't think of comic book or movie or deaths without the snap. And even though we knew it was going to come, but as they slow rolled each character and you didn't know which character was going to go, and you could hear audible gasps in the movie theater when certain characters started turning to dust, was a kind of a collective, just this collective feeling. People were grieving together this fictional superhero on the screen that was going to dust. that was pretty meaningful, at least as of late. And who was going to come back, who was not, was dead, was good. So
hold on to that collective gasp notion. We had a question in the comments that I want to come back to about that sort of collective gasp. Sam, what about you?
Yeah, I was thinking too about, there's so many things that you can pick from. Going back like what Will mentioned, Obi-Wan Kenobi is kind of an easy one to pick, but I was thinking of like some of the ones that were more meaningful that I think of were ones, that I experienced or, went through as a child or as like a young teenager. And one of them, like Will mentioned, Jean Grey, but one that really like impacted me was Ilyana Rasputin in X-Men, who was the sister of Colossus, who's this giant Russian guy that his skin, his whole body turns to this organic steel, and so he's this big tough guy. But then he has a sister who goes by the name, her code name is Magic, and she has some kind of mystical powers and a whole long backstory that ends up with her being transformed back from her teenage self to a child, and she is infected with the legacy virus, and she's one of the first mutants to die from the legacy virus, which is sort of an AIDS analog back in the 90s. And it was impactful because they spent a whole issue on her dying, and they're trying to keep her alive, and all the means that they're doing to try and do that, and nothing works, and all the characters kind of struggling with it, and especially Jubilee trying to deal with the death of her friend, and knowing that there was nothing that they could do about it. And it was something where in X-Men, like in comics, if a character dies, it's usually in some kind of blaze of glory or big battle or something like that. And this was was more like a scene out of a intensive care unit in a hospital, just struggling to cope with the inevitable loss of what was going to happen. And she was, in comic books, no one dies, forever, but she was dead for a long time. And it really made a big impact on the story, on the X-Men as a whole, on the characters, Kitty Pryde and Jubilee and Colossus as well. And another one I was thinking of, another one from my youth, was from the old anime Robotech, was Roy Fokker, who is kind of one of the early protagonists in it, who's the main protagonist, Rick Hunter, is kind of like a teenager again, and he's you're supposed to identify with him, and he has his friend Roy, who's kind of like his big brother. He's the hotshot pilot. He's kind of like early like Poe Dameron kind of guy, hotshot, cool with the ladies and so on. And he ends up getting shot in a space battle in his jet, and you don't really know about it until they land. And there's a scene where he's at his girlfriend's house, his girlfriend's apartment on this ship, and he's playing his guitar and everything's okay, and then she goes away to do something and comes back and he's dead. And she sees, blood on the couch, and here he had been shot and it bled out on the couch. And it was remarkable because, back, I was a pretty young kid at that point. And, at the time, everything cartoon wise was, G.I. Joe and Transformers and so on, where lots of shooting and no one gets hurt. And now suddenly we have like a major character and, a person that Rick looked up to, which therefore you look up to, and he's gone. And this was like fairly, early in the whole series. So that was one that made a big impact on me, because it was like why are they doing this?
Yeah, just to pick about that a second, there was an element of like my childhood where there were a lot of violence, like the A-Team, Star Wars, there were deaths, but like a lot of shooting, but people missed a lot. There was explosions, but no one really died. So when someone really died in some of those shows, it was like, wow, what that just happened. It was pretty big.
Now, Will, in Star Wars,
yeah,
when the Ewok dies,
that hurt. Yeah.
That is a whoo for me at that age. That was a whoo. There's a lot of feels there, man.
Yeah, but then it goes right back to blowing up stuff.
Well, then we go right back to it. Yeah, we didn't dwell on it long, but there was at least a nod to the cost of the.
Right.
There was. A teddy bear died in a Star Wars movie.
Yeah. Right. Well, so
Brian, how about you? What's one for you?
Yeah.
Well, Spock is number one on my right. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the one. Right. That is such a important thought for me. Right. That's really just. I will still sit down and watch Wrath of Khan any day that it's on. It's the best in my opinion and there's some other good ones too of the Star Trek movies, but that's
it really holds up.
It really does. It really does.
So those earbugs, man, that freaked me out.
That was awesome, man. That's super awesome.
Yeah.
But I will say the one that fans of our show know, I'm not a big Superman fan. And so all of the Death of Superman things, I'm like, okay, like he's coming back. So, we all sort of talk about how we reacted. Dana Rademacher Hansen in the comments to the live stream asked, how have you seen fandoms handle specific deaths? I think that's why I want to come back to your, like, when Thanos does the snap.
Yeah.
You heard the collective gasp, right? Who's there's a little bit of that reaction there. Can you think of those?
Yeah.
I'm thinking. Go ahead, Will.
No, I was just thinking that. I don't know. I guess those who are fans of the comics, the fandom around Marvel, who knew the Infinity Gauntlet story arc, knew a snap was going to come. It was a 2-parter story. But even if you knew what was going to happen, the brilliancy of that movie and the direction was that you knew half the population knew Thanos was going to win at that movie. It was coming. And but you didn't know who. And so when they drug it out and you saw a bunch of people, dusting away. And then you had like Black Panther, who had just come off a blockbuster movie and people loved that movie and him so much. And then he was like, wait a minute, isn't there like another Black Panther movie getting ready to come out? Why is he dying? What's going on? But then when Spider-Man was like, I don't feel so good.
Mr. Stark, I don't feel so good.
And like, my daughter beside me starts like weeping and I'm like, oh my gosh, like, part of me, the cynical part is like the comic book fan knows they're going to come back. There's going to be a dramatic return. So you kind of can't wait to see how they pull that off. But man, there are a lot of people who didn't know the story or as well, or know it was going to be 2-part. They were like, what is this? What is going on? So I think half the theater that was jam-packed, not a seat to be had, half the theater were fans who knew the story and were expecting and were a part of the experience. But the other half were like, I'm just here because I know this kind of popular superhero movie, this big part that I follow along just in the movies and can't wait. We're experiencing it for the first time, so you feel it through them, which was pretty powerful.
And I think what really emphasized that in that particular scene in Endgame was that they not only emphasized portrayed the characters dying and so on, even if it was expected, but what hit you was how much they were focused on the relationships between those characters. Between, it wasn't just Spider-Man, Peter Parker dying. It was the relationship of Tony holding Peter Parker and trying to comfort him, and Rocket and Groot, and Scarlet Witch and Vision, and all of these people that were they were losing their loved ones. It just wasn't like someone dying on, it wasn't just a character dying.
And I guess, not to jump too ahead to the philosophical, theological, but really in terms of death, that separation is rooted in the relationships that are part of the drama of the Passion of Christ is seeing the steps along the way of his relationships to the disciples and to Peter and to Mary and all these things. That's where it gets you. It's not just a death. It's the relationships that's tied around it that really pull you in. So if it's a superficial relationship, it's not going to mean as much to you, but it's the depth of that family, the Yandu, the others, that those who are in relationship with them that call them family, is where the power impact comes.
I think I want to speak a little to that question a little bit more generally. How do fandoms respond to deaths? Generally speaking, I think that all fans experience different phases of grief, whether you have read the comic or the novel, or seen the movie, or if you performed both. I think it's just a matter of like, you're either angry at the writer, you're angry at how
right.
You want to blame, right? It's like, no, how dare you?
Fundamentalism. People are like, what? How dare you?
They're like these phases of grief, like, how dare you? How dare you, God? When you've forsaken me. When we're looking at different characters, and what came to mind when you read that question, Brian, was Game of Thrones. And I remember I was like the last person on earth to watch Game of Thrones. I kept hearing about it. And I was just like,
I still haven't,
Yeah.
but that's okay. I know what happens.
I binge watched like all the seasons at the same time. And I just remember like fans being in an uproar at the end with this, like how dare they? How could this happen? So I just think that fans respond to death similar to the death of a loved one, all phases of grief.
That's spot on.
Numbness, a hope that something else will come of it, or we look to some of those origin stories that, even though the character themselves aren't resurrected, if you will, but we're going back in time, so there's still like, I don't know, a little bit of a coping mechanism where we can go down memory lane. Like, let's appreciate these memories, like a memorial service. This is what they were like as a child, and this is how they came into character, and love, and now you're grieving over. So that's just kind of like a, I don't know, just found it interesting in thinking about that.
And people do weird things in grief, right? Like people do weird, crazy things in grief, and fans are like at the top of that. So like, what they do if you don't treat their character just right, or they kill off a character or something, then they'll lash out. That kind of rage, Twitter rage mentality will be ramped up, man, for sure.
Well, there's certainly something, right? We identify when we get into fandoms, right? We have something that we invest our time, like their story becomes wrapped up in our story. That narrative gets deeply embedded in ours. And so even if we get like why it happened and why it made sense, like Spock's death, right? Makes so much sense. That it really matters. We have that emotional response. Dana Rademacher Hansen also mentioned Wash's death from from Firefly, right? Always gets her.
Oh my gosh,
So
a leaf on the wind.
Dang it, Whedon.
Oh no.
Right?
Absolutely. We can even go more basic. I mean, if we look at Disney, dare I say that name out loud if I'm allowed. I mean, if we're talking about some of the cartoons and, The Lion King, I think that was like a shocker. Like, what just happened to Mufasa? The world saw Simba's daddy die. So, I mean, we can definitely look at pop like across the spectrum of death and how how all that manifests in our lives and how it shapes us as viewers and as fans.
Mm-hmm. I think one of the things that, that fans struggle with sometimes, and because we all struggle with it personally, is when a death is unjust, or when it seems like it wasn't done right, for lack of a better word. I mean, that there are.
Yeah, it wasn't a good death.
Yeah, exactly. It wasn't a good. I'm thinking about people that rage on about some of the deaths in The Walking Dead. I can't think of like ones in particular, but because the mountain of characters that have died in The Walking Dead are so high. But, like,
there's a lot of dying. Yes,
there's a lot of dying.
They're all walking though.
Right. But then when some characters die and it seems like it's just kind of like cut off, people get like, well, why didn't did they not write that well? Could they have not written this person to have a better death? And kind of the same thing even with, in some movies where, when a character dies, or in comics, when the one death that never really, mattered to me was Wolverine, who has died more than people can count, actually.
I saw him in The Walking Dead too. No.
Yeah. But Marvel ran this big arc of the death of Wolverine, this big story about Wolverine dying, and it just didn't really mean anything, because the story just didn't really, it was all about just him, him being vengeance, and and getting revenge for his own thing, and dying in this kind of period thing. But it just didn't it didn't grab me. I don't think it really grabbed the public as much as it did. But then, like, other deaths in comics, for example, did really grab people, because that person died well, for lack of a better word.
Yeah, and I think with Wolverine's death was like, it was a big buildup that they announced and made a big ad campaign cash grab to say, if here comes the Wolverine's death, it's gonna buy this miniseries. It was inauthentic in a sense that it was kind of like a cash grab as a collectability thing. I think those deaths that are authentic or surprising or tug at your heart, a good story, or even surprising death, can have a little bit more impact than like, hey, come buy this book called The Death of Wolverine, and it's going to be an 8-issue comic, and we're going to drag it out for $4.99 a cover price. You're like, oh my gosh, like I'm not on board with this. What you're gonna do? That's why it didn't grab me, because it just seemed like a big cash grab. But it's another thing, if you're embedding something within the story that holds weight to the relationships around it, because you're writing the story for the story rather than let's put a marketing campaign out there and make big posters and create an event.
So there's been a call for some DC love here. Tahina actually says, for the few of us of DC folk in the room, what about Crisis on Infinite Earths and The Death of Robin? I think The Death of Robin is a really important one.
I was going to bring that up in terms of fandom, and because precisely because of Robin. Yeah.
Oh.
So
yeah, I love Batman. I'm not a huge DC guy, but I guess I have been over the last decade or so. Love Batman, but in terms of, I mean, it was a death that shaped Batman or made him who he is. And it's kind of, we talk about this in comics and fandom all the time, that how we respond to tragedy, how we respond to crisis, determines whether we're going to be a hero or a villain. How we respond to that makes a big difference. Batman's response to the death of his parents is that he becomes a hero and doesn't want anybody else to go through that pain and trauma. Whereas the Joker he experienced chaos and crisis in his life and wants everybody else to experience the same chaos he experienced. So how we respond to death, to tragedy, to crisis, kind of determines how we use our gifts and where we channel that energy or become a hero or villain to someone else's life. So
The death of Robin, if I recall, like he wasn't killed by a major supervillain. He was killed by like a supervillain's sidekick, kind of. If I'm not mistaken, it was like during a battle with Ra's al Ghul type of thing.
No, I think this is the death in a death in the family arc, where it's
Joker.
The Joker kidnaps Jason Todd and kills him.
Oh,
That's the one I think of when I think of Robin's death.
With a crowbar.
Yeah. Oh, I know.
Oh man, with a crowbar.
Well, and then blows him up. So
oh man. Okay, that's DC is
fans voted. Didn't fans vote? If I remember correctly, fans voted. Like, because Jason Todd wasn't a big fan favorite.
There was a phone number that you could call to
does he live or whether he die, and the fans voted to kill him off.
Wow, that's something about a fandom reacting. In fact, let's just cause it. Let's just cause that death.
Get rid of that dude.
Oh my God. Let's cast ballots. That's what that is.
Yeah.
How often are the most meaningful ones the ones that have the most meaningful deaths? Or as we've talked about this, if you've already brought up the notion of the theological. So let's just jump in there, right? I mean, it's Good Friday, right? We can return to the deaths of characters again and again because we find them meaningful. Like I said, I'll rewatch Wrath of Khan any day. Right? Because I find meaning there. Right? We return as a church every year to Good Friday, right? Because there's a deep and abiding connection here. Somehow there's lots of ways to understand the meaning of Jesus's death for us. What does that? How do we see that? Do we see? Right? Is that the deaths that we see that are meaningful? Do we see the deep analogs, deep connections, or the way that God's story gets wrapped up in the stories that we tell? Are those the connections? Are those the things that make it meaningful for us? Or,
well, I think, the experience in death through other people's story helps us cope with our own, right? Or with our own loved ones. So when we read a novel or read a graphic novel or watch a movie or TV show and we grieve somebody's death, it's helping us process our own grief with our own loved ones or experience of death or our own inevitable death. And so Good Friday sticks because here is God showing solidarity with humankind and the human condition through the Christ, and we return it because it's a part of our story, but there's a greater hope in that too. I think we return to it over and over again because we do connect to that story. It's part of our own story. It helps us process our own. I shared today in our Good Friday live stream that my grandma Burling, where I get my Lutheran side of the family from, she would always say, you can't have Easter without Good Friday. And usually that was in response to like us complaining that we had to go to church on a Friday, and why, let's just go to Easter service. And she's like, well, I'm not taking you to Easter. You're not getting an Easter basket unless you come to Good Friday. And because you got to experience, I'm like, it wasn't wrong. I didn't like it at the time, but she wasn't wrong. Like, yeah, come get the whole story. You can't have Easter without Good Friday. And so, yeah, I mean, we keep returning that story, and there's a universality to that story of death and Good Friday because it's a part of our own. Shane, I don't know, did you guys do some live streaming or some Good Friday stuff today? What, how did you guys, just curious how you guys handle Good Friday in your context?
Yeah, we did some pre-recorded stuff and then just released it today. We did the 7 last words. So ministers from throughout the diocese, they did some type of collaboration and put our voices and prayers with songs and things like that. So it was really good. And in terms of theology, without sounding heretical, I don't know, I think part of my chaplain background allowed me to, it was a humbling experience when you actually get to be with people who are actively dying and you see a lot of death. Like you really, you see the cross differently from what we've been indoctrinated with and what we grew up with. One of the theologians that I kind of, or the school of theology that that I kind of align with, or I can empathize with its ideology, is liberation theology or womanist theology, where the cross is seen as a homicide. Jesus was lynched.
Wow.
So to look at it that way and to see the community of those witnesses as those who become then the community of mourners and trying to grapple with this meaningless death and trying to find meaning in it, it's in the struggle just to say that this is shitty and no one should ever have to experience this because of what they think and how they treat people. So it's
a call to justice. So it's a call. It's not just like, oh, I'm glad God understands me, but there's a reaction of a call to justice with that. Yeah.
It's God saying, see, see what y'all did. So yeah, the recognition, I think you hit the nail on the head, that kind of shows us our human condition. There's the song, were you there when they crucified my Lord? And, you know, as the community of Christians, we drop into, you know, those who have pity on Jesus. You know, it's the us and them. Like we're not the ones who are yelling, crucify him, crucify him. It's like, no, that's us too. Especially as even a priest and a woman of color and having experienced some negativity from my own Christian sisters and brothers. So it's like, you know, we are both the villains and the hero. Sometimes it's just like, you know, we switch our capes on and off. So this Holy Week, especially in light of the pandemic and looking at the disparities that have been highlighted, and yet also seeing how the earth is healing itself. Like for the first time, we can see the Himalayan mountains. What? So it's kind of like, you know, the beauty, the blessing, and yet the terror all mixed into one, and holding both, leaning into it, not trying to escape it, not trying to look away from it, but looking right at the goriness and the bloodiness of the cross before we get to that resurrection day. So.
Yeah, it's convicting, kind of Lutheran understanding of saint and sinner. I'm both hero and villain. I'm saint and sinner. I embody all that within me in this story. It's good.
I think that was really important, Shane. And just to draw on that some more, I think, you know, we have a tendency to crucify the Christ that we don't like. That's presented to us, you know, in terms of, I see it, you know, so much in other, you know, other folks that, you know, they want Jesus to be a certain way, and then they present Jesus in a certain way because that's what they want. And but the real Jesus, you know, gets, you know, like, no, I'm not, you know, that's not the right Jesus, and I'll keep this one. We'll hang that one up on the cross. You know, that's not right. And very much, you know, being, you know, the person who only sees a certain Christ as acceptable, but yet not letting Christ be who he is.
I'm going to quote you. Thank you.
Well, just you take the credit for it, because that came off you, so don't worry about it.
It's all reciprocal.
We all did it together. It's our synergy. It's the Holy Spirit.
Hold on.
I think that's a good point.
I'm
so
we don't believe
Will you
doing too much.
I mean, a little bit, not too much.
Not too much.
The Holy Spirit moves in very, you know, rigid and structured ways.
Just like that.
Exactly.
With liturgical responses. Yeah.
Yes.
So I would double back. Will, you talked about, right, your grandmother was like, you can't have Easter without the crucifixion, right? We've talked a little bit recently in a past episode about with the House of X, Powers of X, and the whole new mutant Krakoa Island, right? And now they have direction, and death is meaningless there now.
Yeah, so if we're doing reading recommendations, I just got the hardcover, knowing that like new comics aren't being processed and shipped. My Wednesdays are shot now because I'm not getting new comics on Wednesdays because of this whole coronavirus. But I did buy I have the single issues, but also the hardback graphic novel. And for reading recommendations for those out there looking for a good epic storyline, all in one story, House of X, Powers of X, Jason Aaron wrote this X-Men story crossover. It goes real deep into science and fandom and AI, and oh man, it's deep. So you just got to hang with it because it all makes sense by the end. But I think, yeah, so they still feel, so there's this, not to get any spoilers if you haven't read it, but in terms of like the mutants set up a system where they can regenerate and resurrect their own kind by using some of the mutant abilities of those on the team. Like these 5 mutants that can bring any mutant that dies back. They can literally hatch them out again and reboot them with a new body and their powers, and they have most of their memories and kind of stuff. But so is their death meaningless? But they still feel the pain. There's still a loss involved. But why not just go on a mission, not worry that you're going to die or a friend's going to die because they could just bring you back? Is a great question. Is in our own lives, philosophically, good place tapped in on this a little bit. If there wasn't death looming in front of us, would that water down the experiences that we have for now? Because we know we have a limited amount of time on this earth, so we appreciate what we have now. I mean, that big philosophical question with that, and the comic book plays around with that. But yeah, an incredible reading, very dense. It doesn't have to be too heavy. You don't have to know that much about the X-Men if you want to just get into it and you like sci-fi. It's really good. But
yeah. Well, that was my question, is if we have to have, right, do we need both? Right. And I feel like, right, I think that's, right, we talk about Paul writing about the cross, because for him the cross and resurrection are two deeply interlinked moments. They don't exist apart from another. If we have to have, right, the cross to show God's absolute no to all of those ways that we want to exert power over others, right? Because, right, they're not our, we don't want them. We want to put ourselves at the center, right? This is God's. We need that no for God's yes, that this is what comes out of those.
Yeah.
I could go on for a long time about Hickman. That's a whole other hour show right there on.
Well, we did a whole hour on Hickman, so let's because it's 11:50, I think, and we have our the next person will be coming up soon, and Tahina, actually, who's been really awesome in the comments here for us. So she lifted up how brutal that it was voted for. Yeah.
You're like freezing.
So that's,
it sounds like a remix, like you're scratching around. Or is it me? Am I freezing?
No. Brian's
kind of chopping up a little bit.
Okay.
No, it's me. Sorry about that.
It's all the
okay. All right. I'm frozen again. No, I'm max headroom. I'm
80s reference.
Not funny.
Yeah. All right. Well, look. Hey, so let's break off here to the what are you geeking out about right now? Shayna, what are you geeking out about? This is what we do at the end of every episode: lift up something and things that things that are going on. So Shayna, what are you geeking out about?
Well, right now, the only thing that I've been geeking out about is binge watching again on Netflix. I really want to dive into The Good Place. I finally completed the 100, and there was something else I just finished.
Please finish Good Place so that we can talk about it. Like, I love that show so much.
So those are the things right now, and I'm kind of revisiting my Neil Gaiman collection. I feel like I was challenged recently. And going back to some I don't know, some older collections. I can't think of the one.
Sandman stuff.
Oh yeah, all Sandman stuff. Yeah,
Sandman stuff. Awesome.
I mean honestly, that's what really opened me up to reading comics. Like I would read comics here and there, but the Sandman series, I read through all of them. I mean, it was just amazing. So yeah.
Awesome.
A Good Place.
Awesome.
And I finished Preacher.
Ooh. Oh. Nice. Wait, the you finished Preacher the series or the comic?
Well, I finished the comic a while ago, but I think the series, if I'm not mistaken, because I haven't revisited it since, kind of did its own wrap up, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
So I definitely finished watching it on Hulu.
Yeah. All right. Well, what are you doing? What are you geeking out about?
Rereading House of X, Powers of X, a hardback. A little bummed that my weekly comics aren't coming out, but we're doing some binge watching too, loving Disney Plus and watching Clone Wars. We're presently kind of caught up in the drama of Ozark, which is like
what do you think about
Breaking Bad dark. It's not for the faint of heart, but man, keeps us on the edge of our seat. So yeah, binge watching. I think once I get through Holy Week, Easter, and then I'll have a little bit easier schedule where I can do some more pleasure reading and picking up some books I didn't get to over the summer and hopping in those is what I'm planning on. As we continue to hang out at the house with fam, grab some stuff I haven't read in a while.
Okay.
Oh, and Will and Woody in the Wild. If you haven't checked out my YouTube TV show of me and my dog in the wild doing things.
How many episodes are there? I only have the 2 online.
Woody, hey man. There's 3. One's coming up out this weekend. We go Easter egg hunting, so you'll love it. You can't wait.
Woody's going to be famous.
Yes, he is.
All right. Well, Sam, what do you got?
I just finished up tonight a short little series on Amazon Prime called Undone. That is really good. It was surprising. It was one of those things that sat on my watch list for a long time. I'm like, I'll get to that sometime. And first episode just really grabbed me. The style of it, the story of it, deals with issues about mental illness and how we react to mental illness, how we cope with mental illness, what's real, what's not, time travel, all kinds of, and all wrapping all that up in family dynamics and some really interesting twists as well. So, and I'm not a good binge watcher for like long series. I really like something I can sit down and kind of, pull out a half-hour episode out if I have that's much as I have time to. But then if I have more time, I'll drop 3 or 4. So that it's nice in that it's a short series. The episodes are about a half hour. It's kind of like The Mandalorian in that way. You can kind of jump in.
I love The Mandalorian.
It's paced well. It's written well. The artistic style is pretty cool. It's got like a cell shading thing going. So I would definitely recommend that once you're done with all your other binging stuff.
Yeah.
Wrote it down.
Nice.
Wrote it down.
Nice.
Brian, you?
Very good. Well, I will just say I've been geeking out about. Actually, I created my own role-playing game here for the Triduum project. And we did our first episode at 8:00 this morning, and the next 1:00 this morning, and 5:00 here coming up will be our second and third episode. So
Shayna's on that with you. She playing at 1 in the morning.
Yeah, Shayna's right with me, right? 1 and 5. You're good with me, Shayna?
No.
No.
I
That
love
was just
Shayna's here under duress for 11 p.m. was rough for her. So
It's only 2 hours.
So that's really been the biggest thing that I've been geeking out about because trying to figure out how to work this and how it was going to go. So I think it's working out well. So so I want to give a little bit of a moment here because Shayna, Theocon, we're in a little bit of a holding pattern for Theocon in September in Pittsburgh. Yeah. Theocon.live. You want to say anything about it?
You should come if we have it. Theocon is scheduled to be held on Saturday, September 19th, 2020 at the Pittsburgh Theological Seminary in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Steel City Edition. This will be Theocon's 3rd year.
Steel City Edition.
That's right. Whoop, whoop. So visit theocon.live or follow us on Facebook at Theocon Live or Twitter at Theocon Live. Yes, we'll love to see you there again. As Brian mentioned, we are in a holding pattern. It's way too early for us to determine whether or not we want to postpone it. But again, this is our 3rd year, so we want to make it special. So if we do decide to reschedule, the goal is to have it next year in Pittsburgh or whatever time's available. So it'll be the Holy Trinity.
Yeah, and if you'd like to explore fandom and the intersection of fandom and theology and geeky things, and then this is the space for you in terms of panels and workshops and speakers, and whether we're talking about death or resurrection or whatever, it is a just an incredible time to geek out, to share with whatever you're geeking out on, but also tied in aspects of faith and life and community and family relationships. It really is a fun time to process all those things that we're geeking out. Just what we are doing just in an hour. Imagine spending 2 days doing that together is pretty awesome.
That was beautiful.
Yeah, sorry. I geek out hard on Theocon, so I had to share. I had to get that off.
Baby.
For that.
We are at the edge of our time. So all I will say is connect with us if you want. Church of the Geek is at Geek Church on Twitter and Church of the Geek on Facebook. Our podcast is put out wherever podcasts are for the most part. And as always, Geek be with you.
And
also with you.
Do we get to high five the people who are next?
Yeah. All right. So next up, actually our really nice participant, Tahina, is with us. Unmute her.
Did we just leave? Is this?
You can just
don't
leave.
Leave yet. Please don't leave yet.
Oh wait, there are some people. Don't leave.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, hey, Will.
Yeah.
Pick this up.
So,
X-Men #7. You'll definitely enjoy.
Oh yeah. Yep. I've been collecting those. X-Men is my ongoing jam. Like that's.
Yeah, because that whole issue especially just dives right into the whole idea of resurrection and why are we doing this? So
it's good.
Cool.
So can we continue this conversation about death and pop culture? Because we are in comics, we're in literature. I think we can really, develop this topic.
Well, it's interesting because right now, death is something that is so much on the radar. So,
Right.
Well, that was great, friends.
Oh my God, where have y'all been my entire life?
I've been slipping on you all.
Can I tell y'all a story? As we transition from from y'all to us. Okay. I don't know if you know this, but I have actually taught classes on theology of zombies.
We never got to zombies. Actually, zombies were on our list of things that we could have talked about today.
Oh my God. Okay, so I have a whole spiel on resuscitation, reanimation, and resurrection, and how this can all relate to baptism. If you have read or watched Warm Bodies.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Oh,
and so,
okay.
like,
Yeah.
there's a whole baptismal theology behind it. And like, it kills me because I was actually asked to speak at a regional Comic-Con in Denver on like the theology of zombies, and actually how I've taught this is like practical theology.
Shayna,
you need to talk with Shayna so you
Shayna.
can be a workshop at TheoCon and present. So you guys need to connect. And you're below me and over to the side, so you guys connect, and so there might be workshops.
This is the body of Christ becoming whole.
It is.
Shayna, all of our spouses, my twin brother and Tuhina, refuse to watch zombie movies with us, and so every time a new zombie movie comes out, we go see one together. So yeah.
That is awesome. Count me in the family.
Absolutely, you're welcome anytime.
You guys live? Are you in Pennsylvania?
We are in
the Bay Area.
California.
But hey,
it's just a little jaunt away.
Not that far.
But with Netflix Party, there are some good. There is some good zombie fare on Netflix right now, along with the original 1984 Red Dawn.
What about The Kingdom? Have you watched The Kingdom? Isn't that like
I haven't started it yet. No, but I've seen the previews of it, but I haven't started it.
Yeah, it's subtitled, I think, right? Because it happens in Asia. And I've like watched the opening, but I've heard good things about it because I like zombie genre too.
Did you watch The Girl with the Gifts? The Girl with all the Gifts?
Yeah.
I just started that one.
That was amazing.
Really good.
Can we like all like hang together someday? Like after this whole thing blows over, we can go and get a pint at the Winchester.
If you come to TheoCon, if you come to TheoCon, we'll have to have we could have a special zombie event and go up to Evans City to the Zombie Museum, the Night of the Living Dead Museum, and do like a whole
Zombie
Pennsylvania and like
ZombieCon with Theo ZombieCon. I know what I'm preaching on Sunday. That's for sure.
This is like zombie home, zombie ground zero.
Guys, I know we just met. Is it okay?
Look, I am already
we
feeling
welcome
like
all
siblinghood in Christ, and so this has been like one of the most beautiful transitions I've had today.
Agreed.
Thank you.
I
Thank you,
totally
Brian,
second
for
that.
bringing us together, Brian and Sam. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
And thank you for staying online and not just leaving.
Absolutely.
Nice to meet all of you. Nice to meet you all.
Likewise, Joshua, Jeremy, Tahina.
Bless
Yeah, we'll catch up. TheoCon.
I'm there.
All right. Enjoy.
Okay.
Talk soon.
Peace.
Okay. Peace.
I'm a stalker. Okay.
All right.
I'm gonna stalk you.
Oh, this makes me so happy. That was, oh my gosh. Tahina, Jeremy, how's it going?
Do we get introed? Like, how does this work? Like, I know how it. I know.
I'm your host. I am your host, and I'm sorry. You're my first actually, folks that I am introducing. So, hi Tahina, how are you?
Hey, great.
Jeremy and Joshua, how are you guys?
Good. We're doing real good, really well. Thank you.
I mean, under
Awesome.
the circumstances.
Right.
I mean, okay, yeah, yes, fair enough. I'm going to, I am, however, going to bow out here soon. We're good. The live stream is run. You are so glad that we have a little overlap and chat there for a bit. So
that was really cool. Like y'all are like, I didn't realize Church of the Geek, and I was like staying tuned, and I'm like, y'all are singing my song.
Right.
Yeah. Well, look, I think clearly we have to have you on an episode, and we'll, and so
because I have very strong feelings about A Death in the Family.
Right.
Oh, it was kind of obvious in the chat window. So yes.
Yeah.
That's great. That's great. That's
right.
an iconic but anyway. Welcome. I know you've been on already tonight, right? Or today, or the dream day.
I have not.
thing.
No, this is my first go.
Oh, you've not?
Nope.
Oh, okay. Oh, I thought I had seen you on the schedule earlier. My bad.
No,
my bad.
no.
So
just supporting.
Well, I'm glad you're with us tonight.
Just supporting peeps on the Triduum project and just trying to like root people on. And this has been a really holy way to hold vigil. Yeah. And so hopefully we can do justice to this.
All right. Well, I am going to turn my camera off, and you guys can get going. And I'm on chat, and if you need to hit up anything, let me know. So.
Okay, cool. Thank
Guys,
you.
have a great one.
Hello, dear friends. It's good to see you all in your faces.
It's so good to see you too. And apparently, like, you know, it's hard to like be in conversation with y'all like on the daily and like to actually see Josh, but from like 10 feet away of like, hey friend, here's your groceries.
Thank you for giving groceries, by the way. I've been very grateful that you and Carl have done that.
Yo, it's all Carl Cart.
Yeah. I like the rash dash is what.
So Carl Cart is when Carl goes to the grocery store to pick up groceries for Josh. And then Rash Dash is when Carl and I deliver groceries to Josh's house.
That's so funny. You guys have that.
You know, it's really interesting. Manda, should we introduce ourselves first? And
we should introduce ourselves because I don't want to make the assumption that everyone knows us.
Yeah, for sure.
Right. Well, dude, you signed up for this.
Oh yeah, sure.
You're dragging us along.
All right, since it is Tuhina Rash and the Serrano brothers.
Right.
I'm a ordained pastor, Evangelical Lutheran Church in America, serving a specialized call at University African Methodist Episcopal Zion Church in Palo Alto, California. And then was asked by the good folks who are doing the Triduum project to be here. And then I was like, I can't do an hour by myself. And then I actually thought of a tradition that y'all invited me into a few years ago on Good Friday. And so I leave it to the Reverends Serrano. You get to pick who goes first.
Well, I'm older, so I'll go. All right. So I'm Jeremy Serrano. I'm a pastor in the Evangelical Lutheran Church in America, and I serve at Good Shepherd Lutheran Church in Concord, California. I am also on the spiritual care team of PLTS of California Lutheran University.
And I'm a Pastor Joshua Serrano. I serve Holy Trinity Lutheran Church in San Carlos. We're about 30 minutes south of San Francisco. I've been here for about 4 years. And, one of the things somebody already said is, why are the two of us wearing hats and Jeremy's not? Well, I wanted to be like my brother, so I cut my hair a little bit for this.
So part of why I'm wearing, this week is actually the anniversary of my grandfather's death. And my maternal grandfather is one of the people who really formed me and shaped me to be the person I am today. Yeah. So he was educated in Britain during the British Raj, otherwise known as colonialism. And we'll leave that for another time. And he actually used to tell amazing stories. And the first time I met my grandfather, I was 3 going on 4, and he told me that he lived in a gigantic tree house in India. And when I was 6 years old, that was the first time I went to India, and I went to his house and I looked at his house and it was a house. And I looked at my grandfather and I said, "You lied."
What did he mean by that? Was it a tree? I mean,
no. There was a tree on the property. It wasn't a freaking tree house, okay?
Was he kind of giving like the mysterious, like India, like I live in a treehouse kind of?
No, it wasn't exoticism.
Right. I mean, I don't know. So.
He was telling a story about how he lived in a tree, and it was like so believable to a 3-year-old. And he was my grandfather, who I met for the first time. And and when I tried to introduce him to people, I would actually introduce him as Mr. Prasad and not my grandfather.
Why?
Because I just didn't know. Like, I knew he was my grandfather, but other people didn't know he was my grandfather because it was such a new relationship for me as a 3-year-old that I just knew, like, I just introduced him as Mr. Prasad to like people who weren't family. So, and he taught me, he gave me my love of reading. So it's really because of him that I'm always like lost in books.
Yeah.
But the other reason why I'm wearing a hat is because I'm dealing with a lot of emotions concerning like death. So as as you both know, I grew up in a Hindu household. And when a male relative dies, there is this tradition of antim sanskar. And these are kind of like the last rites or the death rites. And so, but only males are allowed to participate in antim sanskar. And I've really wrestled with that my entire life. And I always just kind of thought it was like just patriarchal crap. And one of the things that you have to do as somebody who is mourning somebody who has died in your life is that you have to give up vanity. You have to give up particular things in your life, and you have to mark yourself as a mourner. So on this Good Friday, like we have this tradition that we've done on Good Friday, but we have to do it differently this year. And we are inviting other people to join us in this tradition because it's such a peculiar time. And normally Good Friday is the way that I would mark myself as a mourner. That was my rhythm and that was my routine. And so I called my mom today to tell her what I had done. And my mom and I this was actually like the first honest conversation we've had about death since my dad died. And her husband, my dad, that family relationship. And so I told my mom, mark as a mourner, and one of the ways to do that is that you give up your beauty. So I shaved my head. So,
well, let's see it. Oh yeah.
So this is the way that I am marked as a mourner, because Jesus died. And I had no other way to do it today, because I'm used to the rhythms of Good Friday, and I'm used to holding. So like one of the worship services that we had was that like everybody was given a nail actually to hold on to during the worship service. And this year I didn't have my nail. And so this is the only way I could actually think to mark myself as a mourner.
Yeah. I really appreciate, Tuhina, the way, people may not know, but we've been friends for many years. And you have used your hair in really interesting ways. When my wife had cancer, when she had to cut it shorter, you came over to the house, and when my dad cut her hair, my father cut your hair in solidarity with her. And so I find it so moving the way that you use a part of your body, your hair, to be in solidarity with people, to mark mourning. I just find that really moving. And so thank you for that. And like I told you earlier today, I think you can pull off any look, dude. That's so, yeah. You look good bald is what I'm trying to say.
Well, and it was kind of funny because like, one of the ideas was like, I'm going to shave my head on the Triduum project. But I realized that it was such an intimate thing that I had to do to grieve, that I think like this was an aspect of grief that I couldn't share. But I think part of our Good Friday tradition is how we share grief with one another. And that's kind of what, and because how do we share grief with one another, especially like, you need to introduce, like one of you have to introduce.
Well, if I could jump in.
Go for it, Josh.
To this. So this is, I was serving a church in Orinda. It was Holy Shepherd Lutheran Church in Orinda. And we were finishing our Good Friday service. And the thing with the way we do our liturgies is that, Monday, Thursday, Good Friday, Easter Vigil, it all is one service leading to one another, to the other one, right? So you're actually asked a lot of the times to leave in silence. And that has always really not felt complete for me, especially on Good Friday, because the Good Friday service is a lot about, our own sin, and we're the ones who put Jesus on the cross. But this is Jesus, also our friend, this is Jesus, our brother.
This
And
is
so,
Jesus who made us siblings.
Who's made us siblings.
Yeah.
And so I remember Jeremy and I were talking after our Good Friday service, was talking about how it went, and it was good. And he goes, "Hey, you want to go grab a drink right now?" And I was like, "Yeah, let's grab a drink." And he goes, "Yeah, I mean, what else do you do when a friend dies? You go and you have a drink and you talk about them and you laugh and you cry and you just, or do nothing, but you be together." And so we got together after Good Friday, and that was probably 6 or 7 years ago now.
Right. Yeah, it was about 6 years ago.
And then y'all invited me one year.
Yep. Yeah. And I know Sarah Wilson has also come along, but we try to, on every Good Friday after we hold services, is to get together and to have a drink together and just process, right? Because and that's what I feel is incomplete with our services, that we're going through this journey with Jesus, but then there's a time that I feel like we all just need to get together and process what has happened, right? And especially tonight, the night that we celebrate the night that we mourn that Jesus has died. For me, I feel it's so important. In my own family traditions, when somebody dies, you go to their house. Like you get together with family, and you may just watch TV or people are playing games or whatever, but you get together. And so that's really, it felt like in line with Jeremy's and mine's own family tradition to get together.
Well, and that actually aligns up with my family tradition, because you two were with me when I found out that my dad wasn't going to make it.
Yeah.
You know, because like you two have been with me during some of the holiest times of my life. And you were there to comfort me. Actually, you know what? We were drinking when we got the word that we were drinking at Synod Assembly when we got the word that my dad was dying. And we were just kind of like all holding our glasses like, oh my God.
So if I think we should say that if you are here and you have a drink tonight, I know that I'm drinking a Scotch that I got on my honeymoon. I was married last year, and so this is one of the ones I got in Scotland.
And I'm drinking a Glenlivet 15-year. That's I don't know about you all, but I drink the best stuff on Good Friday in my house. So this is the best stuff I got right now.
So I actually have a story behind what I'm drinking, because I'm pulling out the big guns for Good Friday. I am pulling out Johnny Walker Blue.
Ooh, that's some good stuff. If people don't know what Johnny Walker Blue is,
Google it.
Yeah, Google it, because that stuff and the taste on it is so good. Now, if I may, before you get into Johnny Walker Blue, not everybody's a drinker, and that's okay. Grab a glass of water, grab whatever you can or want to.
Orange juice, whatever hot chocolate, but just join us in a beverage so that we can gather together and remember our friend Jesus. But can I tell you the story about
Absolutely,
why
Johnny
Walker? So after my dad died, my dad wanted a memorial, and Hindus actually don't do memorials. So I was like, oh, how are we going to do this? And so I was like, oh, we'll have it at like the country club where my parents are members. And my dad's like, no, I don't want it there. And then I was like, oh, well, we can't fit that many people in the house. And my dad's like, no, I want to have it at the church where you and Carl got married. Wow. And of course, like I'm ugly crying. I'm like, we have to go to the pastor. And then when we were cleaning out my dad's things after he died, so my dad was a connoisseur of fine beverages.
Yes, he was.
But we didn't find, when we were going through his closet, my dad was also a big game hunter. So he had a collection of hunting boots. And in one of his boots, we found a bottle of blue.
That's funny. I don't think I know that story.
I don't think I know that story either.
And in another boot, we found his Belgian chocolate. And so we were like, he's been holding out on us. And so after the memorial that we had at the Lutheran church, so we had a Hindu Lutheran memorial, because if we're going to remember my father in in a church. Yeah, Uniloo at Clemson, Zach Paris, that is where we had my dad's memorial, and Reverend Chris Hevner presided. And after the memorial, my mom made all of my dad's favorite foods. My father was also a connoisseur of food. He was also a chef at one point in his life. And so my mom made all of my dad's favorite foods, and we sat and we talked and we broke open the blue, and then we found my dad's cigars and we ate, and we just sat and told stories all night, and my dad was with us. And so we took all of the words of those stories and we remembered, we put my dad back together again in a way that we know that he won't completely come back. But I think like that's what's so holy about this tradition that we do on Good Friday, is that we remember how Jesus actually introduced each and every one of us, because were it not for Jesus, we would not be friends, I think.
Right.
I mean, I think we would be friends, but I don't think we'd be as close friends as we are.
I don't think we would have ever met, right? I mean, because we met at Fuller Theological Seminary together, right?
Right.
Well, before we get any further, pour your glasses,
right.
friends.
Yeah, let's pour a glass and let's raise a glass to our beloved Jesus. And I'm drinking it neat, so there you go.
Yeah, same, absolutely. Same. To Jesus.
To Jesus.
Salud.
Salud.
Oh, that's good stuff. So I got a Jesus story, and I don't often tell it, and it's how I kind of fell back in love with Jesus. You know, I grew up in the Catholic Church, and my, you know, like we were like those Mexican Catholics, right? Like it didn't matter what service we went to, even though I didn't speak Spanish growing up, my dad would send me to like the Spanish service. As long as I went to mass, that was it, right? And so we grew up, and then when my parents got divorced early, when we were about 13, such a formative year in our life, we really stopped going to church for that time. And all through high school, I was like this angry kid. I was angry and you know, just kind of lashing out at the world. And so I was a TA for a Spanish class, and my brother was in that Spanish class.
Wait, he was a student in the class that you were TAing?
That I was TAing, right? Well, and so the teacher, she would often leave her grade book open. And my brother wasn't doing that well in the class. So I decided to change his grade and to make it a little better.
My God.
He didn't know about it. I don't think I told him beforehand, but I mean, that's what a brother does, right? We hook each other up, right? And she figured it out, but she didn't have any proof. Like, I admit to it now, but like back then, like I was like, dude, you leave your grade book open. It wasn't like I lied my way out of it, you know? And so she's like, you can't be the TA anymore. You have to go into another class because you can't be the TA anymore. I said, okay. So the only other class was open was a drama class. And I was like, I guess I can do drama. That's fine, whatever. And so I get into this drama class, which are filled with the geekiest, nerdiest people, you know, and I'm this angry guy.
They're the coolest, hippest people.
I didn't know that at the time. And there was a small group of Christians in that class who really loved Jesus, and they really accepted me as a part of their group, even though I was angry and bitter and stupid and I mean just all that kind of stuff. And it was the love that they showed me in that small little community that brought me back to the church. And they were evangelical, so I went to like a Vineyard, which is a charismatic church, for a while, and then to a non-denom church for a while. And so looking back through my Lutheran theological lens, I see that God had began calling me in my baptism in the Roman Church, and then was using all of these events to call me and to comfort me and to love me, and the way that I was reintroduced, and I had a conversion experience was through these friends in high school. And so I raise my glass to Jesus for using a small group of high schoolers and their love to me.
To Jesus.
To Jesus.
Cheers.
Oh. Well, what about you all?
I got one.
Go.
So y'all know that I was baptized when I was 26 years old. And the pastor who baptized me, his name was Marcus Hess. And he was my John the Baptist. He was a weird dude. I mean, he was a weird dude. And there's just so many stories to talk about Marcus, but it's actually his death that is where I really became aware of what resurrection was. And it was really powerful for me. So Marcus was an interim pastor in Southwest California and Sierra Pacific synods. And so I met him in Southwest California synod where I was baptized. And then I started, when I was going to seminary at Pacific Lutheran in Berkeley, he had taken an interim position at in Los Altos. And it was actually really comforting to have him here when I was starting seminary because I was so lost. Well, and because I felt okay at Fuller, but I didn't have the vocabulary of what it meant to be Lutheran. I had the feelings and I didn't have the words to express my theology. And so I realized that I had to go to a Lutheran seminary. And that's when I met Josh at PLTS. And I met Josh when I was so frustrated. And I just didn't have the words to express what I was feeling theologically. And Marcus actually ended up starting at Los Altos when I started at PLTS. And so it was like having my spiritual father with me. And I made it through internship. And when I was on internship, he took another interim gig at Good Shepherd in Novato. And so when I was on internship, it was really cool to compare notes with them. Like the first time that I was allowed to preside at service, I was like on this amazing high. And I called him right after service. And I was like, I had no idea that like sharing Jesus in this way could feel this way. Like I feel alive. And I feel alive because I'm alive with other people. And I didn't know it could feel like this. And he was like, that's really good. And, he had this voice that sounded like a cello. It was a finely tuned instrument. And when I was getting ready to leave internship, it was actually my last day as a chaplain at one of the nursing homes in Oakland. He called, and he always had this thing of like knowing when to call. And when he called, I thought he knew that it was my last day as a nursing home chaplain, but he called to let me know that he had been diagnosed with stage 4 cancer and that he didn't have long to live. And I didn't know what to do. And that was the first time that I felt like my heart could be ripped and shredded. And it broke me. And I had to go back to seminary for my last year. And Marcus actually asked me and Carl to come up and visit him at his cabin one last time before he died. And we did, and it was like the perfect last day because the next day he went into hospice care. And the day that he died, I got a voicemail from a pastor that deeply loved and cared for him as well. And she's in Northwest Washington, Janice Schofield. And she called me to let me know that Marcus died. And I found out in between a break in classes. And it was really weird because I started like seeing and experiencing these things of like things that Marcus knew and things that Marcus loved. That somebody had come up to me and wanted to talk to me about like the tapestries in the Cathedral of Our Lady of the Angels in Los Angeles. And Marcus loved that place and he always wanted me to go. And I was like, yeah, whatever. And I went because I had to empty his storage unit. And there was a bunch of stuff in there from people from my home congregation in LA, Salem Lutheran in Glendale, where I was baptized. So I found those items and I emailed the people that gave them to Marcus, and they said that they wanted them back. So I bought an airline ticket and I flew down to Glendale and I gave everybody their items back. And we all shared stories about Marcus. And I finally decided, you know what, I'm going to go to the cathedral. So I went to the cathedral. It was just some random Saturday. And so I just figured and it was a Saturday in October. It was October 6th, 2012. I don't know why I remember this day. And so I park my car in the parking garage and I walk out, and it's October 6th and I hear "Now All the Vault of Heaven Resounds," in the courtyard, just out of nowhere. And they're playing it on the speakers. And I'm like, and then I walk into the cathedral and they have a full-on baptistry in the back. It was baptism day. Right? And there's
baptismal font's amazing.
Right?
You should describe the font. Yeah.
So it's a font where you can walk in and be fully submerged and then walk out.
In a Catholic church. It's wonderful.
In a Catholic church. And so it's just blessed madness. There's water everywhere because because it's a day of baptisms. There are just jubilant families. There are crying babies. And I just felt like Marcus was there showing me and telling me I've earned my rest and we will meet at the Feast of the Lamb again. And that's when I just realized that Jesus was there and Jesus was telling me the resurrection is real.
Yeah.
And you are a part of that. And Marcus is a part of that. And because you have been baptized into my death, you will also be baptized into my resurrection. And so for that, I am forever grateful to know and have Jesus in my life.
Amen.
Great story.
To Jesus.
To Jesus.
To Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
I want to, this story has to do with my brother. And I'm going to try to say this without crying.
Oh, dude, you're going to make me cry. I know what story you're about to tell. You don't even need to say it. I know what story you're about to tell. I'm going to mute myself because I ugly cried during this story.
So Enrique, she was my wife at the time. She's giving birth to our first son.
Story.
And Tina already muted. Enrique the kid was going to be born in a birth center. And so there was 15 people in the room with us. My brother was one of the people in the room with us. And it was actually really funny because Enrique, she was actually naked from the waist down. And my brother was in the room, so he would try to stay at her head, and if she would shift positions, Jeremy would also shift positions to be at her head. It was hilarious. It was hilarious to watch him move.
I've seen more of your ex-wife than I've ever wanted to see. I mean,
so the baby's about to be born, and Enrique, she goes on the bed and she is on her knees, and the midwife says, hold her. And so she has her arms wrapped around my neck like this, and we're almost hugging each other. And she's pushing and she's giving the final pushes. And I just remember that I am trying to brace myself because she is giving it all she has, and she's holding my neck down, and I could feel the pain starting in my neck, and it was going down my neck. And for some reason, I know that Jeremy, he was there, and he.
Well, you were shaking.
Was I shaking?
Your whole body was shaking.
But I wasn't going to let Enrique go. I wasn't going to let her go because she was there, and Jeremy just comes up behind me, and he takes me and he lifts me up, and he said, I got you. you get her and I'll get you. And in that moment, I was able to relax a little bit because I was supporting Enrique and he was supporting me. And for me, that is, anytime I feel like in ministry or in life, when I don't have the ability to help anymore, I just imagine that day, and I imagine that that's Jesus holding me up, and isn't that what we do for each other, right? We hold each other up in the ministry, right? We hold each other up when we're going through rough times. And I just, for me, that's something that I always think back to when I'm having those moments where I feel like my body's going to give out, right? Like I can't do it anymore. So Jeremy, thank you. And here's to Jesus.
To Jesus.
To Jesus.
Oh.
I have a, I'll stop talking. Somebody else can talk.
Oh, wait, can we hear about, you have another Jesus story that I really love.
Well, as an interlude,
Josh?
On a lighter note, I want to, I'm the only one who's showcasing my alcohol here. My wife knows about this tradition that we do on Good Friday. And so she bought me this wonderful decanter set. And one of my parishioners inside of this set, he makes brandy. And so I keep it filled with my parishioners' brandy, and I hardly ever, I don't ever drink during the day, but every once in a while, like at night, if I'm meeting a parishioner, I'll offer them something. But this is something my wife gave me specifically for my Good Friday tradition, and so I use the glass, and keep it in my office.
Well, see, you actually have an office.
Yeah,
some of us are itinerant ministers, okay?
I'm housing some of your books, Tina.
Yeah, I know. I know you are housing some of my books because I'm an itinerant preacher.
So what story were we talking about, Tina?
Oh, I was thinking about Josh's story about how he encountered Jesus.
Well, I was riding on a horse one day. And
it was a donkey.
It was a donkey. And suddenly I'm, I've got this, I'm blinded by this light, right? And I can't see anything.
Really? Tell me more about this story. There's a light, you say, and a donkey.
And you're riding a donkey.
Keep going.
Well, I'm blind for I don't know. I'm blind. I can't see anything, right? And there's this voice that comes out and says, "Hey, why are you persecuting me?" Right?
What?
What? Josh, you need to stop persecuting people. My God, how many times must we tell you?
Did you fall off the donkey? Don't tell me you fell off the donkey.
I fell off the donkey. That's exactly what happened.
Oh my goodness.
It's amazing you didn't hurt yourself on top of losing your sight.
Right. Let me tell another kind of serious story. So I said my wife at the time, when we were getting divorced, I think it's about 5 years ago now, your father-in-law, Jeremy, said something to me that was a Jesus moment for me. And because I was feeling like I was going through, I felt like I was going through my own Good Friday, right? It felt like death. I didn't know what was the other end of it. I don't, and those of you who have been through a divorce, you just know that it's terrible. It sucks. The whole process just is it's terrible. It's death. It's the death of a relationship, right? And your father-in-law said something to me, Jeremy, and he said to me, and it's words that I'll always remember. He said, "You have to be, right now you're worrying a lot about the future or the past or what could have been or what can be in the future or what could have been in the future." He said, "You have to be ruthlessly present." And it was God's word to me at that moment. And so I just remember thinking for months after that, I have to be ruthlessly present, you know? So right now, what am I doing? I would just say, I'm eating cereal. I'm taking a shower. That's what I'm doing right now. I'm not worrying about the future. I'm not worrying about the past. I was just trying to be ruthlessly present. And it was really helpful to me. And it really felt like God's word to me at that moment to get me through this Good Friday experience that I was experiencing.
So, Josh, you had shared those words with me at one point in my life when I had been struggling, and I think like that's actually been the fight for me in these days, is to be ruthlessly present, because I think it's so, in this time of being untethered, it's so, there's so many possibilities to wander away.
Yeah.
And I think, like, you know, in talking with my mom this morning about Hindu traditions, and it was just really incredible because my mom and I actually, we haven't really like talked or cried. We haven't really talked about death together openly and honestly since my dad was dying. It was a subject that we never actually really broached. It was something that we never really talked about. And there were instances where my mother would cry and I would support her. And there were instances where I would cry, she would support me. But I think there was something really poignant about this Good Friday, where I shared with my Hindu mom that, Mom, Jesus died today. And I don't know how to handle that, because the regular rituals that I use and that I have to grieve, I didn't realize that those wouldn't be here for me this year.
Yeah.
And I think that that's actually where I've been struggling in these days, where being a faith leader. So I'm a minister of small groups where I serve. And because I serve virtually, this is why I don't have an office.
Right.
Because I do a lot of my work online, and I spend a lot of Sundays with the parish. And because a lot of that work now, I can't be in the parish on Sunday. It's really trying to figure out, how do we stay ruthlessly present with our communities, but also how do we stay ruthlessly present in the presence of God and with ourselves?
Yeah. And I know this is hard for people right now. I know that myself, on, I think, Tuesday, I just hit a wall. I hit a wall on Tuesday, and I think for people in my community, they were hitting that same wall, about this week. And so I think for everybody, because we don't know when we're going to come out of this, right? We don't really know. In California, they're saying May 4th, but it seems like it's not going to happen, right? So what does it mean to be ruthlessly present right now, right? It really is about taking it one day at a time. And so it's hard to see Easter coming, right, on Good Friday, when we're all just really just trying to take it one day at a time, right? Yeah.
And I think I was talking with one of my friends today. So I was talking with my friend, she's a Disciples of Christ pastor. Her name's Shanda Jha, and she's half Indian. And so when I told her about what I was going to do, she was like, and she actually had done the same when her father had died. And, normally it's done through patriarchy. So through the male lineage, it's the males who have to perform these rites and rituals. And because she's the only child and she's a daughter, she had just said, screw the patriarchy. I miss my dad, and I need the rituals of the Hinduism and the Presbyterianism that I was raised in. The Presbyterianism's doing it for me, but having issues with the Hinduism right now. So she actually partook in those Hindu traditions of shaving her head. And so she knew what I was going to do today. I mean, y'all did too, because you were somebody has a screen capture of like.
Oh, I'll be posting that later. I just didn't want to give
of me
it
being
up,
Peter Gabriel in like
1975.
Right. But thinking about, she had said something that actually really resonated with me today, and that I've been thinking about a lot today, is that my insides finally match my outsides. Because I think like we live in this world where we have to like present face.
Yeah.
And I think it's also really hard as a faith leader. It's even hard as a person, not even a faith leader, actually, to be vulnerable with others and to show that vulnerability, because I think like that's viewed as a sign of weakness. But I'll tell you what, like being with the AME Zion folk, they have actually really reinforced my Lutheran theology. And I think like when we show our vulnerability is like when we are at the foot of the theology of the cross.
Yeah.
Amen.
Yeah.
Amen. And for me, Tahina, it's so, when men shave their head, unless they're somebody known for having long hair, I really don't, I feel like, okay, well, that's it. But for when somebody who has never done it before, especially, women who have long hair, keep it long, anybody with long hair, and that's kind of what they're known for, I feel like it's so much more dramatic, and I just, it hits me a different way, so you shaving your head hits me a different way than like when my brother does it, because and I don't know, I feel like there's this gravitas to just being a witness to that.
Yeah.
And to know that you're participating in this this death rite by doing that. I don't have the words right now to tell how it makes me feel, but it makes me feel something, Yeah. So I don't, yeah.
Well, I mean, it was really funny because, like, my brother Zubin.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah, and Zubin's like, "You're gonna go all Persis Combata, like a la Star Trek the motion picture."
Very nice.
Very nice. Good reference.
Right. Yeah. And so, like, shout out to my brother for like the Star Trek the motion picture reference.
Right.
But it was also because it's like, you, like, I had FaceTimed y'all when I was like in the bathroom with the clippers and I still had my full head of hair, and, and my hand was shaking, and I'm like, I'm grieving, but am I ready to give this up? I'm grieving, but am I ready to give this up? And I'm thinking about like the things that people have given up in these days. And it's like, my God, like, I think like, I don't know if we've actually known how to mark ourselves as mourners anymore, because, there was a point of ashes and sackcloth.
Right.
Yeah.
But like, how do we actually acknowledge that we mourn? How do we actually like sit with people in their grieving and their lamentation? But also like, how do we also remember and put pieces back together again, knowing that they won't actually fully be formed, but that we actually still have aspects of that life. Like, this is my body broken for you.
Yeah. There has been this move away from like, I get a lot of people who tell me they want like celebration of life, and as what they're doing for what amounts to a funeral service, and it's, I'm about to divulge a secret here. No matter what people tell me, I always do the same thing. Like if they tell me like, oh, we want a really celebration of life, I'm like, got it. I put celebration of life on the front. It's the same exact liturgy as I do when it says funeral on it.
Well, and we live in a culture that so like aggressively denies death. And so like when I talk to my mom and I say, well, since Papa died, and my mom's like, don't say that. And it's like, say what? And my mom's like, since Papa died. And I'm like, Mom, Papa died. Yeah. And my mom's like, no, your Papa's gone. And I'm like, yeah, because he died. Right. And then we kind of like go in the circular motion But it's also this recognition of like, having these conversations now with my mom about, that it's really hard because like thinking about the aspects of reincarnation, like this was like the foundation of the faith that I was raised in.
Uh-huh.
But it's just kind of like, that's not the theology that sings in my bones. Because it's like when I met resurrection and when I met Jesus in that resurrection, like it was almost like my bones became a tuning fork. Like I could feel the resonance in my body and I could just feel that hum of life, even though like it was tied to death. And so it's just really weird that like, we are a Christian people. We are people who follow Jesus. We are people who follow Jesus to the cross. We follow Jesus who died on the cross. I think like, we talk a big game about the cross, but I think like, do we talk about what happened on that cross? And I also think like, do we really talk about like holding that vigil on Saturday? Because I think like, I kind of wrestled with the Triduum project for a little bit, but I was like, I'm going to say yes, because like, I'm the person who just says yes. But it's also like seeing everybody contribute to their way, shape, and form of holding vigil in this space and time has been so holy.
Yeah.
And it's been like, we're trying to put the pieces back together again. Like we're trying to remember.
Yeah.
As somebody who came into the Lutheran tradition, as an adult, the cycle of the liturgy means a whole lot to me. In that today, on this day, it is death. Like we got to deal with death today, you know. And although I really like Tony Campolo's very famous sermon of like, what is it? It's like the Easter's coming, right? Or what's his refrain, Josh?
I don't even remember. I don't.
Yeah. It's like today's.
I'm kidding. I promise I'm kidding.
he's like today is but Easter's coming, and I'm like, I appreciate that hopeful outlook, but today the Savior of the world died because we killed him, and I think that's something we have to absolutely deal with.
And I don't know. So like, I was also looking at the tattoos, like, now that I have a shaved head, I'm like, I could get ink on my head right now. I'm not.
Do it.
I am not going to get a tattoo on my head. But I was thinking about like, I've been thinking about like, the ink that has marked my body. And a lot of the ink that has marked my body is actually life in the face of death.
Yeah.
Because I didn't realize like how many markings of death I have on my body. Like having, getting a tattoo when Marcus died, getting a tattoo when my father died, getting a tattoo when Rachel died. Yeah. Like I actually have all of these markings of death, but then I realized like, oh, I also have markings of life.
Yeah.
Like, having metanoia of like turn around. I have Om Shanti, the perfect syllable in which God resides in peace. And so I'm also thinking about like what marks us in life and death.
And I think that we need to fully enter into the understanding and reality of death, but also with the recognition that there is new life, that the last enemy to be destroyed is death, right? Because there is resurrection, and yes, we do have to sit with death in all of its reality, and that is today. But it's not the last word.
As Paul says, we mourn, but we mourn as those with hope. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So we don't deny the mourning. We don't try to push down the mourning. We mourn, but we mourn as those with hope.
Because if we don't have hope, I think like that's been the thing that I've really been thinking about, like, because these days have been really hard.
Yeah.
Of being isolated from one another, of like not actually like getting to have like our regular Good Friday tradition with one another where we can actually hear the clink of the glass.
Right.
but it's also this realization of like, there's still hope. Like, you know, getting to see your faces and hear your voices, getting to see everybody on YouTube, getting to see the comments that are coming up. Like we are still like, even in the face of death, we're still living.
Right.
Yeah. And I'm gonna change lanes just a little bit with that, you know.
All right, go quick because we have 3 minutes.
Well, okay, so people are so afraid of the church dying.
Mm-hmm.
And I am not afraid of that. Churches are going to die. I mean, there's in the United States, churches are going to shut down, but the Church of Jesus Christ is never going to die. You know, I mean,
look, we've had 2,000 years to screw it up. I feel like we screwed it up pretty well, and we're still here.
Right. But I mean, but it's flourishing in you know, below the equator. Right? Christianity is flourishing there. So my church may die, your church may die, you know, churches
well, and
die, but
we've actually had those honest
die.
conversations, you know, at University AME Zion of, you know, of having the staff come together and be like, you know what, there's a high probability that we are not going to survive this. Yeah. And so because we are staring our death right in the face, we feel like we have nothing to lose.
And isn't it the case that we're always staring death right in the face?
Right.
Like sure.
Right. We always are.
We always are. And this virus is just pointing us to a reality, is that we are no closer to death today than we were yesterday. And so we are always facing it. And this just makes it a little more real for us. But it just shows our privilege, how far we could remove ourselves from that death or from the thoughts of death, you know. But right now it's coming up for us. And yeah, I digress.
So I see Brad first, and I have to acknowledge Brad right now.
Go for it. Go for it.
I still have hope, Brad. And if I can't live through that hope, I know that somebody will carry that hope.
Yeah.
I think like that for me, that's part of the communion of saints, is that I may not be here for this hope, but I am damn sure that somebody after me is going to be.
Amen. And Brad, first, I love your brother Jeremy first. I love him with all of my heart. I just want to tell you that. So.
Well, I think we're at 9:59. Do we have to go to exactly? Or
look at Brian's on. Look at boom on.
Yeah, Brian's on 9:59. All right, let's go.
Look at that.
Showtime.
Look at that. Do you see that?
Last drink.
To Jesus.
Salud. To Jesus.
To Jesus.
All right. Goodbye, friends.
Hey, I just want to say your stories, sacred ground, my friends. That was fantastic. Those were really beautiful. Birth stories, holy cow, that was beautiful. Remembering your dad, Tahina, those are just absolutely beautiful. I love that. Thank you so much.
Well, and thanks to Josh and Jeremy for starting the tradition, and thank you for everybody tonight who joined us in this tradition that I've been invited into.
And start it for yourself, friends.
Get a group together, and after Good Friday, go for a drink.
I'm putting my grandfather's hat back on.
Your head's cold, huh?
It's cold.
All right, bye, y'all.
Bye.
Thanks, everyone.
Boom, boom, boom. All right.
Oh, that's good. That's good, Jerry.
You like that? Probably.
Yep.
You like
Changed his name. That was very good. I can't compete with that exactly, but I did take some steps to enhance things.
In the kitchen. Oh, wait. Here.
Oh, I see what you did there.
See? I got some rest. You know, had a couple naps today.
Just a couple?
I had 2 naps.
Is this where we're going?
With any luck.
All right. So we are back. I guess we're the serial portion of the Triduum project. Serial.
Yeah.
Not the C serial. That would be.
Yeah, we're like the podcast that was, at least for a moment, super popular.
Yeah. So for those who didn't catch our first one at 8:00 yesterday morning, for me at least, this is the Triduum role-playing game. So we're do a quick introduction of yourselves, folks, please. Zach, go ahead with you.
I'm Zach Paris. I'm the pastor of Lutheran Campus Ministry at the University of Colorado Boulder, and America's finest and only institute of higher education in the Buddhist tradition, Europa University.
Evan.
Howdy, I'm one of Jerry's kids. This is Pastor Jerry in the corner over there. I'm a student up at Texas A&M and Blinn College here in Bryan College Station, Texas, studying political science and getting an education certificate.
All right. Oh, and just real quick, just mention the character that you're playing, just so go back to Evan and then Zach.
I'm playing a low-level guardian angel named Malak, really enthusiastic about humans, actually knows nothing about them.
Zach.
I am Crawley. I'm a seraphim. I'm a seraph. Seraphim, of course, is the plural of seraphs. Seraphs, they reside almost exclusively in the throne room, as you remember from the beginning of Isaiah. Got 6 wings. They're on fire. Pivots at the threshold shake. Far from the world of humans. I don't really see why we're bothering with this whole soul expedition, but I was told to do it. So that's how you keep a good seat,
Megan.
I'm Megan Sawyer. I work with Zach at the University of Colorado Boulder, the Lutheran Campus Ministry there. And I'm playing the angel Effie. And Effie is a principality.
Principality, yes.
Principality, yes. I remembered it this time. And basically, Effie is like a bishop of angels or something like that.
Sure.
An angelic bureaucrat. Did you know that Effie's alter ego is a vice principality? Thank you. I'll be here for at least 55 more minutes.
At least, yeah. And Jerry.
I am Jerry Wortley, pastor at Lutheran Campus Ministry for Texas A&M, and Evan is one of my kids. So students, however we should say it. I am a power angel, and my name is Baracus. And I pity the fool.
Church of the Geek talked a little bit about A-Team. I heard some A-Team mentioned in there, and I restrained myself in the chat.
I'm Brian Bennett. I am the campus pastor for Lutheran Campus Ministry in Greater Pittsburgh, and I will be the game master for this. So, pity the fool. Oh, Jerry. All right. Back on my notes. All right. The 4 of you on at the time of the great Sabbath, when all of heaven, God and all angels are resting because the redemptive work in Jesus has been done.
Eighth day.
8th day, yes.
You 4 have been given a task, which was to deliver a soul of particular import to hell for its deposit. You took a portal from heaven to earth, landing in a dark, cramped supply closet of St. Stephen's Church. And Exiting from there, you found your way to the basement, in which a feeding ministry, St. Stephen's Extended Table, was just beginning for the day. You saw the beginning of the meal. You saw the staff that was at work. You saw the big man in the kitchen who seemed to be in charge with Sally and Janice, who were sort of running things back and forth. A little bit of stress when they seemed to be running out of mysteriously out of food, and it was at that place at that time when just as the meal started to begin and people started getting their food, that a devil and three demons, three imps, come barreling out of the kitchen toward you. But through some very bold moves, you protected the people getting their meals. You pushed the fiends back, and not liking the odds that they saw, they ran. They turned and ran back into sort of the pantry there, where all the dry goods are stored. And in a puff of sulfur and brimstone, poof, they jumped into their portal. You said you were beginning to run towards the portal to chase them down, because you need to use a portal to get to hell. So as you are running, I will say you do hear the big man in the kitchen going, Sally, Janice, he said we're out of food. Where'd all this come from? And poof, you hit the portal. So now you have hit the swirling dark energy portal. It feels different than the portal you took from heaven to earth.
A little fuzzy in my tummy.
It's the bacon that got us. It was undercooked.
Yeah. If angels had navels, you would feel like you were being pulled from your navel through this with a great deal of disturbance. But angels don't have navels, right? I mean,
don't like that.
Yeah. So,
well, they have navels. They're just not in the same place as humans. They're bored. Anyway, that's a different podcast.
That's a different podcast. Yeah.
Or live stream.
Oh my.
Oh my, indeed. All right. So, the travel is rough, almost as if your angelic forms are not made for this. And then there's a quick turn through this portal, and you are deposited into a new or a different chamber.
I'm gonna look around and see what I can see.
We see, as you look around, you see it is colorless. It is, everything exists in shades of gray. You do not see the devil and imps near you, although there is a faint whiff of hellish aroma.
I'm sorry.
That dang bacon. And there are strewn about the chamber that you're in, and you see an exit way down across the chamber, but you see sort of pod-like structures across that chamber.
So Malak turns to the rest of the group and says, "Oh yeah, gray, colorless, horrible odor. We're definitely in an office building.
This is the set for Office Space, I believe.
Extremely confidently. Malak is extremely he knows what he's talking about.
Extremely confident that we're in an office building.
He mentions,
I feel like this might be the Matrix that we've
But
uncovered.
what are the? I was gonna say, what are the pods then?
You've
if
got
we're in an
pods.
office building.
Things that come in pods are peas, humans who are being drained of are in a deep simulation.
Malak
Dolphins.
Malak turns to Crawley and says, well, you see these humans, they call them cubicles.
Cubicles. I like it. Mm-hmm.
They showed up.
I hear that some religious professionals have to work inside of them.
Yeah. They showed up 50 years ago. I don't know.
Can we open one of these pods up?
You go over to one of them, right? Okay. And you notice that it's a little bit of a hard.
Does this pod have two-step verification?
No, it doesn't.
Oh, good.
It's hard, but this hard covering is fairly transparent. Little bit of occlusion, but you can look in. And you
a one-way pod.
It's a one-way pod. The thing inside can't see us, but we can see it.
Okay, good.
What you recognize in there, in the one that you're looking at, it is the soul of a human being in sort of stasis.
Yeah, see, this is an office worker.
It sounds remarkably to me, Malak, like purgatory, which again makes me feel like we might be on Higgins Road.
No, this is just capitalism.
Wow.
They have cubes there.
They do have cubes there. That's true, and it is kind of grayish.
It's gray, colorless in January.
It's kind of listen.
Most of the times I've been there.
You go.
It's near O'Hare. I mean, like, we're getting close to the portal to hell.
I think we're getting close to the portal to hell. Yes, absolutely. I knew that's what you were referring to, Crowley. So, should we move on to the exit then? Because there's way too many pods here. We can't help them. Plus, we just want to get this soul to where we need to get it so we can get back to where we need to be.
We got to deuce out. What do you think, Megan?
I don't know. I feel kind of bad for all these souls that need to be taken one way or the other.
One way or another.
But I guess we weren't told to do anything here, so maybe we should.
We don't have any paperwork on that.
We don't. Yep.
Clearly, you need paperwork to move these things around, right?
Exactly.
So
do you want to move through the chamber? You move through the chamber. You work your way out of that into there's a long hallway, and the long hallway carries down as you. It will open into a larger chamber, and in this chamber you still see more pods. But you see no other portal.
are we stuck here?
Is there any way out of this big chamber?
Give me anybody who wants to give me a heavenly check as opposed to the earthly check. So roll. Anybody who wants to do that can roll a D8.
Definitely not me.
Yeah, I rolled a 4.
Oh, you're good. Yeah. So Baracus has a stunningly fearful idea come across.
Ooh, yeah.
That while
it better not be an airplane ride, man.
While Crawley mentioned purgatory, your wheels spun. It is not purgatory. It is limbo.
Ooh.
Which for you is frightening because it's a one-way ride from Earth to limbo. You might be trapped.
Uh-oh.
This would be a bummer.
This would not be good. So maybe we should turn around and try to go back.
If it's one way, I don't know that we can.
But how did the demons come out?
Good question. Maybe the demons are in the pods.
So we need to go in a pod?
I mean, I kind of want to go in a pod personally, but
you want to be a pod person?
Are there any open pods?
You can give me a watcher check. Anybody wants to?
That's not me. That's Effie, isn't it?
Yeah, Effie's pretty
Effie
watchful.
Most watcher of all of you.
Does someone have the link to the rolling the dice?
She needs a roller thingy. Where's the link, Malak? Come on, hook us up.
Oh man. One sec.
Megan, this is just like pronouncing things when you're reading stuff in the Bible. If you just said a number confidently.
Yeah, really.
Exactly.
Oh.
Brian wouldn't have known.
If you had said, I rolled a 4, I'd have been like, oh yeah.
Okay.
Boom, there. It's in the chat.
But now you already know that I didn't have it.
I know,
up.
but now, yes.
Now we
it feels
know.
like I'm lying.
You have tipped your hand.
It's a very Effie thing to not lie.
Exactly.
You need
I
the
rolled
proper
a 2.
documentation. And
You rolled a 2.
Yeah.
Excellent. You don't see any open pods. They seem to, oh God. They seem to be pretty tight. And but you do see several footprints running off across that large chamber.
Ooh. Where can we follow the footprints?
You could.
I would like to follow footprints.
I think we should follow the footprints.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So you can you follow it across this chamber, and through another hallway into another room that dead ends. But strangely enough, the footprints disappear. Sorry, go ahead, Megan.
Oh, I was asking if the footprints were still there.
Oh, yeah, actually, you actually notice that for a moment, as you enter the room, the footprints stop.
I think we should look up in case they jumped and are like holding on to the roof.
Yeah, they're hanging from the roof.
Was there a secret
Or did they go
code,
down?
pass code that they said, and then they use this door as a portal?
So as you enter in, if you look up back behind you, you see that the large bull-headed winged bright red devil is up on a ledge above the door, so you have to look back over your shoulder to see it.
Trap.
And you see him reach down. In one hand he's got some sort of infernal device. The other hand he pulls off of his belt this whip that suddenly lights in flames, and he slams it down onto the rocks right above you, right, and causes an avalanche to begin crumbling down.
Rock slide.
That doesn't sound good.
Should we get out of the way of these rocks?
Yeah. Should we run forward or backward?
I mean, I have 6 flaming wings, so I might go up personally.
Like up towards him?
Yeah. He's got a flaming whip. Yeah, I'm really impressed. I have 6 flaming wings. Yeah, that's great.
I'm super impressed
Fire.
by your flaming whip.
Look out, this guy has fire. I'm constantly on fire, okay?
Okay. So you go up. The rest of you, do you go back to the hallway or stay inside and move in away from the...
I'm going to stay inside, move in to help assist my compatriot.
We don't want to leave Crawley. I mean, we were told to be with him, so we'll stay, or I'll stay in there.
And I'm a big deal. So
he is a big deal. So yeah.
Wait, is the room staying with Crawley, or is going back in the hallway staying with Crawley?
Staying in the room, because he just flew. He flew up.
Okay.
I mean, it was startling. It was more of a gut reaction. It wasn't a thing I carefully considered. You know, when you have 6 wings that happen to be on fire and there's a rock slide, you just fly up. You don't think about. It wasn't like I was abandoning everybody. I didn't want to become a burden.
Well, and it probably scared him. I mean, he's never been out of the throne room before, so he's never really seen anything.
I didn't know they had rocks that weren't precious stones.
All of that carnelian and jasper? That's what you're used to.
Exactly.
Right.
Okay.
So we're stuck in this room? Is that what's happened?
Yeah, so the devil is up about 20 feet. You fly up. You also see his 3 impish companions there as well. And the rock slide seals off the hallway.
Just like the Goonies.
It all goes back to Goonies, man. Or the A-Team. Either way.
Yes.
So now we're trapped in this room with this devil and his imps.
You get a closer look also as you fly up at the whatever that device is in his hand. It does have some sort of pulsing glow from it.
I don't know what that device is. I'm not going to try, but Malak starts to get his stuff out ready for a fight, you know?
All right.
And I'm swinging my chains just to be ready.
Okay. As you all sort of seem to prepare, Crawley, the devil turns to you and swings his whip at you. Could you make a guardian move, please?
Surely. Boop, 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 boop. 2.
Oh, yeah. So the flaming whip comes around, catches you.
Son of a...
One of your wings just devastates. You take 1 harm.
Now I'm all out of equilibrium now.
Yes.
Yeah. And it pushes you back. It pushes you back about 10 feet. All right. You all see this bright flash of flame go from the devil over to Crawley.
Hey,
and you guys are just going to stand there and let me take it, huh?
Crawley, are you okay?
I'm swinging my chains, man. If you bring him down closer, I might be able to help, but...
That's why I picked a ranged weapon. Is there a specific turn order we're going with?
So this is going to be sort of, you can make your moves whenever you want.
Okay, but I'm gonna pop off a rock from my sling.
Yeah, okay, then that is make an avenging roll, please.
Up rocks.
Pop rocks.
Stats. 3.
3. That's gonna hit. That is gonna.
Yeah.
Who were you aiming at? The big one?
Yeah, the big one.
Yeah. Okay. So, okay, your heavenly pebble goes just like David's to Goliath. Well, not just like David, but it hits right, catches him right in the forehead.
Right the unibrow.
Amen.
And you do 1 harm.
Nice.
I yell out to the rest of the group, focus on the big one.
If we take out the big one, the imps will run away. All right. So I've got a long chain, so I'll just swing my chain at this thing too.
Yeah, these are celestial chains. You could
I can like throw it. It's like a boomerang kind of thing. I can throw it and it'll come back to me.
Sure.
Kind of
they're celestial.
So an Avenger roll. All right. Let's see. I got a 7. That's my number.
Oh my gosh, that's your
that's the special number.
That is your special number. Yeah. So your chain goes sailing towards the devil, wraps up. I'm going to give you a chance. I'm going to give you a choice. You can either inflict an extra harm or constrain him in some way with your chains.
Ooh.
You'll still do 1 harm and constrain, or do 2 harms.
Let's do the 1 harm and constrain.
Okay.
Is this celestial being also a 5 health being?
Yes.
Do we know that?
I don't know that you know that.
Okay.
I
don't know that I know it either.
Yeah, but it's you could probably make a pretty fair assumption.
Okay.
So your chain goes up and it wraps around his wings and arms are pinned to him as he holds his whip in one hand and that device in another. And he yells you hear him yell at his imps, "Get them! We can't let them escape!" And the imps jump down towards Malak, Barakas, and Effie. 1 to each of them. Their forked tails come swinging at you. Can you each make a guardian roll?
I got a 5.
I got a 1.
I got a 7.
All right. So, Malak, you dodge the tail. Effie, you said you rolled a 1.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So their tail actually comes across, stings you, gives you harm. And Barakas, you rolled a 5, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You also get stung by this tail as it comes at you. You are going to take a harm. All right.
You guys are supposed to be the muscle here. I don't know what.
All right.
You could take a swing at the big guy while you're up there.
Yeah. So Crawley, Malak, and Effie, you still have a move to make.
Yeah, I got plenty of hot coals still.
Yeah.
I'd like to place one of those upon his lips, gingerly.
Make an avenging roll, please.
Right. 1.
Oh.
That is always an avenging hit. That is on the end of that. So yeah, you take your. Did you use your tongs to
Tongs.
place.
Tongs
Yes.
are in the Hebrew, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah. Reminiscent of that day you had with Isaiah.
Yes.
And
I used them back then. They worked very well. Became very popular.
so, yeah. So you are going to do another harm to the big guy, and that puts him on the edge. He's not looking happy at all. So
I'm going to go ahead and hit him one more time. Really, just finish him off.
Okay.
And that would be a 4.
Oh my goodness, that is your number.
It's my number.
It's your number.
Are we talking about the Enneagram? I'm confused.
We don't like the Enneagram.
No, just for others who are listening, understanding, on this scale from avenging to guardian, 4 is the number that he has picked. Like that is the special celestial number for that. So not only does he hit with his attack, I will do the same thing. I will give you either 2 harm to this large demon that is constrained by or allow you to impose some other condition upon him.
Oh, 2 harm, definitely.
2 harm.
Yeah. I was gonna say, because he's already got 3 harm, right? So 2 more harms gets him at 5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. So, yes, that in fact is exactly the number you needed to watch him just. Now this is just like David and that Goliath. The pebble sails, catches him in the head. He falls back. And
does he teeter for a bit before he falls?
He does. Yeah, he teeters a lot.
Yeah.
He Harris teeters a lot. And so he collapses to the ground. The 3 imps now suddenly look rather panicked.
Can I use my scepter to convince the imps to tell us where the portal is?
Oh, so you want to sort of like intimidate?
Yeah, or like my only like knowledge of a scepter is from Marvel and Loki's scepter, and it like mind controls them, which I don't know if.
Yeah, no, that's good. We're gonna give you that. We're gonna say, I'll give you a little more of. You're not necessarily wanting to cause harm. You simply want.
Just want information.
So this is more persuasive in a sense, intimidating. So this is going to be your proclaimer role.
Okay. I have a 8.
Okay, yep, that's
nice.
Gonna do it. You stand before them, you jump up. What exactly do you say to them? What exactly? Tell me what you say to sort of.
I let the scepter.
Do you start with that sound? Oh! It sounds kind of heavenly, you know?
Sing to them. I sing. Show us the way to the portal so we can put this soul.
I need you to show me the way.
Every day.
All right, so you are going to you stand before them with your scepter, you sing to them, and their large black eyes get even bigger and against the pale skin that's there, and they point to the devil, the devil's body up there, and he says, "The device."
Okay, let's go.
I'd like to acquire that device.
Look for this device.
I think Crowley should
You
acquire
probably
it,
fly up there and
pry it out of his cold dead hand, Crowley. Come on.
With pleasure. I'll probably just cut his hand off and take the hand and device at the same time, just to be safe.
Yes.
Okay. We've got rather gruesome all of a sudden.
At 3 a.m. my time, I imagine the game's going to get real fun.
That's 4 a.m. my time and 5 a.m. Brian's time. So there you go. It's going to be real fun.
So, all right. You're cutting off the hand?
I'm slicing that. I'm slicing and dicing.
You're gonna burn it off. You got a coal.
That's true. Which is a fairly, humane way to do it. It's going to cauterize on both ends. I mean, he's already deceased.
I mean, he's already, yes.
He's dead. What does it matter? Come on.
What is death to a demonic entity?
Really, yeah.
He died and now he's in limbo.
He's got to go to heaven. He's got to take his place in the throne room and spend time with
yes, I would like to slice this Joker's hand off. His cloven hands.
Yeah, clawed hands. Hooves are cloven. So, cloven hands. No thumbs, right? You can't. You see that there is a.
It was causing him to sin.
It's in the Psalms, right?
As
he
was
will
his
find
whole
pleasure
existence.
in his right hand. So,
thank you, Brad, for the joke.
Yes.
You take it. You see that there is a sort of a dark purple pulsing light sort of in the center. It's like an old TV remote. It had like one button to push.
Yeah. And it's wired. I got to cut the wire off too.
Well, if we were watching the A-Team, you would. I mean, it's perfectly reasonable for that time. No. Sorry. Oh God, it's never gonna stop. Right. So that is what you see: a pulsing purple light button.
Feels a little Sonic-y to me.
Can I get a Route 44 cherry limeade?
Does it have buttons or anything on it that we can mash?
One button.
I'm a button masher. I would like to mash the button.
Slap the button.
Should we all be together before you slap the button, Crowley? Shouldn't you come down to be with us first?
I think he already said he did it.
Okay.
He's got me.
Push a button.
It was flashing. You're supposed to push those, right?
And suddenly there, up in the air, 30 feet in the air above where you all came in, you see a portal open up.
Oh man, do I have to carry these jokers up through that?
I said, but don't we?
I assume you all have wings, right?
We're all angels. Can't we all fly?
Yes, you all can fly.
Yeah, I don't know why you didn't fly up in the air when the rock slide was coming.
Because we may not all have 6 sets of wings or 3 sets of wings like you. So
I'm down to 5, in case you forgot.
Because
I was up there all by myself with the devil.
As I'm like flying past up to the thing, I say discretion is often the greater part of valor.
Yes.
So you have only person to blame is yourself.
There you go. So we fly into the portal.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Who's the last one through the portal?
Not Malak. He flew past me on the way in.
Yeah, Malak was
Malak
racing.
was the first one in, so it's either going to be Baracus or Effie. I mean,
Actually, you last two, since you aren't bolting the way the other two did, you're just sort of sauntering, and I'm assuming you get your chains back.
I was gonna say I got to go get my chains back, right? Because
Yeah.
they were wrapped around the demon, so I'd probably be the last one through.
So, but if Effie and Baracus want to make Watcher checks.
I got a 1.
Yes. A 2.
Okay. You both look back. So that the imps are still there, but they're frozen. They're not necessarily following you. There seem to be fewer pods near you that were in this room. There are now fewer. In fact, you don't see any now, just as you go back through that last minute into the portal. They're all gone.
They're all gone.
Well, that's concerning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, not for us, Malak. We've already shot through this thing.
Yeah, but maybe they went through the portal.
Oh. Pod portal?
Yeah. Did you do something when you pushed the button? That was.
It would make sense that there would be a portal for the pods. I mean, eventually.
He really didn't know how to use that button thing. He just pushed it out of impulse. So
that's right.
So do we have we already flown through the portal?
If you have a moment, you could stop if you wanted. As you notice this,
Yeah, I'm concerned about the souls in limbo that just disappeared.
I can attest that in real life, Effie is not quick. Was probably eating a snack and had to finish that up before Effie could leave.
Took a moment to.
I like to look around, and I go at my own pace. So the pods disappearing might distract me, and I might turn around and then get worried about the souls that just disappeared. So hey angel friends.
So I stop and I stay with Effie while we're looking.
Okay. So do the imps know anything about where they went? Can we ask the imps?
Are the imps still there?
the imps are still there. They clearly want to go through, but they didn't want to go through with you. Like,
yeah,
they just watched you take down their boss, and they are.
I mean, honestly, they should thank us.
Really? Yeah.
He's probably a bad boss anyway.
Don't look at this as a tragedy. Look at this as an opportunity.
That's right. Join us.
Yeah. Hey, imps. We'll be nice to you. Can you let us know where the pods went?
We don't know. Did you take them?
Oh yeah, I definitely believe them.
Yeah, I don't believe them.
Extremely trustworthy.
They were right about the device, about the button to be mashed. Or so it seems.
Well, were they though? Because like it opened up a portal, but we don't actually know where the portal goes.
And
Opened
maybe
up a portal and made the pods disappear, I guess.
Yeah, maybe they tricked us into thinking that the device was out and we needed to get out of there.
Where did imps like to live? Because he said that they wanted to go through the portal. Where did they want to actually go?
We want to go back to hell.
Okay.
Well, this is convenient.
So the portal did go back to hell. Pretty sure.
We don't know, did it? Is there any way we can I don't want to say strong arm the imps into giving us
Is there a
information?
way that we can help the imps understand that we have some common goals here?
Yeah, we're trying to get a soul to hell. Can you help us?
You've heard about this, right? Actually, can you just do this for us? I've got to get back. You should see the chair I have. It's very nice. It's a Chase Lounger, made of ivory.
Nice.
Definitely not that Wayfair crap.
It's just what I need.
So you can, you could try to intimidate them with your flaming chains.
Okay. So I try to intimidate them.
So roll a proclaimer check, please.
I got a 3.
That is your magic number. I mean, your heavenly number. We don't have magic here.
There's no magic here.
There's no magic here.
An ineffable plan.
You stand over them with your flaming chains in your hand. You lean over. What do you say to them?
God. I think you really do know where this portal goes and what happened to the pods, and you need to tell us.
The portal goes to hell? But I'm telling you, we don't know where the pods went.
Well, guys, I think our mission here is pretty clear. Our mission was to get this soul to hell so that I can get back to where I belong, which is not near any of you all really, or any of these people.
But we're not really sure where you're at. Is Crawley and Malak are through the portal, right?
Yeah,
Who
we're
is
gone.
carrying the soul? Do we have the soul? Can we just finish this up?
Effie's got the soul.
Effie has the soul.
Effie and I have the soul back here in limbo. So
the responsible ones.
Yes, she's the one who watches over the earthlings, right? And I'm the one that escorts souls into hell. So
Do we go back out into the hallway to look if all the pods are gone? Are all the pods from Limbo all gone?
The doorway blocked, right?
The rock slide.
Right.
Dwayne the Rock Johnson will not let you pass.
Forgot about that.
I said, Effie, we just, my assumption would be is that the pods went through the portal somehow.
Yeah.
And we just need to go through the portal to get back up with Crawley and Malak.
I guess you're right. Let's do that. Yep. Let's fly up there. See if we see any pods through the portal.
So I'm going through the portal.
Yeah.
As it.
Yep. Effie too, right? Yep. So while Crawley and Malak have a decent head start on you, you two enter this same portal, same feeling that you weren't sort of created for this. Yeah, I don't know that you have any bacon left in your stomach after this. But
that's how I feel at Synod Assembly. That's the joke. I was not created for this.
I was not created for this.
So, you rough bumping. So now, Crawley and Malak, you come out of the portal into a place of intense heat, incredible discomfort. Everything about this place is uncomfortable. The there's this low hum around you that just vibrates your whole being here. This place is certainly not for you. If the portal wasn't for you, this place is a. But as you get there, you expect Effie and Baracus to be right behind you, and they're not.
I turn to Crowley and I'm like, did they follow us, right? Did they? And kind of start looking around a little bit to see if I can find.
I say, who are you? Who are you talking about? Could you what's your name again? Sorry.
How many eyes do I have? And they're all looking at him, like really incredulously. No. Yeah, I'm gonna take a look around and I say, heat, oppressive atmosphere, a bunch of dead people. This is definitely Florida.
Yes, thank you.
I've been there once.
Nice.
I was so hoping that was where that was going, and then you did it, and it made me very happy.
Although Malak seems a lot less confident about this now. Yeah, I think I tell Crawley we probably should wait a little bit, let the other two come in, just in case. I don't know where they are.
I'll wait because I am pretty mission focused, and we lack the soul. Even though I've done basically everything I needed to do, I can't. I must complete the task at hand here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It is a few tense moments where you're just waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting, and then boom, out come Baracus and Effie. Baracus and Effie, you feel the exact same discomfort, the heat, the oppressive atmosphere, the hum that is just rattling your very essence.
I help them up and say, well, welcome to Florida.
Ooh, can we go to Disney?
I'm sorry, we're in Boca.
He's got to be here somewhere.
So, you look around, right? There are the oppressive heat. You can see there's streams of molten lava running past you. There's dry, arid rock surface, soil surrounding you.
Are there pods? Did the pods show up here as well?
There are no pods.
Oh, man.
Oh, man.
Well, we tried, didn't we?
They didn't tell us there were pods missing, though. So
yeah, they didn't know yet that the pods were missing.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I assume in the in
the exchange.
Yeah.
We told them the pods were missing.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Malak looks like really concerned about that. I'm definitely not comfortable with that idea. Especially since it was limbo, it was a bunch of presumably infants, assuming we're going with the Catholic thing.
Well, there's the limbo of the patriarchs as well, but
okay.
So,
place where you do dancing.
Dancing
underneath a stick.
That one. Limbo. Right.
Yes.
Gotcha.
So do we need to keep traveling through hell to figure out where we're supposed to deposit this soul? Or did...
Yeah, is there a welcome committee showing up?
Yeah.
Is there one of those things like at the drive-thru at the bank where we can just put it and it'll go? and we're done.
We deposit the soul.
You did say deposit numerous times.
I have said deposit. Yes, I know. I couldn't think of a better word. Me speak very good. So
me speak very good English. Yes. I love it.
Oh God. So if you head off down the path that winds its way through the rivers,
some might call it the highway to hell.
Cue the AC/DC. And then you see off in the distance a glow and a some sort of fortress that has large gates.
What kind of gates? Iron gates or
onyx?
That's a good question. You're too far away to tell, but it is time for us to pause.
No!
What a cliffhanger! What are the gates made out of?
Everybody's got to come back now in 4 hours, 3 hours to find out what's going on.
Because what else? What else are you gonna do on?
Brad First has nothing else to do.
That's right. Sleep. We expect to see you at
Does
4
Brad
a.m.
First ever have anything to do? No. I love you, Brad. I love you, Brad. So,
Maxi pods.
So that's where we're going to end, and we will conclude this on the last session.
Mm-hmm.
So,
or is it?
Is it? Bum, bum, bum.
Is it? All right, guys. Thank you.
We just got canceled. This is the last one.
It got canceled. That's it. We're out of here.
It is like it's like Firefly.
There you go. We'll never know the ending.
We will never know the ending. So.
All right,
folks.
All right.
We'll see you in a few hours.
Right. Have fun with the Malagasis.
Absolutely. I am looking forward to that. I'm hoping. I don't know if I have to ask them to turn on their cameras. I hope not. Here they are.
Here they are.
Ooh.
Look at these Malagasy people, Brian.
I will say that the Yagam Madagascar crew are my favorite crew of the Yagams because one of my former students was a Yagam of Madagascar several years ago. So.
Oh, that's awesome. Who was it?
Yeah, Kelsey Kress.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah.
Yes, definitely.
She's fantastic. So.
Yes, absolutely.
All right. You have Jamie Kokkonen, right?
Yes. Yes. Mm-hmm.
All right. I'm asking them to turn on their video. All right. Welcome. Glad you're with us.
Thank you.
So I'm going to bow out, and you guys can start your stuff. Okay.
That sounds wonderful.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Awesome. Have a great one.
Hey, you too. Let's see. So I think we need everyone to turn on their video and their audio.
Audio.
Awesome.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I think we're ready, Kendall.
Awesome. So welcome everyone. Thank you for tuning in. We are the most recent cohort of volunteers from the Young Adults and Global Mission Program from Madagascar. And this is our fearless leader, Pastor Kirsten. So my name is Kendall. I served in Farafangana, and right now I'm living in Lexington, South Carolina.
My name is Jamie. I served in a city in the Southern Highlands called Fianarantsoa, and I am currently in Virginia.
My name is Bryce. I served in the northwestern parts of Madagascar in Majanga, and I currently live in North Dakota.
My name is Alexis. I served in the southeast corner of Madagascar in a town called Fort Dauphin, and I'm living in Minnesota.
My name is Brad. I served in Madagascar in a town called Port Berger in the northern part of Madagascar. Right now, I'm in Sandusky, Ohio.
My name is Bethany. I served in the capital city of Antananarivo, and I'm currently living in Louisville, Kentucky.
And I am Pastor Kirsten. I am the country coordinator or the outgoing country coordinator for Madagascar and have been there for the last 5 years.
So during the time we spent amongst our individual host communities, we began to truly grasp the ways that this journey would lead us into so many different unknowns and leave us both literally and figuratively in the dark. So tonight we have a series of stories we'd like to share with you. The first one coming from John 19.
After these things, Joseph of Arimathea, who was a disciple of Jesus, though a secret one because of his fear of the Jews, asked Pilate to let him take away the body of Jesus. Pilate gave him permission, so he came and removed his body. Nicodemus, who had at first come to Jesus by night, also came, bringing a mixture of myrrh and aloes, weighing about 100 pounds. They took the body of Jesus and wrapped it with the spices in linen cloths, according to the burial customs of the Jews. Now there was a garden in the place where he was crucified, and in the garden there was a new tomb in which no one had ever been laid. And so, because it was the Jewish day of preparation and the tomb was nearby, they laid Jesus there.
In all the gospel accounts after the death of Jesus, we hear the story of Joseph of Arimathea coming to bury the body. Then the gospel writers skip to Easter morning, without mentioning the darkness of the time in which Jesus was thought to be dead. It was uncertain what would truly happen. No one knew their disappointment was only temporary, and they were saddened at the loss of a promise of what many thought might have been. In the darkness of waiting and unknowing, Joseph and Nicodemus did the only thing they knew to do. They took care of Jesus' body and waited. The lack of scripture in John and the other gospels about what happens in the darkness between the time of Jesus' burial and resurrection resonates with all of us now as we reflect on our time in Madagascar. We continue to find ourselves actively sitting in so many different forms of darkness, even after returning home. And we're going to share with you some of the similarities we've noticed between our lives now and our lives in Madagascar. In Madagascar, you never know when the electricity will go out or when it will return. During these times of literal darkness, there's really nothing to do besides wait for the power to return. So our relationship with darkness changed as we learned from our host communities how to live in this new reality.
At the beginning portion of my time in Madagascar and in Majanga, I would soon learn that that as Kendall was saying, that the power would go out periodically, and sometimes that would be in the middle of the night, as it would be raining or storming typically. And during these times, I was in one of the hotter regions of the country, and so it would be too hot for me to fall asleep, and so I would step outside my bedroom and onto my porch and just wait for the electricity to come on so that my fan would work again. And during these times, I remember thinking to myself that this was a uniquely negative situation to me, and that I was kind of conditioned to think that, because that's how I have always thought about the power going out back home here in the US. But what I would soon come to realize is that during these times that that was an inherently negative situation. The rain, and especially during the rainy season, and this storm and period of what I thought real figurative and literal darkness, was actually cultivating and making things new. I could see in the days following these storms that the earth around me, the grass, the leaves, the bushes, were becoming visibly more and more green, bigger, and that the earth was actually physically and literally changing around me. and seeing these differences allowed me to think about my neighbor, my community that showed me unconditional love and grace, and how this is just a regular part of life. And how can these situations make me live into that reality a little bit more and appreciate the newness that was being brought up around me, whether I was able to let myself see it or not sometimes.
Part of the new reality I took on in Madagascar was just adjusting to living alone. This was the first time I've ever done that. And there was one weekend the power went out at my place, and I'm not really sure why. It was just my home and a few other buildings nearby. It wasn't the whole neighborhood. But there's something about the darkness that can really intensify feelings of loneliness. And that's something that I became very aware of this year. But this one weekend that the power went out early Saturday morning. And so it was out all day. And by the time Saturday night came, I realized that this probably wasn't getting fixed that day. It was going to be a dark night. And so I just continued on with my evening in the apartment. And after the sun set and things actually got very dark, I started having visitors show up at my front door. And the visits all kind of looked the same. They would come up in the dark and just softly call my name from the front porch, and then I would invite them in. And first it was a family who lived next door. And just a few days before this evening, I'd had a bat in my living room. And it was fine when it was sleeping, but then in the afternoon it started waking up and stretching its wings, and that freaked me out. And so I went to my neighbor's house, and they came and got it out for me. But this evening they come in to check and see if I was afraid, because they had lost power as well. So they came to see if I was doing okay. And they said, "Hey, God is with you, Jamie. Don't worry. Even if you have a bat flying around in here, you have a God, so don't worry." And they left. And honestly, I wasn't afraid to be there in the dark, but I did just feel alone. And later on, 2 students from the seminary I was teaching at came by in the evening, and they saw me working by candlelight, and they just kind of laughed and said, "Oh, this doesn't happen in Virginia, does it?" And I said, "No, not really." And we laughed about it together, and then they kind of grew quiet and said, "Yeah, but are you okay to be here? How are you doing in the dark?" And as they were leaving, they were reassuring me that the power was still on at their house if I needed somewhere to go or wanted somewhere else to go. And so for the rest of the night, even though the dark was still inconvenient, it didn't quite feel so lonely anymore.
Yeah, I've, like I said, I'm Pastor Kirsten. When I introduced myself, I've been in Madagascar for 5 years. So I've seen 5 different groups come through and watched all of us as we've kind of been introduced to that idea of sitting in the dark. And I'm just thinking about that almost every orientation, it seemed like there was this time where the power just went out, right in the middle of our gathering, in my apartment, going through things and talking about things, and just watching people kind of get shaken, kind of surprised, and thinking about myself too, the first times of being stuck in the dark and getting caught off guard, and how you want to rush into something new. You want to fix it. You want to find the light. You scramble, you stub your toe on the furniture inevitably through all that. And then kind of eventually are able to settle into it a little bit and just realize, the light, the darkness has come, but the light will return, and you will be fine.
yeah, settling into that darkness can be quite a process.
Yes, absolutely.
One day I was walking home from school, and on the way home to go eat lunch, I picked up one of my friends in the market, and we would walk home together after she was done selling. And right when we were close to our houses, she got a phone call from one of the people in our choir. And they said that one of our friend from the choir's fathers had passed away that morning. And we were all really shocked. And we started calling everyone else in the choir to figure out, where does the father of this friend live? And as soon as we found out, we jumped on a Bruce or a taxi and went to their house. And when we got there, there were already maybe 30 people setting up a giant tent and building benches out of wood and cutting down trees for firewood and bringing in these giant metal pots to make a bunch of food. So we wandered around and helped out with what we could and went back to our homes. And at sunset, we met with everyone in the choir, and we all went together back to this house. And the benches that had been built that day were completely full, and people were spreading out fabric and mats on the ground and sitting all around the yard. And there was food everywhere, and we all ate off of big plates, sharing a meal together. And the rest of the time, we sat. And with the choir, we sang every single song we knew to entertain the people there. And when we ran out of songs to sing, we sang our favorite ones again. And we were there all night long. And all these people all around the town had come just to stay here with this family in this moment. A lot of them had work that day or were working the next day. A lot of them had left children at home by themselves because they knew how important it was to not leave this family sitting alone by themselves in the dark during this sad time.
So many different times, we had no clue what was happening around us. And that was for any number of reasons. We lacked language skills, we didn't know enough about the culture, we misheard information, and sometimes we were just told the wrong thing. We had no clue how situations would begin, unfold, or end.
So I was a part of the choir at my church in Port Berger, and we would meet sometimes on Saturday and Sunday at 3 p.m. At least that was what I was told. And I always asked, and people always told me 3 p.m. on Saturday and Sunday. But there were so many times where I would go to church at that time and no one would show up. And so I would be the only one there waiting to sing and eventually just walk home.
Mm-hmm.
And this would happen just all the time without fail. I would even see people walking around the market that day and they'd see me like, Brad, you're coming at 3 p.m., right? And like, yeah, you're coming at 3 p.m., right? And they say, yes, we'll be there. We're going to practice singing today. And then I go and there's still no one there. There was one particular day though, where it was a Saturday and they're like 3 p.m. Brad, you better be there or be square. And I just smiled and nodded. Yeah, I'll go. So I showed up and there were people there, which was awesome. Some people from my choir. So I sat down and waited with them. They pulled some benches out of the church so we could sit outside. It's a little bit cooler. And we were talking about just like English things and Malagasy translations. And we're just entertaining ourselves while we were waiting for choir. Eventually, more and more people started showing up. They pulled out more benches and it was more people than I was used to. And I was looking around, and there were many people that were not in my choir. And so I was just sitting on the bench, and the benches were set up all around, and people cuddled in really, really close to each other. So there wasn't really any way for me to get out. And I was just kind of sitting there thinking about what's happening, and everyone's talking amongst each other. Then one person stands up at the front. They all quiet down and give this person their attention, and they start talking for a while. And I'm still sitting there, and I don't know what's being said because it's in a different language. And then they sit down, and another person gets up and starts talking, and people are like whispering with themselves and like, "Be quiet, everyone, this person's talking." And that person sits down, and I'm like, "We're still not singing. This is probably not choir. These are not my people." And then there's this there was a younger person that stood up, and it was a guy and a girl, two of them. And the guy had his arm around the woman, and we were just kind of standing there talking. And I was looking at them, and just kind of the way that they were close to each other. I looked around, and I was like, "We're planning a wedding." And so I'm sitting there, and there's no way out. And so I just think to myself, like, I guess I'm helping to plan a wedding today. So I sit there, and the whole meeting goes through. I don't have a lot of comments because I still don't understand what's being said. And about after an hour, everyone leaves. But the following week on Sunday, there's the wedding. So I go to a wedding. I thought I should because I helped plan it, even though I had no idea who was getting married.
Incredible.
Yes. So my primary site in Farfangana was at a Lutheran high school. And they had this PE class that met every Friday morning at about 7 o'clock, where sometimes the kids played soccer, or sometimes it was volleyball. Sometimes they just went on runs around the school. So eventually, like, I found out that they happened every week. So I thought it'd be pretty entertaining to start watching. It was a good chance to talk to the kids, like, outside of the classroom setting. So one Friday morning in November, I decided that I'm gonna go a little early. I decided to get there at 6:45. And I'm not surprised to see that no one's there yet, because, you know, it starts at 7. No one's going to be there at 6:45. That's too early. So I go ahead and settle in to the class that I'll be teaching for the day, the classroom. And I start rehearsing the song that I'm going to teach for the day. I go over it a couple times, and after a couple times, I look out the door. Still no one out in the schoolyard. So I sing it through a couple more times. Look back outside. No, still no one out there. By the time 7 o'clock rolls around, I'm still not too worried that no one's there, because by this point, it's been a couple months. I think I understand Malagasy time pretty well. So it's not going to start at 7. So I keep singing through the song, but at this point, I decide I'm gonna change the song up. I know this one well enough to teach for the day. So I started singing through the songbook that I brought with me. After every couple songs, I still look out in the schoolyard, and still no one there. By 7:30, I started getting curious. You know, my class is supposed to start right now, and still no one's here. But it's probably fine. They're probably just late. By the time 8 o'clock rolls around, I just assume we're not gonna have class today and go back to my room. At lunch that day, I asked my host dad, "So do you have any clue why no one came to school this morning?" And his response was, "Well, they're not gonna be there this afternoon either. It's a holiday." And I'm just thinking to myself, you know, that would have been great to know. Maybe I could have taken a nap this morning. That would have been nice. But no, it was no problem. So the next Monday, I come in and I asked the chaplain, I became good friends with, and I said, "We didn't have school last Friday," and he was like, "Yeah, it was a holiday. We talked about it at the school assembly on last Monday." I was like, "Oh yeah, that school assembly where I understood every word being said." Oh, that was great.
Oh man. At school, sometimes you get good information, sometimes you don't. And I think we can all relate to that. But there was one time right at the beginning of the school year, they told me about a meeting. Both the principal of the school and my supervisor, the English teacher, both told me I needed to be at this meeting on a Saturday morning, a couple weeks away, which, like, planning 2 weeks in advance for a meeting must be pretty important. So I wrote this down on my calendar, got ready to go. And sure enough, the day came and it was raining out, but I'm going to walk there because I know how to get to school now. So I started walking across town in the rain, and a lot of women in the marketplace who I say hi to every once in a while tried to get me to come sit under their nice shelters and warm up and drink some tea. But I kept going because I have somewhere to be. So I waved at them and say, I've got to keep going and keep going to my meeting. And I meet some people who are my students at the English club in the town. And they're all asking me, well, come practice English with us. And I say, man, I'd love to, but I have this meeting to go to. And they're surprised. It's a Saturday. And I'm like, nope, I have a meeting at school. Sorry, guys, but next time. And maybe the third group of students I met along the road decided to walk with me the next 25 minutes to the school, which was very kind of them. And it kept me company, and they wanted to practice their English. So we made it to the school, and I said, goodbye, see you later. And I walk into the school. No one's there yet. Not too surprised. I'm a couple minutes early, and most people run on Malagasy time a little bit later. So I sit down outside the principal's office, twiddle my thumbs a little bit, and the groundskeeper comes out and asks what I'm doing there. And I said, oh, I'm waiting. I have something to do. I couldn't express meeting in Malagasy yet. And he says, no, you don't. It's Saturday. School starts on Monday. That's when you need to teach. And I say, oh, okay. But I don't think anything of it because he's the groundskeeper. Maybe he doesn't know there's a meeting going on today. So I call my supervisor and ask. And he's definitely at home. And he asks me where I am. And I say, I'm at school. And I said, don't we have a meeting today? You told me about this. And he said, yeah, I think everyone else forgot about the meeting. So I walk out of the school, a little embarrassed, especially when I see the students who walked with me are still lingering at the corner of the street and not wanting to explain to them what had happened. And I sped walked in the other direction to avoid facing them.
They all forgot about the meeting. I love that.
Forgot. I was so sure I got it right this time.
Absolutely.
And you did get it right.
Yes.
That's the important part.
Oh.
So clearly there were many times where we had a clear plan in mind for what the day was going to be like, and we just kind of had to throw that out the window. So in choosing to accept the uncertainty that just went on all the time, we became more a part of the communities in which we lived in.
So I didn't teach in a traditional school. I taught a club at our church, which is more like a class anyways, and there were still 50 students in each class. But for the first 3 months, I had no lesson plans whatsoever because my head teacher wouldn't give me any. And she would either text me at 5 in the morning, and I would wake up at 6, and class was at 8. And I would wake up to a text saying, oh, hey, can you teach this today? Would that work? And I would say, yes. And then come up with a lesson plan in an hour after breakfast. Or I would walk into class and she would say, oh, can you teach this today? And I would say, yes. And then I would just make up one on the fly. And the best ones were when she would actually tell me the night before, all right, I want you to teach this tomorrow. Make a plan for it. And I would say, all right, cool. We have a plan. We have time. And I would spend like an hour that afternoon making a nice plan. And then the next day I would walk in and say, here's my plan for today's lesson. And she would say, nah, that's no good. Teach this one today. So.
Yeah. So a lot of us, or I guess all of us, when we needed to get our visas extended to continue living in Madagascar this year, ran into a little bit of trouble because all the paperwork we needed, the office completely changed, and the entire process just kind of flip-flopped. And we had to figure everything out from scratch. So luckily, my host dad is the principal of a school that has a couple teachers from abroad every year. So he'd been doing some similar paperwork for them. So he set me up with a meeting with one of the teachers at his school who spoke English. And she went with me to the town hall to get my documents signed so I could send them to Tana in the capital to get everything set in 2 days later. And we showed up, and all I need is these signatures. But the guy says, you know, I think we can do this tomorrow. He's sitting there perfectly capable of signing, but maybe tomorrow we'll do it. And we tell him, you know, we need to send these on Saturday. Today is Thursday. And he says, yes, come back tomorrow. So we leave. And the next day we come back to do the same thing. And we're walking up along the side of the road, and he must see us through the building window. He walks straight out the front door, makes direct eye contact with me and then her, and books it across the road, down the hill, through the brush, into the bushes. And at the bottom of this very steep hill is the ocean. So he's just hiding in the bushes to avoid signing these papers that should take maybe, what, a minute and a half? So we continue walking into this building, and this poor secretary, bless her soul for working for this man, is sitting at the desk, and my new friend is just as shocked as I am that this happened. And she's just fed up, and she says to this poor secretary, well, either you go get him or I have to. So the secretary goes, runs across the street, down the hill, through the brush, looking for him. And about 10 minutes later, they both walk back into the office. And he signs my paperwork. And therefore I could stay in Madagascar.
I love watching us all trying not to laugh during that because we knew it was coming.
I just can't imagine how awkward that would have had to have been for him to be like,
it kills me.
Crawling back out of the bushes to come face you. It just
What did he think? Like, we're just gonna leave when we see him run into the bushes? Like, all right, well, that's that. Bye.
Just no matter how many times I hear it, the image of a full-grown man just running away.
A full-grown government employee.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so while we can laugh about it now, there were definitely some times where we became frustrated with how much uncertainty there was and being forced to give up control of different portions of our lives. But through these experiences, we learned how to appreciate the uncertainty for its benefits and learned to see the good in darkness and how many things aren't possible without it.
Yes, and in my context in Majanga, I had the opportunity to travel to the regional Lutheran seminary of the Malagasy Lutheran Church, which was about 2 hours away from my host community in Majanga, in the countryside. And so every other week I would travel there and stay for 2 days at a time and teach a morning class and an afternoon class. And I believe it was my second time that I was at the seminary in October, November, somewhere in there. And it was the second day that I was there, and it was the afternoon class that I was just about to teach. And so at this point, I was really tired and really still adjusting to the amount of teaching that I was doing in one day, since my schedule back in Majunga was very different from that. And I walk into class, I'm tired and just honestly just ready to go home. And right when I think all my students walk into class, I get up and start talking about what we had done the day before and what we were going to do that day in our lesson plan. And very politely, one of the students raises his hand and reminds me that we had not done prayer yet. And one thing within the Malagasy Lutheran Church is they do some version of prayer, whether that's a verbal spoken prayer by someone, or whether that's a song from their hymnal. Is usually the two most popular ways that takes form. And I go, oh yeah, sorry, must have forgot about that. Well, really what I was thinking is like, oh, you gotta be kidding me. I just want to get this lesson over with. It seems like we've run out of time here. And it's just something that I was completely still getting used to. And really rattled me at that point. And then without even talking amongst one another, without any chat or anything, they start singing, "O Come All Ye Faithful" there. And it was one uniform voice, and it was clear that it didn't just happen by coincidence, that they had planned this in advance. And it was just an absolutely beautiful version. It was clear to me that they had practiced, and I sat there and I realized, like, my own inattentiveness, or maybe self-induced inattentiveness, maybe made me realize that there is good news in the darkness, and no matter the amount of exhaustion that I was going through, and that I had received this love and grace without doing anything to earn it, especially. And so it's just a really powerful moment of being reminded that there is good news in that darkness, no matter what I may think about it. So.
One of the first couple weeks I was there, I had been there for just a little bit by the time school started. And after the first week of school, they did a back to school program, very much kind of like a party. It's not too different from being here. And so for that, all of the different age groups of students set up a dance that they all did for the parents to music, just kind of like showing off and having fun. So the morning, it was a Saturday that the party went on. That morning we practiced, and I spent most of my time in the little kid room, 2 years and 3 years old, that they start teaching in Madagascar. And so I hung out with them, and because we basically spoke the same level of Malagasy. So the students were outside dancing, and eventually lunchtime came around, and that's when all the parents would come. So they set up all the benches, and people started to trickle in, and I think they pulled out every single chair from the school, and they pulled out some of the older kids, long benches for studying and working for the board of directors of the school to sit at. And we pulled out some of the chairs for the preschool kids, and we sat them down, and I sat down with them just to make sure that they weren't running all around. They passed out the food to everyone, and I got my plate. I was sitting with them, making sure they didn't throw the rice at each other. And then I'm just eating there, minding my business, looking at the kids, trying to make some conversation. And the directress of the school walks up to me and she just asked, "Are you ready?" And I said, "What?" And she was like, "Are you ready to sing for everyone?" And I looked up around, and there's probably about 400 people there, maybe 150 students, and all of their parents just kind of sitting there. And they're kind of like starting ED, so no one's like waiting or anything, but like they had cut the music. And I was like, "What do you mean?" Well, this is all like, they don't speak English, so I'm having to struggle through Malagasy. And the director's trying to talk to me in French, which was never going to happen. But, but so I'm like, "What do you mean sing?" And she was like, "You're going to sing for everyone to entertain them while we're all eating lunch." And I said, "No, I don't think I am." Was like, "Well, we talked to you yesterday in the meeting about bringing your guitar to sing." And I said, I thought that was a joke because you said it and everyone laughed. And so it was funny instead of a do it sort of situation. And she was like, "No, you can sing, like you don't need your guitar." So I was thinking in my head, like a cappella singing for all 400 people and not having any songs prepared to sing. I was just kind of floored, and I was so shocked that I was just like, "Nah, no, no." Uh, and so the directress walks off, and I felt bad because she was very visibly disappointed. But the other English teacher, she comes to me and she speaks very good English, so I could communicate with her more effectively. She was like, why don't you sing for everyone?" And I said, there's nothing planned. I'm incredibly frightened right now of singing in front of all these people. And she was like, "It's no big deal. It's like you can sing, and it doesn't matter how it is, but we just want to hear what you have to offer for us. Like we want to hear something new from you." And I didn't really quite understand that at the time. I was still just so flabbergasted. But that was early on, and after a lot of time in Madagascar and learning about people, I think about that often. And like now, I think that would be, if I was asked to do that, I'd probably say yes, partly for the kicks of seeing how it would go, but also because there's so much there was so much pressure that I put on myself. And I think that in my friend's words of like, "That's not a big deal, like we just want to hear what you have," I started to view like myself very differently in the way that about what I have to give to other people.
Yeah, so living in a foreign country meant there were lots of times where we found ourselves unsure of where we were or how to get where we wanted to go. And a lot of times, just out of nowhere, people would jump in and take us to those places, even if that's not where they were going. So yeah, we went there to accompany, but found ourselves being taught how.
Yes, it was being taught how to do many things, for sure. And during one of my first days in my host community, the first week, it was maybe the third or fourth day in Majanga, one of the women in my community came to me that morning and said, "Bryce, meet me at 11:45 a.m. today." And that's all she told me. "Just meet me at 11:45 a.m. I didn't know if I was going to help her with a project around our community like I had done previously, or if we were going to have lunch together maybe since it was getting close to noon or what. But I was like, okay, that sounds good. So I met her at 11:45, and she led me outside the gate of our community and towards one of the taxis. I'm like, okay, well, maybe she's showing me around. Maybe we're going somewhere for lunch. Maybe she wants to show me her house or something, since a couple people in my host community had done that previously. And we board this taxi and we're on it for about 30, 40, 45 minutes, somewhere in there. And we get off on this random road in the middle of nowhere, and we get on another taxi. And so I get on that one, like, okay, well, this is quite an adventure. And so I get on that one, and we go, and we arrive maybe 20 minutes later at this kind of sandy road area. Really don't know how to describe it. Kind of different paths that it broke off into, and Mama Nika was her name, and she led me down this narrow sandy road. But then I could hear it getting more windy, and then I started to realize, like, no, that wind is also like water. And I started to realize that she was leading me towards the ocean. I hadn't seen the ocean yet, and so then I got really excited. And the narrow path opened up to the Indian Ocean, and there's all these people laying out, all these people selling food, lots of boats, people playing in the water. And she led me right down to the water of the shore. And she insists that I get in this boat. And my Malagasy was obviously still very, very basic at this point. And so I was like, oh, I don't know if that's what she's saying. Maybe I'll just kind of stand here kind of awkwardly and see if that's what she really wants me to do. And so I kind of stood there awkwardly, and she kept persisting, no, Andea now, go into the boat. And so I did, and she followed me, and I put on a life jacket, and these people took us out in the bay of the ocean and just cruised us around for maybe 20 minutes. During this whole time, Mama Nika was taking pictures of me and making sure that I had pictures of my first time on a boat in the ocean. And she was just thrilled to see that I was having this experience. And we got back, and we make our way back towards the taxi, but not before she buys these mangoes for me from this stand. And then on the way back, we stop at her mother's clothing store, and we stop and have a snack there. And they were just all as thrilled to meet me and interact with me as she was. And it was this, once again, this powerful moment of it was so clear that this was not just a good deed. Like, they really wanted to ensure that I felt like I was an actual part of this community. And at that part in my year, when I was learning something new every single minute, it seemed like it was really powerful for me.
Oh, the Tana markets are utterly insane. They cover most of the city, and they go everywhere and mix in between, and they're impossible to figure out. So I was always following other people, and just eventually we would get to where we wanted to go, and I would say, cool. And eventually, a few months in, I had to go on my own, and I figured out how to go on my own, and I was very proud of myself. And then eventually, when other volunteers would come to visit me, I realized that I was leading other people, and that was really cool for me. And towards the end of my time, there was one day I was following one of my friends through the market, who she was usually the person I followed. And I said, I just want to thank you, because this entire year I have had no idea where I'm going. And I just want you to know that I trust you completely, because I don't know where we are. And she turned around and said, oh, well, I only know 90% of the time.
Did that feel reassuring?
No. A little bit.
Yeah, so because of our lack of understanding in a lot of situations, we had to put our trust in other people and just kind of hope they had our best interests in mind. And usually that was the only option we had, was just trust someone else, hope it turns out for the best.
Yeah, so Malagasy was hard. Understanding and speaking, and the whole time for me, but especially in the beginning. I think it was like my first or second week at my site. I was on a walk one day and on this quiet street, and this man saw me. He had a basket of pineapples. He was just selling these pineapples. And so I asked him, how much? And he told me, and I had no idea like what he said at all. And I'd never bought a pineapple before. I hadn't bought many things at all. So like I couldn't even begin to guess. Like, would it be 500 RER, 7,000 RER? Like I had no clue. And so I just like, I was like, oh, okay. And kept going. And he just goes, oh, madame, pineapple. And I love pineapple. So I came back and I said, okay, how much? And he said it again. And I open up my wallet and I'm looking at all these bills and I say, how much? And he tells me, and I still like, huh? He tells me again. And then this woman, who I'm pretty sure was just watching this whole like struggle of an interaction from the distance, comes over and she asks the vendor, how much? And he tells her, and she tells him no. And so they go back and forth. And then she turns to me and I'm just standing there, my wallet's still out, and she reaches for my wallet. And I have this moment of like, is this a good idea? Like, should I let this strange woman stick her hands in my wallet or?
Yes.
So I did. And I just like, all right. And she looks in there and she finds the bills we needed, gives them to the vendor. He gives the change to her. She gives it back to me, and then just stays long enough to like make sure it was a good enough pineapple. And she left.
One of the common themes for me being in a large city was security. And for all of us, it was, we're not really supposed to walk alone at night. It's not very safe for us. So, but unfortunately, my choir rehearsals ended at 7 p.m. and it was dark by that point. So I always had to have someone walk with me or give me a ride. And I never knew who that would be because after every rehearsal, we would be standing around in the sanctuary and everyone would start yelling back and forth. And I knew I could hear my name and I could hear going home and I could hear where are you going, but I never really knew who was saying what. And so eventually someone would just say, come on, follow me. And sometimes I would know that person and sometimes I've never seen that person before. And then I would follow them home or they would give me a ride home in a strange car. But you can never go alone in the darkness.
In my very last day there, it was a Wednesday, I remember vividly. And on Thursday, our flight home. The visa situation for me was a little bit tricky because I had my passport stolen. So I went to have to get it on Tuesday. And the way the paperwork worked, we had a contact named Andu who would help us with most of it. And she was going to give it to her family to do because the family works in the typical office where the visas are done. And she was not in town to do it herself. But the problem was the visa application process changed. So we had to get the papers back and go somewhere else. But I had got my passport on Tuesday, and by the time we figured this out, it was Tuesday night, and we couldn't do much. And so Wednesday morning, 24 hours before I had to go, my job for the day was to walk around Tana and get a visa so I could leave the country and not have to be stuck there for the next 3-4 months, who knows how long. So I had some help with a driver that goes with us many different places and is the doer of all things and getting all things done. And his name is Anzaka. And I think I walked around Tana with him 40 kilometers, going to pick up the papers, going to the other office to fill out things, going to pay, and coming back to get the actual visa. Well, he and I first go visit the office, and we walk in and we have the stack of papers and we give it to the person in charge. She looks at them for about 10 seconds and was like, nope, this is not going to work. None of this is going to work. You're going to have to redo everything, which was incredibly amazing to hear, considering we had been through a lot of effort to put the papers together in the first place. So we go to a different part of that department, and the wonderful woman there lead us through the process of getting a actual visa instead of an emergency visa. And so Zach and I go through that route, and we have to go pay at another office, and we run across town again to give the money. Well, the people there went out on a lunch break from 12 to 2, and we had showed up right after 12. So we waited around for 2 very long hours. And by the time they got back, I was starting to get really nervous because we had to leave. We had to be finished at the other office. Everyone's time to go home was 3 p.m. So after we got the papers about 2:15, we ran across town once again to get to the original office, and we gave them the paperwork, and they're like, yes, okay, we have it. And Zach is like, we need it today because he's leaving tomorrow. And they're like, okay, we'll get it to you today. And so he and I can do nothing but sit in the office in the waiting chairs and wait. And 2:30, 2:45, 3 o'clock rolls around when everyone's supposed to go home, and I'm feeling really sick. I feel like I'm going to probably throw up because I still don't have this visa in my hand and the implications of that. So 3:30 rolls around, and Anzaka gets up and he's like, what's happening with this visa? And they're like, it'll be done, I promise. Like, we're supposed to go home at 3, but we're staying and we're getting all of this done for you, okay? And so he sits back down, and 3:45, 4 o'clock rolls around, and I'm like, is this ever gonna get done? Am I gonna be able to go home? And Anzaka looks over at me and he's like, huh, you're scared. I was like, yes, Anzaka, I am scared, thank you. 4:15, and someone runs out of the back office and like knocks on like the window door where we can talk with them. And they like hand over the papers and they're like, come on, quick. And like they stamp everything and hand me the visa, the passport, and I just like hold it up like it's gold, because at that time it basically was to me. But I was so nervous, but there was literally nothing to do but just wait and trust that they would get it done, because that's what they said they would do, and there it was.
My stomach's still upset hearing you tell the story again. It's like we're living through those days, or that very one long day that actually contained about a week in it, or maybe it was a month. I'm not sure. Oh gosh.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. But in all our time in Madagascar, no matter what we were feeling, we had friends like Nzaka with us, and we had people to say the right thing at the right moment to put us at ease and remind us we don't have to be afraid of the dark, but sometimes we do have to sit in it.
Yeah, in this, it wasn't just the last days that we had to worry about the visas, as we've talked about it through today. This visa situation was just, it was ridiculous. It was ridiculous every year, but this year it was a super special treat for all of us in Madagascar. But we worked with this woman named Andu, who is also someone kind of, I'm sure, behind the scenes, and I know behind the scenes of Brad's experience on his last day. But it took me a while to kind of get the rhythm and to understand what was going on. And if I ever did, let's be honest, it was in Madagascar. But Andu would always tell me, we put it in God's hands. Whether she seemed to know what was happening or she didn't seem to know what was happening, we put it in God's hands. And you know what? Every single time, Andu was right.
Yeah, and I was fortunate enough to have 3 days with my host community between the time that I found out I was leaving, that we were all being evacuated, and the time that I actually said my goodbyes and left. And in the course of those 3 days, there were a lot of conversations of people reassuring me and saying that, this is God's plan or this is God's will. And the whole time my heart's just like breaking, right? It was just so hard to leave. And this idea of like, oh, this plan of God's that led all of us as a cohort to Madagascar to endure the challenges and the insecurities and uncertainties that come with a journey such as the one we were on. But to lead us there, to go through that just to rip us away from it right when it felt like we were starting to hit our stride. I felt like I was starting to hit my stride. And right when things were becoming this like new type of beautiful, I just thought like, well, okay, this plan sucks. Like, what is this? But then on one of these afternoons, my sister friend, Mommy, said, she kind of just grabbed my arm. I was getting kind of upset about it all. And she said, well, we must accept that we follow Jesus. And the way that she worded that just switched my perspective, I guess, on the whole situation. And it reminded me of why I was in Madagascar in the first place.
Yeah, so our greatest moment of darkness came when we found out all of us would have to leave Madagascar. And our abrupt evacuation left each of us with so much uncertainty about what was to come. Would we make it home before the borders closed and flights were canceled? Would we get stuck in a country we were less familiar with than Madagascar? When we made it back home, what would we do? We have nothing planned till July. What would our hometowns be like under these new circumstances? And how would this pandemic affect our Malagasy friends and our host communities? All of our lives have been transformed in the past month. Not ours as in Yaga, Madagascar, or ours as in the United States, but really all of us. Every single person on this planet right now is sitting in the darkness of uncertainty. We don't know what will come out of this situation. Even once the virus is controlled, we have no idea what the world will look like. And so here we find ourselves yet again, wrestling with the uncertainty, forced to relinquish control, and sitting in the darkness.
It feels like being lost in a crowd in a new place.
It feels like having to unwillingly put our trust in complete strangers.
It feels like not knowing what will come out of the bushes.
It feels like all the power has gone out in the world and we are now sitting in the dark.
It feels familiar.
We have never seen a pandemic before, but we have seen darkness.
What do we do in the darkness? We do what we know how to do. We walk with someone so we're not alone at night. We sing all night long when a loved one dies. We trust that the kind stranger leading us through the market has our best interest at heart. We cough into our elbow and stay at least 6 feet away from other people. We prepare the burial spices and plan to visit the tomb. Regardless of when the morning comes and what it may look like, this darkness is real and God is sitting here with us.
Amen. Thank you, everyone.
So much. That was fantastic. Great
Thank you.
stories.
Thank you. Is that Brian who's there?
Yes.
Brian, could I just want to say, I'm watching all the side chats and completely unable to sign in right now. And there's a whole bunch of previous Yagams who've made comments, and just lots of love going out to all of them in this time and place as well.
Well, I'll if you want, I'll drop a note in there saying that you saw them, you just couldn't sign in to comment. Is that okay?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay.
So great.
So, very good.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you. We just exit out now?
No, don't disappear. I went to introduce myself.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, and thank you for your stories. I'm Colleen, and I've been listening to your stories over the past hour about showing up with plans and those plans fizzling or being told they're not the right ones, right? About being sung to all night in the darkness, about having to wait all day for your visa, about planning a wedding, all sorts of surprising things. Thank you for sharing your stories. In my early 20s, I had my first year as a full-time minister in the British Methodist Church when I was 23. So I realize it's not a different language, although they frequently told me 2 countries divided by a common language. But I definitely cut my teeth in lots of the ways that you all were talking about, figuring out who you are, who you should trust, trusting where you weren't sure you should, and having your sense of self and community and the world really upended, right-ended, turned all around for you. So thank you, and many blessings to you in these months of waiting.
Thank you. Thank you, Colleen.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, everyone. Thank you so much. And Colleen, welcome. And
thank you.
Lacey and
Karen.
Yes, sorry.
Yeah.
gotta look at the list. All right. Welcome. Glad you're with us. And I will mute and turn my camera off, and you can go.
All right. Thanks, Brian. Appreciate it. Lacey and Karen, thank you so much for joining me. When I got the midnight Pacific slot, I thought, oh, I am not a night person, and who will want to join me? And I thought immediately of Jesus saying to the disciples, won't you stay with me? Won't you stay awake for just a little bit and pray? And so I thought, well, wait a minute, that's me. I'm the one who's liable to fall asleep. So I am just so touched that you joined me, and you've never met each other before, which is also an act of trust on your part. And I really appreciate that. You have Claremont School of Theology in common. We all do, right? But this is a space that we're trusting the Spirit to do what the Spirit's going to do. And I have a few ways to get us started, and then we're going to see what the Spirit does. Does that seem all right? Okay, so I'm going to light a candle in my space. It's the midnight hour, and I am awake right now and hoping to stay that way. And I just want to ask if we would start by breathing together. So Karen and Lacey and all the folks who are keeping vigil with us, let's just breathe. I'll use my fingers. Think again. That's something I started doing with my classes when we got into pandemic and didn't know what was going to happen. I talked with them about engaging the parasympathetic nervous system and how we get to this place where we are so anxious, and anxiety means to choke. And really the only thing that can help us stop choking is to breathe, but how that can be the hardest thing to do. And so we would start every class by breathing together. And indeed, many times I've needed to recenter my breath over these days. And it's something that I've done for a really long time. I feel like breath is our most portable theology. God's spirit moved across the waters, and that same wind and breath is in us, spirit in and spirit out, and in our neighbors too. And as long as I've been doing that, I've been trying to focus on my neighbor's breath in certain times, and especially when I get into moments of conflict. One of the first things I do is try to hear my neighbor's breath or see some evidence of it, or God forgive me, even smell it, right? To remind myself that God's spirit is in all living beings. So I'm just going to share a few of the inspirations for this hour, and it follows on really well from the Madagascar folks who talked about being in the garden in the dark. And so I just want to set us up this way and then see what God does. So we're in this vigil space from Good, so-called Good Friday to Holy Saturday. And to me, it's a vigil in Coronapocalypse. Coronapocalypse, my family sort of started talking about it this way a few weeks ago, and then we realized it was a thing. And so we've been tracking that, and I'll talk a little bit more about that later. But vigil means to be awake, to keep watch. And that's what we're all trying to do. Maybe we don't think about the word very often, but vigil is related to vigilant and vigilante. They're the folks who are watching out for things, keeping awake. And it's what I mentioned can be so hard for me to do. Coronapocalypse, the way it's been used is signs or feelings about the end of the world brought on by COVID-19. And so people have shown photos of empty shelves, they've shown leaders not knowing what to do, all these signs of the end of the world. But apocalypse really means to uncover and to reveal. And all those things that people have been pointing to, the empty shelves and the leaders not knowing what to do, they're signs or symptoms of what's being uncovered or revealed, and not the thing itself. And so today has been a worldwide day of fasting, or perhaps yesterday, Friday was. And a couple of different groups called for it. It's a frequent thing to do for Christians, especially for Catholics all around the world, to fast on Good Friday. The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints also called for a worldwide fast this year, and this is from their call. And the Navajo Nation called for a fast. Their reservation is disproportionately affected by COVID-19. And so I thought this was really striking, this worldwide fasting, and they made it easy for people to opt in, and they shared it this way. They made it clear 2 meals or 24 hours. For me, at this point, it's 36, but perhaps more about that later. Everyone is invited as your health permits, something that my family was concerned about, and I was happy to say it's in the invitation itself. And an invitation to people to unite in faith and fasting and prayer. And then the intentions that the present pandemic may be controlled, great. That caregivers be protected, great. And then economy strengthened and life normalized. This is where I feel like we have been experiencing apocalypse. I read these helpful words by Pope Francis the other day, that the pandemic also has revealed how all our thinking, like it or not, has been shaped around the economy. That is an uncovering or a revealing. All the encouragement to be open by Easter, to get back to work, to buy things, all those kinds of things is really troublesome, right? And to have so many people whose livelihoods are based on that. It's a new situation of urgency, but it also reveals patterns that were already there before the pandemic started. And so in that way, coronavirus really is serving as apocalypse to uncover and reveal patterns we already had. And so what I have in mind on Friday night going into Saturday morning is that the disciples really had very little idea of what was happening on that Friday, with Jesus being crucified and executed as a criminal, And our friends from Madagascar were talking about trusting people and staying together as friends. But I feel like the disciples might have been doubting each other in those moments in clusters of ones or twos or threes and not all together. And that some of them might have gone back to the garden, the one where it said Jesus often went with his disciples. And this year, because of what has happened in my own awareness of the world, I thought when they went back to the garden, I wouldn't be surprised if it hadn't already been bulldozed by the imperial authorities, thinking that this was not a place that they wanted folks to gather and memorialize, to remember their fallen leader. And I've also live in a place that has undergone fire. So bulldozed and burned, that's what I imagined in the garden. And that the disciples who went back there would be returning to a place that was unrecognizable as a place of solace and irretrievable as a site of betrayal. So depriving them of any sense of closure or meaning that they might immediately have. And so this is what filled my prayer. And then when I logged on an hour ago and started hearing the Madagascar stories of the garden and trust in the darkness and good news in the darkness and singing in the darkness, I thought, oh, wow, the Spirit does amazing things. So I'm just going to pause right there because I want to know what the Spirit is doing in you this Good Friday into Holy Saturday and what's stirring in you. Lacey, would you share what's stirring in you?
I've been really kind of unintentionally drawn in and invited. You know, I mean, it wasn't my by my initiative. It's been others that have invited me, like into this space right now. I was invited earlier today to be part of kind of a creative outlet, and I was able to share some poetry during that time. And I think what keeps coming up is, I mean, for me, trust is such a hard thing. But that's just what keeps coming up is I just keep hearing, you know, the call to be faithful, the call to faithfulness.
And what does that look like or feel like to you right now?
Sometimes it's making my bed when I get up in the morning. I think so. First, the really small things. So that's making my bed. That's just trying to make life easier around the house for my family. Trying to be available, emotionally available, but also just available in practical ways. I think it also means I have an inclination to withdraw. And I think, so I'm just grateful that other people are keep pulling me out of myself to continue to be connected and in relationship and in community.
Yeah, that tendency to withdraw can be so strong, right? And you end up pushing away the very people you need to be with the most. When you said, as your first response to what does faithfulness look like or feel like to you, making your bed,
Yeah.
it made me think about just this last fall in my youth ministry class. So with one of my students who is from the inner city, who was taught by his mom at a very early age that was the most fundamental act of belief in God that he could do, is that he could lay out his clothes at night and make his bed in the morning. And that both of those were acts of trust in God and in the community, that he would make it through the night to put on a clean set of clothes, and that he would make it through the day to be back into his bed. Yeah, I really appreciate that perspective. Karen, what's stirring in you these days? I think you're still muted. There we go.
I didn't know who
There we go.
Did
I know some.
control the mute or somebody else controlled the mute, so I was
Yeah.
waiting. Thank you for your opening of breath. Thank you for a reflection and engagement of the multiplicity of our experiences in responding to the now, and the breath, BREADTH, in which you covered it. And there were multiple things that was inviting, but what I guess I want to respond to that remained was at the end of how talked about the imperialism of the US bulldozing the garden, as well as the burning of the garden within your particular context, and was it retrievable? And I was reminded of, yes, all of those forces are at play, but what is our role as the disciples when we return to the garden? What will we find the resources to begin to recreate, or to create anew, or to breathe new life into the possibilities? And also to be present to what has been taken and gone, but yet how is God inviting us to create anew of the breath of life that still remains in us as part of the eternal spirit of life, of breath, in the now.
Yeah, thank you for that. The scripture is pretty silent on what the disciples did between Friday and Sunday.
Right.
You know, so other folks during the vigil have read scriptures and different things like that. And to me, it's all midrash, right? It's all
Right.
what happened in this time. And I thought, gosh, you know, do I identify as a disciple who's, you know, in the scriptures they're all male, even though we know that he had lots of women traveling with him? Or do I think maybe the women were meeting up in the garden, preparing their plans for the spices and the oils, you know, and different things like that? But I also have this sense that they thought their grief and their heaviness was one thing, and it was really many things. I think that's what's really moving me this year, is that for sure the grief and the heaviness of losing Jesus as a leader, but compounding that fact, the grief of losing their garden. And I think awakening in a new way to the political and social consequences of the road that they've been on. And, you know, realizing that Jesus was the glue keeping them together, this group of folks who were really different from one another, and not knowing what it was going to look like after that. Yeah. I don't know if we'll get in. You both know we're all like this. I'm going to just say we're all like this, where we respond to the Spirit and we just go, no matter what happens. And so one of the other things we have in common, that I have in common with both of you, is that our friendships are long, and they've been through different seasons, and at times have been like fierce, like we've had to fight for them, and we've had to trust God through moments of conflict and work things out in one way or another. And even Karen and I, when we talked about why are we still trying to talk to each other, you know, almost 20 years ago, and the trust wasn't there, you know, especially Karen's trust in me. And Karen said, I don't trust you, but I trust Jesus, right? And I can see you know Jesus. And so how do we trust even in the absence of evidence? or in the midst of imperialism and destruction. There's an implicit invitation in there, even though I didn't give one.
Is that to both Lacey and I, or that's just to me?
That's to both of you. It's to how the Spirit is moving you to share and speak.
Well, I think that, I should say, trust is it's not so much, I don't even know why I'm going to say this. I believe that you trust in the God who has called, in the God that you know, and what you don't know, you're also, we're not being consumed by what you don't know, but standing on what you do know has been my experience.
Mm-hmm.
And as you made reference to how the disciples possibly saw the loss, did you say the loss was one thing, or you believe that they came to know it was more than just one thing? Right. But the looming thing was our leader is gone, right? Yeah, the one who had promised us life, he got taken out by the way we've seen so many others get taken out, right? And the grief that must have been overwhelming for them, as well as the women and how they were trying to be faithful. As you, Lacey, you named your practice of faithfulness, of making up your bed, and how they was trying to be faithful to tend to the one that they loved and cared about, and the beauty of that as being faithful. And yeah, so I experienced the trust as both holding in conflict our intention, the knowing and the not knowing, and being comfortable with with not knowing.
Right. And there's a whole lot of not knowing going on right now. Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's a different type of not knowing that's kind of scary. Then let me see if I can get this out. I think when there's already been a lack of trust amongst us as human beings in our racialized and gendered lives and sexual identity, and now we are placed in the world to where we don't know who is carrying the virus. And so when you see somebody, when you're isolated, you're kind of freaking out. I had to go out today to take my sister, my mother. I was there yesterday, take my mother, assist my mother to take my sister to the doctor. And then my mother needed some products from the store and some Clorox bleach, and just going to empty shelves, not there, and then seeing people around there, they're looking at you suspicious, not sure how close they should get to you. I'm saying to another person who was standing in back of me too close, can you please back up, sir? And so it's just that that new level, I guess, an insurgence of mistrust of each other. And how do we deal with the paranoia of that reality when we've been enforced to not be present to each other physically? And what's going to happen when we do, when we are able to do that? How are we taking care of ourselves to be able to embrace each other in a righteous way when we are able to be in that space with one another again?
Our neighbor across the road is a first responder. And he said that there's, of course, busyness with calls about COVID-19, but he says there are stretches where it's just quiet, eerily quiet. And that the kinds of crimes we might think about in terms of break-ins of cars or homes or different things like that, they're way down. But he said they're starting to receive additional training because they're starting to experience and then anticipating that lots more of their calls are going to be behavioral and psychological. They're going to be exactly the freakouts that you're talking about, Karen, where people either can't endure their own isolation or can't endure contact with other people that they're having. And that really kind of brought the situation home to our family in a different way, hearing his experience on the other end of 911. We do have a couple of folks chatting about it. One person is talking about the economy, the ways that this is uncovering patterns in our society and patterns in our relationships that already existed. And I feel like we could see that right away. You know, the kinds of frustrations people were having, they were, of course, topic focused, but they were recognizable patterns, right? It was just an extension, maybe exponentially so, of patterns we already had. So if a work environment was already kind of disrupted and broken, then that was exponentially the case during these times of uncertainty. If our institutions were broken in certain ways, then that was, you know, amplified, all the more so the case when we entered into these times. And then there's also kind of a wondering here in the chat saying, will our new ways of being stay with us when we go back to normal, right? And that was one of the things on the fast that I couldn't really wrap my head or my heart around, to normalize life, because I'm not sure what that is. And I've encountered so many people prior to this who are damaged by a sense of normal. And some of the new things that we're doing are life-giving and creative right now. And some of the new things that we're doing are paranoiac, right? And self-protective and all sorts of things. So we don't know what's gonna stay with us. We don't know who we're being shaped into. Lacey, did you bring any of your poetry to share? No.
You know, I don't really consider myself like a performance artist. I usually write for myself. Sometimes it ends up in prayers. So I did share a little bit today. I dance, but usually that's just for fun.
Yeah, and it's an expression that doesn't suit itself well to Zoom.
Right. There's that too.
Yeah, I did a dramatic. Go ahead.
I am seeing people do some really interesting things. You know, they're putting all their, you know, videos on YouTube for people to watch. You know, the folks I usually go to, you know, to actually take classes with, they're actually posting the stuff, you know, online, at least to the extent that people can do it by themselves or learn by themselves, which is still pretty cool.
It is. There's been amazing creativity shared in various mediums, people doing such amazing things. We were getting ready for a dramatic reading in our Zoom worship this past week, you know, and so I was telling the students, you know, this is the space you have to work in, right? So make gestures and then you can Zoom, you know, you can get close to the camera and things like that. But it's just, it's not disembodied, even though we might feel like it is. We're still embodied. And I think still really experiencing community. When I first saw your, you know, your video shots and we didn't have our voices yet, just waiting to get in here, I thought, oh, my friends, you know, it feels like so long since we've been together in person. Yeah, yeah.
Where are you, Lacey?
I am in Sacramento, California right now.
Okay. And I'm in Fresno.
Okay. We're close.
Yes.
We're neighbors.
Yes. 170 miles apart.
So good. We're taking up a lot of the state of California between the three of us right now. Well, I've been writing a little poetry too, Lacey, and I really connect with what you say, that what you're feeling or thinking has to come out in the poetry. I often think of like Dumbledore when he takes his wand to his head and he pulls out the threads and puts them in the pensieve. Like that's my experience when a poem is trying to come out, you know, it's always like this part of my head, you know, and it wants to come out. And I have lots of like snippets right here, nothing fully formed. But I'll share one as partly because I want to see if by the end of our time you might share one. You can see they're all written on on this envelope. On this envelope, I've been scratching my poetry today. So I'm going to read this one, and I'm not going to tell the title of it until I'm done, and it's not done, but it's what came out today. It took me some time to see it, overcome as I was by the Empire's actions to destroy the garden. We'd been there so many times together, and I'd planned to visit every day. And I guess that's why they did it. Plowed it under and burned it up. Had they left it, it would have become a memorial, our ground zero, with an indescribable hold on us, a hallowed ground. In its current state, it repels more than it attracts. For most, it has the exact effect the strategy requires: deflation, defeat, dispersal. I was angry and sad. I joined in the destruction, kicking with my feet the heaps of brush and scattering the piles of ash. And then I saw it. An altar, cobbled together, yet wholly all the same. It was a new thing, and I perceived it. It's not done, but it's Barabbas's altar. That's the name of it. That was the idea, that he would be the only other person who could endure the garden. Maybe.
Why do you feel it's not done?
I don't know, it doesn't feel done. But that's all right, I'm okay with it.
It feels moving at this point of it being not done.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I've had experiences of being lonely with other people sometimes in all of this. I've had really good times with my family, but this past week, I felt like we've been missing each other. I don't know, are either of you having those kinds of experiences? You know, we're limited to the contact with the people who are closest to us. And I've been grateful many times that we have lots of healthy family patterns already, with sharing dinners and sharing games and being in one another's presence. But this week it got harder in some ways. And I think counter to the kind of narrative that I've heard on the radio and heard other people saying, where, you know, by now, week 3, week 4, you've got your routine down, you know what's happening. And that's not the way it's felt this week.
Yeah, I mean, I can resonate with all of that, with pretty much everything that you said. And I actually started doing deliveries so that I could have a reason to like legitimately work and also be out of the house.
Yeah.
Which is, I mean, in some ways risky, but I'm also like happy just to see other people's spaces.
Right.
But yeah, so it's hard because it's the 3 of us. So 3 is good. It's good that there's 3. But you know, we're definitely shifting, you know, frustrations or like, you know, unfulfilled needs in the space, and we're kind of in a small space. And everyone kind of is dealing with their fear and frustrations in different ways. And not as explicit or willing to talk about it or can talk about it. And we definitely don't have a routine. I'm working, my daughter's going to school, my mom's trying to manage 3 storages from like multiple households that we've condensed since closing a family business and moving my family and grandmother up here to be closer to other family. So there's just, yeah, we don't, and my daughter doesn't want to get up because she doesn't have to be at school. So she thinks it's okay to stay in her PJs. And so I'm like fighting that. Like I want her to be productive, but also, you know, how strict am I supposed to be when she's just, you know, kind of stuck in the house? And, you know, you lose a little bit of motivation if you can't be around your friends and, you know, what excites you all the time. So, and she's 13. She definitely doesn't want to learn from me right now.
You know, I'm kind of with Lily on this sometimes. I have trouble getting motivation sometimes too for the things that don't have a day assigned and a time assigned where other people are expecting me to show up, you know. And I've heard it time and time again from my students, from other folks, that motivation, that sense that it's worthwhile to move yourself, right? And to get out and get up and create and do and different things like that. So I feel that. How is it for you in your house, Karen?
The same. Yet learning that each day is different and you never know what is going to happen and even how you're going to enter into it, and the different needs that emerge that are expressed or not. And so today, as I was getting ready to pray after I had a big meal after I broke the fast, and it was great. I probably ate a little bit too much. I thought I was getting ready to pray, but I said, I think I need to go for a walk. And so I went for a walk around the neighborhood, and it was good. It was great, to be honest. And the sun was shining, and we had been having rain the last couple of days and cold in Fresno. So I said, I'm gonna hang out in the back. I put on my car cover that's been sitting in the box that it arrived in since Christmas time. So I got to put on my car cover, and then I realized I'm long in my yoga studio community, and so I did some light, low impact aerobics. So that put me in a different place, and I was grateful for the movement and the people that I saw on the streets that I could just say hi to.
Yeah. The people on the streets are different than the people in the stores. This is what our family has discovered. At least, you know, like, there are so many more people walking in our neighborhood and so much more friendly, waving and saying hello and even asking how people are. I don't know, are you experiencing that paradox as well? That, yeah.
Yeah, it seems like we're in that space where we're fighting for the same goods, and we're in closer proximity to each other. So how do we really be when we've been told, distance yourself, distance yourself?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I want to share with you something else that I learned in the past 24 hours or so, or that I realized in the past 24 hours or so, and see if you want to go there with me, or if the Spirit's taking you somewhere else. But a comment that I saw on Facebook kind of caught my eye, and so I started reading. And I'm bringing this up because I'm connecting it to the fact that the crowd had a lot to do with the execution of Jesus, right? So that you can blame inept leaders all you want, but it's also the people, right? That they did it. And even the disciples, their own selves, right? In their sense of what was right to do, they brought it on themselves. And so the critique or the idea was that this is not necessarily a natural disaster, this coronavirus, but that it is yet another consequence of climate change and the Anthropocene. And so I know who this person is, and they're very smart, and yet, sometimes I can't follow them everywhere they want to go. So I looked it up and I found, and I also had read Pope Francis saying, maybe this will get our attention. It didn't get our attention when we were able to go straight across because glaciers had melted. It didn't get our attention long enough when there were the Australian bushfires, or when there were fires various other places in the world. Maybe this will get our attention. So I had seen it those two places. And I found a UN environmental report that said that the last several coronaviruses, so avian flu, SARS, MERS, et cetera, and this current one, are enabled to spread because of human actions of deforestation, reducing barriers between animal life and human life, or non-human animal life and human animal life, that the trade in animals, the aggressive factory farming, various things that humans are doing that enable the spread from wild animals in forests and other kinds of regions through, to agricultural animals through to humans. And it just struck me all at once with this sense of crucifixion, really, in a different way. Like, oh my gosh, it's horrible and we're suffering the consequences. And there's this sense in which there are inept and greedy leaders again, and all sorts of opportunists, and yet this really strong sense that the people are doing it to themselves. So that, and of course, since I was already thinking about the garden having been plowed under, bulldozed, and set on fire, that I couldn't believe that, and learning that over the past 24 hours. Is that a place that you can go in your spirit, or is the spirit going somewhere else? I'm open to that.
I mean, we can go there. I mean, the first things that come to my mind are, I heard that there were being laws passed about wet markets. I read some article about that they're starting to close them so that they won't happen anymore. But then I also read articles about how it's affecting Indigenous people. And that really broke my heart. That was really, really hard. And that, goes back to all kinds of other destruction. History of destruction of the earth and peoples and culture. But I also find myself and others going outside. Like, I took a drive to Auburn so I could just get out, and I had to be in the trees and the hills. And I think others are doing the same.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I've heard birds in like 5 different states over the past few weeks as I've been doing Zoom meetings. And I think, are they more present, or do they just have, less competing noise? And then to see the photos of places where they haven't seen the mountains in 30 years. I saw a photo of a city in India where you could see the Himalayas in the background, which hadn't been visible for 30 years. And even in our area, we're seeing layers of mountains that we haven't seen ever, and I'm very attached to my walk up the hill every day to take a look at the mountains and the clouds and what's going on there. So there is a kind of turn toward the earth, an ecological conversion that Pope Francis might talk about that folks are doing. And I wonder if this is one of the kinds of things that Yvonne had in mind when she asked about these new ways of being, because people are tuning in new ways to the earth right now? How long will it have our attention?
I guess, wow, I was struck by entering into the people and it in the answer, in the choice that they had and who they chose. Yeah, had never really thought about it in the sense of were they really choosing Jesus, or what else was going on in their minds as they were possibly coerced, or how were they being played by the Jewish leaders of the day, or trying to appease Pilate. Yeah, I was, and then I was reminded of Clarence Jordan. Do you all know who he is? He was a Southern Baptist minister who started Koinonia Farms in Americus, Georgia, and it was one of the first interracial community just about 2 hours outside of Atlanta in 1942. And he also had connected with Miller Fuller, who was where they started the Habitat for Humanity. But he did the Cotton Patch Parables, and he created the Gospels. He was also a Greek scholar, and he reinterpreted or translated the Gospels in a way that was the vernacular of the day. But he was the first one that made it clear it wasn't, it was the people that really colluded to crucify Jesus. It was us, right? The people who was the closest to him, not the quote unquote, it was the church folks in his language, right? And so I'm still sitting with that. In what way am I complicit? And in what ways do I really have agency to resist to the other forces that are at play? And a lot of saying, take Jesus, give us Barabbas. But I do, beyond the correlation of the crucifixion and who contributed, yes, I do believe that we are killing ourselves, humans. And how do we find new breath to say, no, I don't want to participate in this? Or is it far gone?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that mind back to the question about trust, because I think in all my relationships, even trying to get close to people, like I come from a pretty dysfunctional family background, and I haven't had examples of really healthy relationships ever. I just haven't been privy to them. And so inevitably, when I think of trust, I still think of enduring pain. Like that doesn't really go away. So, and I still want to be close to people, and I still want to have my heart open to people. And to creation in general. But so I think, my response to your question, Colleen, I think there was a question there about, how do we, or what does it look like now? But to me, I just, I think my lessons I'm learning are how to just bear the compassion.
You said bear the compassion?
Yeah.
Yeah, the word bear has been really meaningful to me. One of my friends started this artistic response to the Stations of the Cross and then tagged people and they could tag somebody else. And then I got the one, Jesus bears the cross. And so that word bears really got on me, and won't surprise you to know I went to the dictionary and there are 33 definitions of bear. And I thought 33, that's a pretty significant number, right? But I ended up writing a piece that that was kind of a contemplation of bearing as holding, enduring, birthing, right? The sense that bear has so many qualities to it, and that it isn't all immediately recognizable as good news, right? But that earlier slide where I wrote about going back to the garden and it being unrecognizable as their place of solace and irretrievable as the site of betrayal, so that maybe they could go back there and engage in some kind of reconciliation, right? It just cuts off any quick rushes to reconciliation. But it's not irredeemable, right? That garden that's been bulldozed and burned can still be redeemed, even if it's unrecognizable and irretrievable on some level. It's been so good to be in conversation with you all. Thank you for joining in this and for meeting each other for the first time and just diving into what the Spirit has for us. And we have a few minutes, and I thought maybe we could leave some silence. We can breathe together again. Maybe we can offer some prayers or some blessings in this space of waiting. The waiting, and Holy Saturday is often called the Great Silence. Right? I had this wondering if it's going to be a still small voice. You know, we had the hubbub and we didn't get it in the hubbub, but it now feels so suddenly silent. And will that get our attention in other ways? So let's just breathe together a little bit and then offer prayers or blessings as we're moved and as we transition in the space. I know Christina's with us, at least listening already. And in solidarity with Christina, my oven's already on. She's going to be talking about baking bread. So when she and I met each other by Zoom earlier this week, and she introduced bread first, I said, I think I'm in front of you and I'm talking about fasting. So it's a good connection from those hard times in the garden and fasting to the trusting exercise of making bread again. So let's breathe and then pray. Friends, disciples, women, for what do you pray?
I think endurance or tolerance.
The silence illuminates. We attune in the right.
Calming of anxiety and the things that we hold so close when we could really offer ourselves some extra grace.
Yeah, we were talking about anxiety at the beginning as choking and holding close or tight. I think that's a good image too, Christina, and to pray that God would loosen our grip and let us hold loosely the things we don't know. That God would offer us opportunities to sing to each other, literally or metaphorically, in the dark. That we would realize that good things and good news happen in the dark and that we're not alone. I might just play a couple of minutes of a song out of the depths that has been long on my mind, and then we'll hand it over to Christina. So here it is. It's, we weren't ready to go. Here it is, Out of the Deep. So this is a song that starts off really quietly, but it's Psalm 30 and so apt for us in this moment.
And Joshua Phillip.
Sorry about the ads. So as this song goes on and we get to the 1 o'clock hour, I hope that your call out of the deep finds an echo or a response, that your breath is restored, and that you find the trust to bake bread and break it with friends again. So good to be with you, my friends. I love you.
Ashe.
Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Colleen, so much. And in tribute and in honor, I did bring it back out.
Oh, fantastic.
So really, this is my direction, though. So
it is all good. And you know, Lacey's a graduate of California Lutheran University too. That's where we met. So it's all good.
Yeah.
All right, Christina.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciated the breathing. I am not doing that enough, and I have to stop more often than normal right now of just having to take those deep, deep breaths and remind myself, like, it's okay. Like, you're going to be okay, but you got to remember to breathe, because you're not going to make it through. So thank you so much.
And it's a gift every single time. Yeah. All right. Blessings to you.
Blessings to all of you, and for being up so late and sharing with us. And I'm going to keep going with this late night thing. I don't know what I was thinking.
It's good. It's good. And thank you, Brian.
You're welcome. Thanks so much for being here, being part of this.
You bet.
Hi, Christina.
Hey, Brian.
How are you?
I am tired. How are you?
Well, yeah, doing all right because I'm at 4 a.m. on
You're
my
at
side.
4. You're at 4 a.m.
Yeah.
Alicia, can you grab the back of the monitor and just pop it just like a teeny tiny bit so my head's in there? Because right now I'm. Hey, there I am.
There it is.
Hey. I'm at
Outstanding.
makeshift, kitchen stuff, right?
That's great. That's
So,
great. I'm gonna mute myself and disappear and let you go. All right.
Goodbye.
I'll be back at the end of the hour.
Goodbye. I know the magic. I know the magic world of Zoom and technology and live feeds and 1 o'clock in the morning sessions. And I want to thank Manda, and I see that she's around. So thank you, Manda, for inviting me to come and participate in this. I've been really enjoying when I can. I just pop in and just get in and start listening to different ones. I was up last night late, and I got a chance to catch Ben. He was also making bread, which was fabulous. I have always wanted to make sourdough bread, and then I watched that, and I thought I'm never going to make sourdough bread. But it was so much fun to watch, and maybe I'm inspired, and maybe I'm not. I don't know. But I'm going to just start us off with just a quick prayer, just because I like to start anything off that way. And so we'll do the same thing again. Just take a nice deep breath, let it out. Gracious God, we just thank you for the life that you've given to us, for the opportunity to be in your midst and around all of these other people and to share your love and your light, and today even your bread into this world. We just ask that you be with us, giving us hope and peace in a time in which we need it so desperately. Lift this all up in your Son's holy name. Amen. So I'm going to just let you know that we're going to be doing baking, and I am baking an unleavened bread for a couple of reasons. And one of them is because on Facebook, and if you're on any form of social media, you'll probably seen the numerous posts of, I want to bake bread, but I can't find any yeast. I can't find yeast. And I thought, well, there's so many other breads that you can make and you don't really need yeast. And so we're going to make, let's see, I need my assistant over here. I'll give you that. You can find my recipe. We're going to actually make an Irish soda bread, but I like to throw things for a curve. And in our house, we have a lot of issues, health issues. Maybe not even health issues. We have a lot of food issues. So I am on a strict gluten-free diet, and my daughter is on a strict dairy-free diet. And so between the two of us trying to cook and participate, you want to just shove that up there so we can see that? Yeah, I don't need to see me. So between the two of us, baking and cooking can be a huge problem. You can take it away and then we'll continue. We'll throw it back up there in a minute. But so cooking for us is always a problem, and it may be for other people too, that you've also found that you suffer through a lot of these things. So this is a gluten-free Irish soda bread. And it is also, I'm going to do it dairy-free. The recipe can go either way. I'm going to teach you how to make some dairy-free items. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to show you guys how to make a dairy-free alternative to buttermilk. If you've never done this before, it's really, really, really easy. Oh, I'm going to start with the wrong item then. And all it is you can take either apple cider vinegar, or you could also use lemon juice, whatever it is that you might have on hand in your house. Either work just fine. It's a tablespoon of vinegar, and then it is a cup of whatever your dairy alternative is. We use almond milk most of the time in the house, and so you just add that in there. And then it takes about 10 minutes. And basically what's going to happen is this is going to curdle, which sounds really gross, but that's what buttermilk is. So we're going to just do that. I just want to show you how quick and easy that was. I'm going to put that back over there, and then I'm going to start to combine some of our items. So this is going to have three cups right here of gluten-free flour, and it can be an all-purpose flour or a bread flour. I really like using Pamela's bread mix. So, so I'm using Pamela's bread mix, but I also like to use Bob's one-to-one. Also is a great mix for an all-purpose mix. And I probably will do some of that later in another recipe. And so I just pour that in there. And then the recipe calls for 1/4 cup of sugar. So I'm gonna pour that in there. And then I said this was unleavened, but really what I should say, this is really just yeast free. It's not unleavened because there's baking soda, a baking powder, and salt, which is gonna actually create some leavening in our mix here. And I'm just gonna pour that in there. And then I have to do a little work here, and I'm just gonna whisk those in so that they're nice and ready. And then everybody's favorite part of everything is butter. And because we are dairy free, we don't use real butter. Well, I do, but not when I'm baking for my daughter. So this is Country Crock plant butter. We have found that of all the different butters that we've used, this one works really well for us, and especially because I'm also soy free. This particular one does not have soy. So I'm gonna just cut that in there real quick, like that. And I don't know, I'm wondering, I can't see that far away, so I can't see if there's any questions yet. I'm gonna have my daughter look. Is there questions on there? Any that I should be answering? She's like, what? I don't have my glasses on either. No questions for me? Probably all alone tonight by myself. All right, so we'll get the butter in there. And then once we get the butter in there, we gotta get that turned into pea-size amounts. And so 2 knives, and you just kind of get in there. So here's the thing though, you cut this in, but this is where I become the lazy baker. And the whole cutting butter in, I go like this. I go, oh, that was fun, but you know, I don't have time for that. So I just go in for the kill here. And I just take it, and I don't know if you can see that, but I just get my hands in there and I just start getting the butter in there with the flour. And the idea is that I'm just gonna kind of mix that up. I wanna get this down to about a pea-size amount. And that's gonna really give us a nice way to get the next part, which will be our liquids into this. So it takes a minute or two. So some of you who maybe don't bake very often, maybe you are feeling like, especially if you've watched any of the baking breads with the yeast, I don't know about you, but I see that and I'm so overwhelmed when I start to use yeast products. And in fact, the only way I bake bread with yeast is honestly is in a bread machine, because that's how lazy I am. But I love to get it in my hands dirty, and I like to get in and I like to do some of these other breads and bake other items. And so for me, this is a great bread when you don't want to use yeast and you don't want to wait 4 hours and you have a party coming up, or this is something I bring all the time to the potlucks at the church. So I'm gonna keep doing this. I also realized I didn't introduce myself. So for those of you who don't know, I'm Pastor Christina, and I serve at a church in San Jose, California. So I give a shout out to New Creation Lutheran Church. And there's a couple of them I know watching right now. They said they'd be watching. I don't know if they're actually watching, but they said they would be. So shout out to them for staying up late and participating in this. But I have been their pastor now for 5 years, and I love being there. They're such a great group. And
Jerry said, did you wash your hands?
Jerry, I washed my hands like 4 times before I did this. Thank you for asking. I was gonna do them like in front of everybody like I do for communion, but I didn't. I decided, nah, just get them in there. I know how clean they are. And plus, none of you guys get to eat this since you are too far away and not in the bowl and in my house. And you can't be in my house because we're on quarantine. We're on, shelter in place, so we don't get to share anything with anybody. So this will just be for us, and we'll enjoy it.
Someone asked a question, but I can't read it.
So here we go. I got that going on. So the next thing we do is we come back over here and we look at our curdled milk, and it's just slightly kind of curdling at this moment. And for lack of any other things I don't have time for, I'm just going to go ahead and add this egg in here with it. And I'm gonna whisk those together. And in case you didn't notice, I do have a helper. This is my daughter, Alicia, who is home from college because everybody had to go home from college. And she's here helping me out with my bread making here. Ooh, look at that. There she is. Too tall for your screen. Too tall, she's too tall. And then I'm just gonna take a spatula and I'm just gonna give it a quick run through on there. I just, you'll see that it's pretty dry in there and I just want to get it so that it's all moistened. I see in there, let's see. Hard to do when the camera's over there. This isn't something that, unlike a yeast where you don't want to spend too much time mixing it, you just want to mix it just enough. And the thing about baking with gluten-free stuff is that it's really sticky. You know, all those beautiful balls that you see when you see people cooking with regular flour and they're making bread. If you've ever baked with gluten-free flour, then you know that that is just not a part of, that's just not how anything looks. And so everything that we work with when it's gluten-free is it's really sticky. So if you're not used to doing gluten-free stuff and you make something that's gluten-free for somebody, and you're thinking, wow, that's so sticky, I better add more flour. Just, nope, don't do that because it's very, very sticky stuff. So that's done. So I've got here a nice tray that I put a nice silicone liner in there. And I'm actually just gonna turn my bread out onto this. Look at that. All right. That's not too sticky today either. So it came out pretty good. I'm going to have my helper do me a quick favor. Can you pop that in the microwave for 30 seconds? So I'm going to melt some butter real quick. Or a little less. So then I'm just going to shape this. One of the reasons I'm also chose to do the Irish soda bread for people who might be running out of bread in their homes and they were hoping to make a nice rising bread or whatever that might be. As you can see from the size of this, it's this beautiful round and you can really cut this bread up and you could use it for sandwiches and for toast, for some of the other things. Now for convenience sake this evening, I'm gonna do this though, which I'm gonna take this guy. I'm gonna make 2 loaves because they'll cook up much faster and then I will actually be able to share my cooked bread with you before we're done. And then everyone can go, ooh, cooked bread, cooked bread. And then we'll break our fasts, right? Because it is morning. And for our fasting through our Holy Friday, we have that opportunity to come together on Saturday morning for our breaking our fast and participating again in our daily lives, even though our vigil continues on. All right, so there's that. Let me rinse my hands off real quick. And Jerry, in case you wondered, I have a clean towel out even. So I'm just gonna take some of this beautiful butter. I'm gonna put it on top. Give it a nice crust while it's cooking. There we go. And then don't forget, you got to add right into the top of this is you want to add in a nice cut. And that cut is your cross. So at this time of year, you definitely want to make sure you get your crosses in there. Especially if you were going to want to use something like this for your Easter celebration. It's just a fabulous bread. You might have noticed when we were cooking that I had said that there was sugar in there, and it has just enough sweetness to be just a really delicious bread. If you were, if you make it and you're thinking you don't want it quite as sweet, then you can cut the sugar down to half or even not at all. But this bread that I take to a lot of my dinners and events at the church is gone. I never even, sometimes I don't even get a piece of it because people love it so much. So I'm going to take it now. I'm going to put it in the oven. It's preheated to 375 already. And I'm going to put it in there. And I'm going to start the oven at 25 minutes because I cut that in half. If I had done a full loaf, it would be a little bit closer to about 50 minutes for the cooking time on that. So it's a little bit shorter. All right, so now that I baked bread, now what am I supposed to do in my kitchen? I could clean and you guys could watch me do that, but that doesn't sound very interesting. So I had a question for you guys, and I'm hoping that a few of you are still awake and you're paying attention, but I'm looking for what everybody's guilty pleasure is right now, or there's guilty pleasures or the things that you're kind of guiltily doing that maybe you would never do any other time. So I'm gonna share mine because this is kind of, I was trying to think, like you always hear about people not wearing pants, and I'm like, I don't put pants on every day, and just a lot of random different things. But what I've noticed about myself is I don't wear shoes anymore. I just wear slippers all the time. I take my dog out for a walk and I wear my outdoor slippers, and I come back in, I put my indoor slippers on, and I've lived in my slippers, and I've only put shoes on, I think, twice in, what is it now, 3.5 weeks, almost 4 weeks. So I'm wondering about you guys, and I have to walk over because I can't see anything from over there and see if anybody else has what they've been up to. Oh, I've got some questions about yeast. I do cook, oh, thank you, honey. I do cook or bake with yeast breads as well. So I do both. I do not do them in the oven, though. I do them in a bread maker. So, so Brian, if you were thinking about doing some breads, I will just say the bread maker is a beautiful, beautiful tool for people who are have celiac or have any other gluten-free issues. It does all of your kneading, all of your rising, all in one location. So it's just add ingredients and turn it on. I really, really would recommend Pamela's bread mix if you're looking for a good bread mix that's good to work with, and or Bob's Red Mill's bread mix as well. Both of those are really good. And it's just basically, you just kind of follow those dotted lines, and I have been really lucky with getting some good bread out of that. In fact, I've even done on Pamela's products website, I have done a focaccia bread on there, and it was absolutely amazing. It was one of my favorite breads. So I don't have nobody has anything guilty that they're up to. I was hoping to like have you guys out yourselves for exciting things. Also, I think this is really exciting. I'm gonna turn my light off, and I'm gonna note there's a hole in my ceiling. So I think I'll just tell you the funny story about the hole in my ceiling, because why not? So there was a leak in my home during our quarantine time and our fabulous shelter in place. And so I had to have a plumber come out. And these are things people don't always know. I'm a germaphobe. And so just knowing that someone's going to walk into my house had me completely freaked out. But I also couldn't have a leak into my kitchen. So they came out and they fixed it and they put the hole in. And they said, oh, I'll be back in 2 days to fix the ceiling. And unfortunately, and this is the part that gets me, the person who was coming back to work on it able to make it in. And I said, sick, you were in my house. And I'll just live with it for now. So I see Jerry's making a point about not cross-contaminating with your flours. And that's actually very important to not do that, especially if you have celiac. So one of the things that you want to do is you want to have the areas that you bake, the areas that you cook, and the places that the things you bake, and you want them to be only used for those items that are gluten-free. You should not, cross and use different items in the house. So for instance, when I'm not super sensitive, so I can get away with a lot, but when I am cooking for or baking for other people, I make sure that everything I use is stainless steel. And everything is either glass or stainless steel. So I don't use any rubber, I don't use any wood, I don't use anything porous that anything could get into. That way, I have better control over the contaminants in my house. And although I don't have a lot, that's just a rule I have. So it's always get out a fresh towel, make sure that everything I'm using is either metal or glass, something that's not porous. So that's something that you want to make sure you do when you're working with gluten-free stuff and people who have serious allergies, whether it's to gluten or to other things. Those are some of the tools that you want to do. I want to also kind of share a little bit about bread and why it's significant, and especially a yeast-free bread, is that for a lot of us, if we were around for our Maundy Thursday services, might have heard the story of the Exodus, or maybe it's just a story that you know really well. And the story of the Exodus, of course, is the time of the plagues. And it's the last one in which God tells Moses that the Jewish people need to do something, and that is that they need to do a Passover. Really, this is the opportunity for them to share their good fortune with God, and so they have to slaughter the lamb, and they have to have a very specific meal. And one of the items in this very specific meal that they have is unleavened bread, and so they are making this meal and they're having this unleavened bread. And part of what goes on in this is that the last plague, for those of you who are familiar or not, the last plague was the one in which they had to take the blood of the lamb and put it on their doorposts. And the reason for that was because the firstborn sons were going to be would be killed. And if the blood was on there, they knew that it was a Jewish family and God would spare them. And then the next thing that happens is that they have to leave, right? At this point now, Pharaoh comes back and just says, "Get out. Now you've killed all of our children, and I don't want you here anymore. Leave. I'm granting you the opportunity to leave." And this is, of course, me paraphrasing everything. And so they have to leave in a hurry. So one of the things that you don't get to do when you're in a big hurry is you are not going to spend, as Pastor Ben did, like 7 hours making bread. You are going to leave now, because you don't have any time. And so in order for that to happen, they were not able to have a leavened bread. They had to just very quickly make an unleavened bread that could be cooked quickly and taken for travel. And so when Passover comes every year, one of the big things at their Passover meals is that they don't have anything leavened at all. And we would say, oh, unleavened bread, like what I'm making, it's not an unleavened bread. But unleavened bread, we always just think of, oh, just don't put yeast in it and it's an unleavened bread. But they don't eat any gluten, any wheat. They don't eat rye. They don't eat barley. They don't eat oats. They don't eat corn. None of these things. And so they actually strip their homes of all of these items in order to prepare themselves for the importance of the Passover meal as the tradition in a Jewish family. And so they, from cleaning and everything to making sure that there is nothing in their home that would come in contact or corrupt the meal itself. And so that's a really big thing that goes on. And this is right now the time of year of which, we're celebrating Passover on Thursday evening. And so here we are in this time, and as we think about the Passover meal and we think about it being Jesus's last meal, and we honor these traditions, and they're such deep traditions, and understanding the idea of where bread comes from. And so then we find even more in depth of getting to know how Jesus even sees himself. And so I'm going to read to you, but I left my phone over there. So I'm going to walk over here for a minute. And so there's a whole section in John 6, and I just want to read it to you a little bit because I love these images. Jesus said to them, "I am the bread of life, and whoever comes to me will never be hungry, and whoever believes in me will never be thirsty. But I said to you that you have seen me and yet do not believe. Everything that the Father gives me will come to me, and anyone who comes to me, I will never drive away. For I come down from heaven, not to do my own will, but the will of him who sent me. And all of this, the will of him who sent me, that I should lose nothing of all that he has given me, but raise it up. That's good when you lose your concentration. Nothing and has given me, but raise it up on the last day. Even Jesus acknowledges in these moments that where bread comes from. And for the people there, they talk about, and this is another part of our Exodus story, is manna, the manna from heaven, how it rained down on the people and fed them during their 40 days of time, 40 years in the desert, and that the manna was a gift from God. But sometimes when we hear our stories over and over again, sometimes we forget that the manna was a gift from God. It wasn't a gift from Moses. And so Jesus is retelling this to them, and he's saying, hey, I know about the manna, but the manna didn't come from Moses. The manna came from God. And that manna that nourished you is from my Father. And I am now the bread that you so thirst and hunger for. I am the bread that will nourish you. I am the bread that the Father is now raining down on you. And so when we think about these bread images, they have so much more than just I'm going to have a sandwich, which sometimes we get stuck in. So I have a friend who was awesome, and she's a colleague pastor up in Montana, in Broadus, Montana, which is the eastern side of Montana, also from Missoula. And she is just an amazing pianist. And I asked if she would share a favorite bread song. So I'm actually gonna go in here, dun, 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 and I'm gonna hopefully be able to load in a quick video, if Brian will let me do that. Brian, will you let me do that? I can do screen share, right? He's sleeping. It's okay, Brian. I'm just gonna do it.
Hello, my name is Pastor Julie Long. I serve Our Savior's Lutheran Church in Broadus, Montana, which is in the southeast corner of Montana. Hello to my friend, Pastor Christina Boscheman from San Jose, who has invited me to be a part of this project. And with her Hour of Bread, she wanted me to share one of my favorite bread songs. And so that for me is a song that's called Here is Bread. It's written by Graham Kendrick. It can be found in the Cranberry ELW. It's also found in the Purple Worship and Praise resource from Augsburg, and a whole bunch of other resources as well. And maybe it is one of your favorites too. In particular, I want to read to you the text of this particular song. Here is bread, here is wine, Christ is with us, he is with us. Break the bread, taste the wine, Christ is with us here. Here is grace. Here is peace. Christ is with us. He is with us. Know his grace. Find his peace. Feast on Jesus here. In this bread there is healing. In this cup there is life forever. In this moment, by the Spirit, Christ is with us here. Here we are, joined as one. Christ is with us. He is with us. We'll proclaim till he comes, Jesus crucified. In this bread there is healing. In this cup is life forever. In this moment, by the Spirit, Christ is with us here. In this time of coronavirus and fear and anxiety, and when we all are becoming more one with each other through the suffering and through the care and concern of others, this seemed like an appropriate song for me to share with you. Here is bread. Christ is with us here. Christ is risen. He is risen indeed. Alleluia. Thank you for letting me participate.
So jokingly, I already said to her, he said, hallelujah. But I told her it was okay. And that at 1 o'clock, 1:30 in the morning, 4:30 somewhere else, whatever, no one's paying attention anymore. So we're just gonna, oops, hallelujah it up here. So I've got one more bread to bake. I'm gonna check. Oh yeah, they're coming out beautiful. So if you were here, you would be smelling this wonderful bread, but you are not here. And maybe you're just getting hungry at this point. So I have one more very quick, simple recipe I wanted to share. And this recipe is unleavened bread for communion. And I'm gonna ask Olivia, can you tilt that a little bit for me? It's not too far. My arms are not that long. Although they look like it right now, like I can touch that. So this is a very, very simple, very, very quick recipe. It's actually not a gluten-free recipe, but this is the beauty of gluten-free. Most of the flours now, you can just substitute them in. So if you have a decent, like a 1-to-1 flour, you can just take that flour and just substitute it in when you're working with other flour. So this recipe is just flour, oil, salt, water. It doesn't get much easier than that. And so you just go like this. You take your measuring cup, and when you measure, make sure you try and get your flour nice and light. You don't want it too heavy when you're pouring it in. You see, I'm at the bottom. And this is the other bad thing during the pandemic is that you cannot find flour. You can't find gluten-free flour. You can't find any flour in the stores right now. So, whoops. So I had to do some quickie things with my flour, and then I found some online, but it didn't get here soon enough. So there's the rest of my flour. So it's 1 cup of flour, 1/3 of a cup of oil. I just always do. I am a purist, but I always use extra virgin olive oil when I'm baking, when I'm cooking, whatever it is I might be up to that I'm doing. I bake cakes, chocolate cake, regular cake. I just used extra virgin olive oil. People always say, won't it taste like pasta and you're having an Italian dinner? And I'm always like, no, it's not going to taste like that. You wouldn't even know. If you've ever eaten my food, you absolutely had something with it in there when I'm baking. So, and it tastes just fine. So then there's 1/8 of a teaspoon of salt. So just a smidgen of salt. And 1/3 of a cup of water. So we'll just go back to my measuring cup. Add that in there. Okay, I'm being really bad. But shh, I'm just using the same one. And you give it a quick blend of that. Get that going. And again, when using gluten-free flour, it does not get as beautiful, doughy look as you might get from a regular wheat flour with lots of gluten in it. But no matter what, it's still very usable. So I will go ahead and show you how this has come out. So you can see that it's a little bit more wet, but still it's going to be I can handle that. Okay, it was hot, but it was on the stove. I wasn't thinking. So So I can still handle the dough, and I'm going to take it out right now because it says I'm going to actually have to do a little bit of kneading. So just folding it, and then you fold it. All right, I'm the worst kneader. I think I said already that I usually just like to use my oven, my bread maker when I do stuff like this. So I'm just going to do a quick knead on there because this is my lazy knead. And then I'm going to form this into 6 balls. So you know it. The smart way to do this, of course, is to go back to my cutter, right? Okay. And I did look again. Are there questions? Have anything popped up anything for me? No, everybody's just waking up, falling asleep. Maybe bread making is like the ultimate, like, what did you do? You were so tired, but you couldn't fall asleep. And I found that this woman was just chatting away on YouTube about bread making, and it just lulled me into the deepest sleep ever. And I have no more stress or worries because she was able to take me into that happy place. And I know that if you're anything like me, and that might be what you're going through, I find myself much more stressed every day than I have probably ever been in my life. With everything that's going on, learning how to use new tools every day, not knowing what the day is going to look like, what will change, what will not change, what will I need to know that I didn't know yesterday. Let's see, I'm technology guru. I had to become a technology guru, which I'm certainly not. And then how about for some of you, if there's any pastors out there or people who are leading churches, how many of you have also become financial banking gurus, trying to understand these opportunities of SBA loans, small business loans for your churches? All these things that I have no actual training in, and having to learn it on the fastest course you could possibly be on has just been very stressful. So maybe for some of you this evening, just laying in bed and hearing this, hearing bread baking and thinking, oh, bread, that should put me to sleep in a few minutes. And I hope that if I can do that for you, then amen to that, because that's a beautiful thing too. So there you go. I just made communion bread. And I think you probably noticed, I think I did that in about 7 minutes, maybe 6 minutes. It takes between 8 to 10 minutes to cook the bread, and the oven needs to be preheated to 425 degrees, which is a little bit hotter than the bread that's in there. So I'm not going to put that in there yet, but that was how quick it is. So if you are still in a church that's using those, I'm going to say those dreaded wafers, consider maybe, changing over to making your own communion bread. If you've been trying to figure out how to do this where it's gluten-free, where maybe if you're like me, you have people who have dairy allergies. I have vegans in my church, and so I'm always trying to find something that all of us can partake in together, to make it so that the meal is a place that everyone feels really welcome to it, and everyone feels like they can partake in it. And so for me, trying to always find what that looks like, whether or not I have to make it or someone can make it, but trying to find the places that we can be community together and work with one another. So that's how quick that was. And I've got beeping going on behind me, which is good news because the bread I made over there could possibly be done. So I'm going to check the bread. Not quite done, so I'm going to put it in there for 5 more minutes. And I've got this already done. So now I have to entertain us with some more, exciting things. And I feel like I've given you everything that I have this evening. I've given it all. So I'm going to just continue telling you about why why I chose to do bread, because I don't even know why. I think it was just lack of any other greater knowledge of anything. I thought, what do I know about? And I thought nothing. And then I thought, well, what else do I like to do? And I thought, I really like to garden, but that 1 o'clock gardening bit is going to be weird. And it's dark outside, and I thought, yeah, that's probably not going to be a good thing to do, gardening at 1 o'clock in the morning. So I had to come up and get a little more creative, and I thought, you know what? I'm going to do bread, because bread is the essential part of our life. It's the thing we say when we get together, like, let's break bread together. Let's find ways of which we can be community. And during this time, I know I have tried very hard to find as many ways as I possibly can to be a part of my community. And when I say that, I mean not just the church, but my neighbors and the people who live around me and the people that I run into when I'm out walking. I was listening to people talking when Colleen's group before us, they were talking about how people are different when they're out in the neighborhood walking versus how they are when they're in the stores shopping. And that when all of a sudden we get into those stores and the proximity is so much closer, our anxiety starts to go up, and you can start to see it in the people around you, and you see that anxiety level go up. And then the worst part is, if you're like me, I wear a mask when I go out to do any kind of shopping, and I go out into public spheres like that. I make sure that I have masks on and gloves on. And so imagine you've got a mask on and you're trying to smile at people, but you can't see anyone's smiles. You only see eyes. And so you don't know how people are really feeling when they're looking at you, because everyone's got their faces covered up. And so that time in the stores is really a very high anxiety producing time. And so everywhere I go, I try and figure out how to start conversations with people, how to put people at ease. Like how do we do this one-on-one or 2-in-1, but how do we start to figure out what that looks like? And I know that for the first 2 weeks of the pandemic, of being sheltered in place, doing our services on Zoom for our church, that I just got lucky, and the scripture that I was working with, because I'm on the narrative lectionary, for those to know these things, it was the Great Commandment, and it was Jesus telling us to love your neighbor as you love yourself. And I thought, well, who doesn't need to hear that right now? And so it's this opportunity we have right now that we have not really taken the time maybe to really look at our neighbors and to ask them what it is that they need, to be able to meet their needs in different ways. And sometimes the way we meet their need is with just a smile, and sometimes it's with a roll of toilet paper, or maybe it's with a thing of paper towels, or maybe it's with the other morning or afternoon, I brought my neighbor, she gave me toilet paper, so I was so grateful for that. And in my response to that was that I brought her mimosas, because I could do that. I had that, but I didn't have toilet paper. And so it's how do we figure out how to meet each other's needs with what we do have and what others don't have, and how we can kind of come together in this time that we are breaking bread together, and that we are living into this new way, this new creation that we are in Christ. And I think that the image of bread really is, for me, that breaking open of that. And right now, we may not feel that we're breaking open, because we might feel like we're breaking apart instead of breaking open. But I think that we are hearing God's call in such new ways of being church. And in the midst of that we're really answering that call. And we're really seeing new ways of being a part of each other's lives, ways we didn't expect before. How many people thought they would sit around and go to, Zoom happy hours or Zoom dance parties, or have Good Friday and Monday, Thursday services on Zoom? I mean, I don't think any of us could have ever really planned or thought that was going to be something we would be doing. All right, not quite gonna give them 2 more minutes in there. So now I'm at about 32 minutes on that bread. But so when I think about what it means to be church and to be alive in Christ right now and to be celebrating and to be sheltered and yet at the same time have so many opportunities to reach out to people. I love what I'm seeing around me. I love what I'm seeing the church doing. I love what I see my community members doing. I love seeing what my neighbors are up to and how they're participating in this. I'm going to move closer and see if there's any comments up here that I haven't seen yet. Oh, thank you, Julie. That I worked a little bit to get that look going on in my kitchen, so it looked like a nice place to cook today or bake today. But yeah, so what's on your guys' mind at this hour? Whether you're coming in from the East Coast and you're just rising, not like our bread, because we didn't put yeast in the bread, so this isn't rising bread, but you're rising up with the sun and you're coming up, and or if you're like me and you're just coming to the other end of a long day of practicing our faith life and fasting. You know, what's going on in your life? What do you have up going on? What do you want to share? Where have you seen God in action in your neighborhoods? I don't even hear from Brian. Hey, Brian, are you out there? No, it's cooking breakfast probably at this hour, right? All right, well, I know that the bread is pretty much ready, so I'm going to go back there and I'm going to go get the bread and bring it out to you guys. Oh, hot. All right, so show you my bread, and it looks like that. Hey, not too bad, right? Like I said, I did take mine and I cut it in half, so they're a little bit smaller, a little bit flatter, and I did that because I wanted to make sure I could get it cooked in the time frame that we had together. I didn't want it to be too big because I'd rather have it cooked through than not cooked through. But you let it cool. We don't want to slice into it too soon. So with this bread in particular, it's something that you want to cool for a little bit. You don't want to break into it. You want to give it a few minutes. So probably a good 20 minutes before you open it up and start eating all of it. But I know if you're like me, that's really hard to do. So I just wanted to lift it up and kind of show you color on the back. Just a nice light brown on the back. You get the crosses kind of stand out on the front. You kind of see how that came out. And so this is the kind of bread that goes with everything. So like I said before, you could use it as sandwich bread. You could also use it, it's great with chili, awesome with like a pot roast, just almost black bean soup. If you like a nice spicy black bean soup, this is awesome bread to go with that. And of course it's Irish soda bread. So if you were making corned beef and cabbage, this would be a great item to serve with that. Traditionally in one of these, in an Irish soda bread, a lot of times they might put currants in them, but I'm not a big fan of putting fruit into my bread. So I wanted it to be just bread and not have anything else to take up the flavor space for me. I just want it to have that one flavor. So I have that going for me, and I've rebooted up the oven so that I can put these guys in. I'll set the timer for that. They will probably be coming out just as I'm off the air, so we won't maybe get to see the finished product on that. I'm gonna come back over in front of the camera. So so that's baking bread in the middle of the night. Oh, look at that. Yeah. Brian, the food banks are looking at some, I can't imagine the amount of people that are in need of the food. We did have a church, a local church here. It's a very large church in our community who did give out food, and they ended up backing traffic all the way up onto the freeway and beyond for the amount of people that were coming needing food. But it's the call to the community to come and participate in preparing that food in whatever way that looks like. Whether they're the ones packaging it or they're there, getting it into people's cars, has been really amazing.
we had a huge distribution today in Pittsburgh. Cars were lined up, just hundreds and hundreds of cars lined up to get food today. Our food bank was really working very hard today, and then we have a distribution tomorrow morning, this morning. Not gonna get
now.
that. Yeah. All right, in 3 hours. No.
Right here.
But yeah, it's really something to watch. People come together to prepare it and have everything ready, but also watching the number of folks who need it, and it's more than ever. So
yeah,
talking about where you see God, seeing God in coming through that, the great amount of care and love that's shown to folks who are getting everything ready to make sure that people have enough. It's something else.
Yeah, I think that it's always pretty amazing, because we often have such a, I don't know if I want to say negative attitude, but maybe pessimistic attitude about the people in our neighborhoods or our community, or even in our churches a lot of times, that we're like, oh, the world, nobody cares about anything, and nobody's nice anymore. And then something happens, whatever that might look like. Something happens, and then we see the good, and we're reminded that God's creation is good. God said, it is good, and everything that God created, God then said, and it was good. And this kind of time in our lives, I think, reminds us that we are made to be good, and that we are good, and that when we take the moments out, when we slow down, when we're forced to slow down, or we're forced to look at what's happening, that we answer God's call.
Your bread looks great, by the way.
Oh, thank you. Wait, are you Brian? Are you the Brian Bennett?
Yeah. I've been trying to do it over there so other folks see it too. So
I know. Do you? I can. By the way, because I have your email now too, I can send you some recipes if you need them.
we have loads of recipes. My son got diagnosed with celiac about 2.5 years ago. Just almost 2.5 years ago now. And so my wife was a big baker, but it's much harder for us for some reason. The main thing, it's less about breads. I mean, we can get the mixes and stuff, and that's fine. But she always like doing things like cinnamon rolls, and that doesn't quite work the same way. So
no, you can totally do cinnamon rolls. I took a big step this year, and I made a king cake, which is basically a giant cinnamon roll.
Yeah.
And it was amazing.
Did you just use a bread?
I used the bread flour. Yeah, the Pamela's bread flour, and it was the stickiest, wettest, goopiest thing I'd ever seen. And I looked at that thing and thought, no one's going to want to eat this.
Yeah.
But you got to work it, and then once you get rolled up and you get it on and you cook it, it was delicious, and everybody ate it. That I took it to the Mardi Gras party, they all loved it. So it's just different.
Yeah. And
so it's not what we're used to. But sometimes it's I will make that sourdough bread, by the way, at some point in time. I think Ben did inspire me enough to make sourdough bread. It's my favorite. It's the only thing I really miss that I've yet to be able to experience gluten-free. You cannot get gluten-free sourdough bread.
Yeah. I find getting any sort of bread that has a nice hard crust on the outside super hard. What's so wet, and it just doesn't. Yeah, it's hard to get.
It doesn't do this. Yeah, it's not quite the same. It's just not quite the same. So I'm looking to see, we have somebody new coming in. Do we want to, we got 3 minutes. Do you think they want to join us?
Those are the folks from our next group. It's our role-playing game. Playing
game? What?
Yeah. I created a role-playing game for us for today. So, but if Jerry or Evan or Megan want to jump in and talk about bread, please.
Bread, or share what they've seen. Where have they seen God?
Yeah.
And I really find that that's a meaningful part of, and especially because we're stuck inside in this weird kind of, where are you? And you're like, I'm just in my house all the time. And so to take a few minutes to actually start to say, but where have you seen God in an action around you? And to be able to start saying things like, yeah, you know what, I saw this food bank thing and it was the most amazing thing. Or one of them was in our neighborhood, we have a drive-through Starbucks, and they spent this one day, there was 10 or 11 people that just kept paying it forward over and over and over again. And it went through like 10 or 11 different people where they were just paying for the next person's coffee, and it just went on and on and on and on. And I just think that when we watch for that and we acknowledge it, I think it's really very meaningful.
Yeah. Hey, Megan. Oh, you're muted, Megan.
Hello.
There you are. Yeah. Megan, Jerry, Evan. So
this is 5 o'clock now for you guys that are going to be playing?
No, 5 for me. 5 for me.
4 for me.
For Jerry and Evan, and 3 for Megan. And Zach, if he's there yet. So.
Are we still sleeping, or or do you not sleep? I don't know. Maybe you just stay awake the whole time.
I napped a little bit since we stopped this the last time. What was that? 3 hours ago.
Say, didn't I see you earlier?
I was on at 6 earlier with a friend of mine. Yeah.
Okay.
Or
I'm like
7 p.m. Eastern time last night, and then 1 o'clock, midnight my time, 1 o'clock in the morning.
You're just going all out.
Yeah.
I'm taking it all. So I'm gonna take out my last bit of bread.
And the bread does look very yummy.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, there's not quite that. Oh no, they're done.
Yeah.
Not quite. Oh wow, you guys don't get to see communion bread. I need another couple minutes in there. All right. So then I will say goodbye. I thank you guys. Thank you everyone who's stayed up with me and hung out, and for you guys, blessings on your Easter tide and all that is to be. And I hope you guys have a good time. I'm gonna go log off here, and then I'm gonna go up to my room and I'm gonna check in and watch what you guys have going on.
All right. Very good.
All right, thank you.
Bye, Christina.
Bye.
So we just need Zach. The one challenge to being at 3 in the morning for you guys, especially when Zach's probably been up almost the entire live stream.
Yeah.
How long has it been going on?
What did it start at 6 o'clock on Thursday?
6
p.m. Eastern?
Eastern time, Thursday. Yeah.
Good Lord.
So almost 36 hours at this point.
Yep. It's pretty good.
That is pretty good. And it's been a wide variety of presenters and a wide variety of content. I've seen
Lots of different stuff.
Yeah. It's
So.
really, really good, actually. There's a lot of wide variety of stuff that's happening. Some of that Madagascar Yagam stuff was great.
Oh, that was really good.
Yeah.
That was really good. So.
He's just not coming back because he doesn't want to find out what happens. That's it. He's already gone back to the throne room.
He's already gone back to the throne room.
Where's Crowley? He's in the throne room. He's on the throne.
He's on the throne. This is the only chance. It's empty. He's only
That's
got
right.
one shot.
That's right.
Wherever God goes when God rests.
Where does God go when God rests?
That's a good question, right? So. Goes to the beach, Jerry. That's where he goes.
It goes to the beach.
So I'm sorry, and I'm very tired, and God goes to the beach. God, not a he. God is not a he.
Right.
So.
Yeah.
So. But. Evan, I feel like this is the experience most RPG folk know. Go to wait for that last person to get to the.
Bum ba-dum bum 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 bum.
Oh, I woke up.
I figured that you that sleep is not something that has happened much to you in the past 36 hours.
True. But angels don't sleep.
Angels sleep. Yes.
They rest on the great Sabbath, though.
Yes. All right. So we are all here. And let me say, you have Megan with the campus ministry at University of Colorado in Boulder, and playing the Principality Angel Effie. We have Jerry and campus ministry at Texas A&M and Blinn College, playing the Power Angel Baracus. Malak was played by Evan with his sling and shield, who is a lowly guardian angel. Well, he might be up for a promotion after this. Malak has done a lot.
He has done a lot.
And then Zach, you're playing Crawley, the Seraphim with the flaming hot coals, the six wings,
Tongs,
and tongs. So I bet Crawley is a pretty popular angel at the angel barbecues.
I would think so, right?
Right? Tongs, coals, you got it going, man. So, all right. So on the great Sabbath, when all of heaven, God and all angels are resting after the redemptive work of Jesus is finished on the cross, is now happening, except for you four. You are not resting. You are delivering a soul of great import to the gates of hell to deposit. You have traveled to Earth, where you needed to find a portal to hell, encountered some fiends, a devil, and some imps, whom you chased away from their where they were trying to get a hold of you or your your special little soul container, the stone bottle, and you chase them away, chase them through the portal, except they took you to limbo where they tried to trap you. There you were not trapped. Instead, you downed the large bull-headed devil and scared the bejeebers out of the imps, and used the special device, the infernal device, to open up another portal to hell, and you find yourself there now, with the apparent gates of hell off on the horizon for you. It is hot. Rivers of lava flow all around you, and your whole body just vibrates out of sync with this place. And that is where we will end up, or where we will begin. Yeah, we're done. Okay, we're done.
We're done. All right.
Forget it. Never mind. You know what? It really doesn't matter. Just set that stone bottle down right there, Effie. You're good. It's good. Close enough. Oh.
So we move forward towards the gate.
Yeah.
Because I gotta find out what kind of material they're made out of. Plus, we don't.
Yep. You'll notice Malak is like really on edge and not really comfortable right now. They've kind of like quit the jokes and like talking about humanity and all since for the past few minutes since y'all have been walking.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's more because Malak is just sleepy that he's being quiet and that he's worried about what's going on around him. You know, though, we really don't even know who's in this jar. It's just this soul of great importance. Why is this soul so important that we have to deliver him now when everybody else is resting?
It's a good question.
Yep. You know that the forces of hell have conspired to stop you.
They've done a pretty poor job of it so far.
Well, that is true. They've conspired. They're just not good at conspiring.
I don't know. Crawley lost a wing, so I mean,
Yeah.
you know.
Hey, does that mean you're like flying circles now?
It's very tight circles.
He's got 5 others. He can compensate.
Yeah, sure. But he's got to work at it now.
So which one did he
show one of his feet? You know?
Which one did he?
Right.
Oh wow! He has to show one of his feet. Oh. Which way does he turn when he flies? Since he's doing circles.
You will notice that it is exceedingly quiet. There's no other denizens of this plane of hell in sight as you continue towards the gates.
A little too quiet, you might say.
I didn't say that, but I mean, you could. You could say that. I didn't say that. I'm just letting you know.
Quiet.
Does that, as a constant proclaimer, does that include me, who yells a lot?
No. That is normal for you. You just keep yelling. I mean, the denizens of the hellish plane are not.
We've got today was the first day I heard we have the howl. Do you guys have a howl going in your communities? At 8 o'clock here, everyone went outside and howled.
No.
I have not heard that. No.
Cool. So how that? I think I thought I was going to relate it to something, but
Are you is Crawley howling right now?
yeah, howling.
He's howling
for sure.
I didn't know angelic snakes could howl, but that's cool. So
as we approach the gate, is there like any demons coming out to meet us or interact with us or all?
Well, from a distance, as you're still coming through, it is one road is moving through the rivers of lava around you, but it winds through until you can see the gates now, big and imposing, and they seem to be fashioned out out of.
This is the part everybody's been wanting to know.
Yes.
Yeah.
What are the gates made out of?
Yes. They are. You can actually see it's hardened lava, right? But lava is running through them, through the very middle of the doors, gates, right? The smell is very strong, and you see that in front of the gates. It's that bad bacon. It's Effie's fault. She grabbed the bad bacon out of the. But in front of the gates, there is a little bit of a wide open area, but in front of that, there is a big river of lava, right? And only one bridge that leads over to across that river of lava.
I think we should check under the bridge for a troll.
A grumpy old troll who lives under the bridge. Need to solve his riddle to get across.
Yeah, I always. That's my usual protocol at bridges.
What is your quest? So are we going to look under the bridge?
Well, as all right, as you move nearer, right, what you do see actually then, you do see in front of the gates there is one solitary figure in a completely black suit and a spectacularly white tie, right, wearing dark Ray-Ban sunglasses and a pale pink complexion with some tiny horns that sort of come up and wave about his head, its head, their head.
So Malak is gonna like step out in front, and they like wave a little bit to the fancy demon up in front and say, "Hey, can you take us to the manager?" And then he turns back to the rest of the party and says, "I heard that from some people on Earth. It usually works." And says, we need to speak with somebody in charge, you know?
At this point, I still see you on the other side of the bridge, right? The bridge goes over, he stands there, and he, you see he has a very sleek black cane with him, and he sort of very fashionably walks up to the other end of the bridge and says, "I quite assure you, I am in charge."
Ooh.
Cool. So we've got this soul, and we're supposed to give it to hell.
Is there a drive-through?
Is there a drive? Can we get rid of this thing?
Yeah.
Where should we go?
We don't really want it.
Oh.
You can give it to me, but we will not be depositing it.
Okay, so that's not.
Yeah, that's not going to
work.
While you do
Effie's
that, right?
got the paperwork here.
Effie's got the paperwork. That's
We
right.
have
We're all
the
legal.
paperwork. Have
We're
the
all
paperwork.
legal.
Has to happen. As you're standing there, the sort of jets of hot sulfurous gas come shooting up out of the lava around it, except for where the bridge is.
Is there, can we fly too? Is there a reason we need to take the bridge? Can we fly over the gate?
Well, you would have to cross the river of lava, go over that. It is very this gas is shooting very high, almost geyser-like. Just to some pretty great heights.
Except
Yeah, I think you should give it a go, Evie.
Yeah, send Effie across on a bridge. Sacrifice.
Can we ask why the guy doesn't want to take the soul?
Throughout the history of hell, there have been a number of bad choices. For us to take this soul would be the worst possible choice ever made in the history of hell. I will ask you to leave, or we will have to forcibly remove you. And as he stands there, on either side of the bridge, two magma demons rise up out of the lava.
Uh-oh.
Are these your cousins, Crowley?
These are
from the wicked part of the family.
saw them at a family reunion once. Terrible house guests. Effie, just open the bottle up and see what happens.
Oh.
I mean, if it's I figure if he's gonna want to fight, we should probably get ready for one. Malak pulls out his sling and his shield, and takes a stance.
But I'm wondering about this bridge, if we should just cross the bridge.
Can I do something with my scepter and make some sort of protection spell around all of us so we can walk over the bridge?
Yeah, give us a guardian give a guardian check.
I got a 3.
That is exactly your magic number.
There's no
I mean,
magic. It's
There's
all
no
a
magic.
magic plan.
There's no magic here. It's all
heavenly. That's the problem of too much D&D.
Yep.
So,
Such thing.
you take your scepter and you slam it down on the ground, and suddenly there's this glorious aura that encases all of you, right? The humming, right, that is vibrating your whole body.
Ave Maria. An aria, you said?
I said an aura, but it is almost as if the heavenly choirs have descended upon you. You feel at ease for a moment. You feel completely and utterly sure that you can cross over this bridge without any harm befalling you.
Heck yeah.
All right. So let's cross the bridge.
Yeah.
Thanks to Effie.
Just
The
saunter on over.
this aura shines so brightly. It pushes back the heat, and that tiny, very well dressed devil on the other side steps back, cannot bear to be, he cannot stand there and meet you at the end of the bridge, has to move back halfway between you and the gates, which is probably about 40 feet or so. So pulls back about 20 feet away from you, all as you step across the bridge and onto the other side. But it is at that point he says, well, if we want to do that, and he slams his walking stick down, and you watch him transform from this tiny, well-dressed man into the very image of the Lord of the Flies. Beelzebub stands before you now, grows to be like 15 feet tall, stands before you, the massive corpulent flesh, flies buzzing about, and the stench from which you are protected through this aura now, and the magma demons turn and move toward you as well.
Is it too late to just open the jar and see if the soul stays? I mean,
I mean, we are in hell, right? It doesn't have to be in the, like, past the gates, because we're in hell.
well, he did say, he has been saying all along that we have to deposit the soul.
You're right.
There's a
So-
depository.
So I load up a stone in my sling and I pop it off at the big dude.
Sure. Give me a give me
Avenging
that
roll.
avenging roll, yeah.
That would be a 4.
Oh, once again. You're
the heavenly number.
Thank you.
Hallelujah.
The heavenly number arrives. So this, I'll give you that option again. You can do 2 harm, or you can do 1 harm and impose some condition upon him.
Let's go 2 harm.
2 harm, yep.
Let's just get this over with, you know?
We've got to get this soul delivered. We don't have so much time.
All right.
I'll do the same thing.
Hey, Jerry, you got real quiet here, bud.
I'll do the same thing. I'll throw my
Okay.
chain, so here we go. I got a 3.
A 3 absolutely does hit, right? But it is a regular hit, so
Yeah, it's not my heavenly number.
not your heavenly number. So you also do 1 harm. All right. At this point, after getting two sort of hits on him right away, he growls, right? And everybody make a defending roll. He swings his walking stick is transformed into some big club. He swings at all of you. He gets a shot at all of you. So if you can all give me a guardian roll.
I guess 6.
I got an 8.
I also got a 6.
Mm-hmm. Jerry, what did Baracus get?
8.
8. Okay, so you all succeed in dodging it, but Crawley,
Oh no!
You actually hit your heavenly number.
Hey.
So, you not only defend and dodge his attack, you can cause a harm or get impose some condition on him, like push him back or cause him to fall down.
Yeah, I'll knock him down.
Okay. So you dodge his staff, and your serpent-like tail goes and grabs his ankle as you defend yourself and yanks his foot out from under him. And down he comes, thunderous crash. When that happens, Effie, make give me a watcher roll.
2.
All right. You see a portal in the door, in the gates, not with magma flowing around it, but with a pulsing light. And you notice that your stone container also pulses light now.
Ooh.
Throw it at it.
But between you and that portal, or that deposit, the night deposit at the Hell Savings and Loan, is of course Beelzebub and 4 magma creatures behind you.
4. I thought there was 2. Man.
There were 2 on each side.
Oh, 2 on each side. See, I missed that part.
Uh-oh.
Should I run for it, and my team of angels can help protect me to go run the
Yeah, we'll cover you.
stone container into the pulsing light?
Okay. You make a roll. You're gonna bolt for it.
Yeah.
Okay. So you head off towards that. The rest of you, the magma creatures come up behind you. All right. The other 3 of you, who was closest to Effie?
I was probably out in front, so it'd probably be one of the other 2.
Yeah.
I think Baracus was.
Okay.
I was.
Yeah.
Because they showed up late together to this whole thing.
Oh, that is true.
That's a good callback. That's good. Nice.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Yeah, they've been walking together the whole way. So, Baracus, you're going to make 2 defense rolls because 2 magma creatures are near you, are going to take attacks at you. Malak and Crawley, you each take 1 defense roll.
4 and an 8.
4 and an 8. So you're going to take 1 more damage, and you're going to dodge one of those attacks. The 4 fails. What does Malak do?
I'm gonna hit Beelzebub again with my sling.
No, I'm sorry. Did you? I need you to make that guardian roll.
You're right. You're right. 5.
5. All right. You miss. It misses you.
Okay.
And then Crawley, what's your?
6.
That's your heavenly. Are you really rolling that 6?
I got 2 6s in a row here.
Yeah. Well, it's good for you, man.
Mhm.
Because you miss the attack, and you've created a you like whack it with your tongue as you sort of parry, stick it up its nose, and you cause a harm to that creature.
Boing.
All right. Effie, you are flying through. You are just sailing as fast as you possibly can. And Beelzebub looks at you and belches forth this cloud of stench and flies at you. Can you make another guardian roll, please?
A 3.
It's also your heavenly number.
Oh.
Well, isn't this interesting? So, all right. You fly around this massive stinking cloud, and in the process, you can either cause it harm to Beelzebub or some other condition. He's still flat on the ground. What would you like to?
I can get any health back for any of my team who've taken hits. Is that not possible?
Oh, I think that is entirely fitting. With you, yeah, you could grant a health back to one of your team. Give that to you.
Who needs it most? Or who needs?
Yeah, Baracus.
Yeah, Baracus
down to
has
3.
done. Yeah, he's taken 2 harm. So yeah.
Give it to Baracus.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Right. And you are very nearly at the deposit. So other folks. You also are noticing your jar has its own new vibration to it. The pulsing has gotten quicker. It's humming.
So what's the closest demon to Effie?
Oh, Beelzebub.
Okay. I'm gonna
Yeah.
hit Beelzebub again with my sling.
Mm-hmm.
Pop one off.
All right.
That would be a 3.
That hits.
Heck yeah.
So that he is Beelzebub is looking very woozy. Has gotten pummeled very, very quickly.
Good.
Does it seem eerily, or should I keep going towards the portal deposit and try to
keep going.
put the bottle there? Do I need to uncork the bottle to get the soul into the portal, or do I just try to throw the whole bottle in there? What do we think?
If you uncork it, though, that the Beelzebub might get it, so we don't want that to happen because they said they don't want it in.
Okay. Yeah. So let's just try to throw the bottle into the portal.
Okay, so you're gonna try and just fling it.
Yeah.
Okay. I feel like this is a very earthy roll. This is a throw. This isn't an attack or a guard. This is a
Yeah.
so give me your earthly roll.
Okay. A 4.
Yeah, because your earthly abilities are really good. So you take it and just like a football, just shoom, give it a toss, right into it, and it lands right into the slot and sits there. But now it is pulsing. It just continues and continues. It's getting stronger and stronger. Beelzebub screams, "No!" and he gets up to the feet. Evan, Jerry, and Malak, Barakas, and Crawley. Everybody you three make defense rolls, guardian rolls, as the magma creatures come for you. Oh, that's your heavenly number there, Malak. You take your shield, block the slam that comes at you from the magma creature, and then bash it in the face.
Nice.
All right. Barakas, you have 2 guardian rolls. You still have 2 of those creatures on you.
I got 8 and a 8.
Oh, yeah. That's too good. That's too good. You dodge
good.
both of
A little
those.
too good. I rolled them right here in front of me.
Yeah, how convenient that the camera didn't. No, it's great. You miss. Both of them missed their attacks on you.
Show you my camera.
No, it doesn't work, man.
The background makes it go away.
And then Crawley, how about your?
I got a 5.
Oh, a 5. Yeah, you're gonna actually you're gonna take a harm. Because you thought you had it and it slammed you. You're the 2, I think, right? So,
yeah.
All right. If you make a guardian roll, please, because Beelzebub takes a swing at you.
I'm at 8.
Yeah, you dodge it as well. After you take that swing, or after Beelzebub takes the swing at you, and you dodge it, you watch as all of a sudden there is a ring of light that goes out from the stone bottle. The round top rolls what had been an incredibly solid seal suddenly feels like there's this earthquake that centers out of the stone container, and that round lid rolls off. The stoner.
What?
Hey,
Dude.
dude. The stone
Drop more
jar
bacon.
cracks in half, and suddenly you hear the halls of heaven resound. You see the light of God shine forth, and the gates of hell crack open, and standing before you is Jesus.
The call's coming from inside the house.
The magma creatures are revolted at the sight, and they fall back into the river of lava.
I kind of look to my compatriots and say, "Oh, that was the
soul of most importance."
We did it.
Yeah.
The Jesus walks to each of you, right? And simply says, "Well done, good and faithful servant." As now the souls trapped in hell are freed, flowing out. The gates just have been completely demolished. And Jesus turns and opens up a portal and says, "Let us return."
Can I interject here with Jesus and say, hey, this is great. Really appreciate what you're doing here. It seems like it's really good for these souls and stuff. But I got dinged a wing here on this journey. I imagine you're capable of lots of things, but could you hook me up with, I've got an exposed left foot here, and that's it's really chilly, that foot. I don't usually wear socks because my flaming angel wings cover my feet and that keeps them warm. And now I have an exposed one. So if you could just help me out with that, that'd be awesome.
Shh. Says Jesus. Shh. And Jesus lays hands upon you, upon your wing, your wounded wing, and it is made whole.
Oh. Is it one of those cases where it was actually where he doesn't do the healing, but like sends me home and like my faith has made me well? Is that
your faith has made you well? That's right.
Like the pseudo, like he almost like did the healing, but
he didn't actually touch you.
The healing was inside me all along, or something.
The true healing was the friends we made along the way.
Yeah.
I was ready for someone to make that, because if someone wasn't going to make that sort of joke, I was going to make the joke too.
It was the bond you got with us along the way. Yes.
The friends we made along the way.
My question is though, what happened to those pods? That went missing from. Does Jesus know the answer to that?
Yes, Jesus says. But I was with you all along. I sent those souls home.
Oh.
I made sure the feeding ministry multiplied its food. Those are things that happen when I'm around.
I mean, I don't want to like nitpick the ineffable plan and stuff here, Jesus.
Hey man,
I've got a theodicy question for you here.
Of course you do.
Of course you do, Crowley.
I mean, you could send the souls home in the pods, right? But like again, that was exactly when I lost the whole wing in the first place.
Wow. I see why he's in the throne room all the time.
Yeah, he's got to stay busy, because if you give him any bit of leisure time to think about things,
Well, this whole experience has really opened my mind up to to be a little more cynical about the ineffable plan, I think.
Wow.
I've become a little more Aziraphale-ian than I
Jesus
was before.
Jesus just looks at you and smiles and says, "Are you ready to go back to the throne room?"
Yeah, for sure.
Sure. For sure.
So, yeah, you can return to the throne room. Can return. You all can be returned there. And there's a great big medal ceremony at the end where everyone gets a medal except for Baracus. And no.
He's already got so much jewelry. It's like
The
we would give
flaming
you all. We don't have anywhere to
chains.
put it.
What it would be really awkward.
I pity the fool that don't give me a medal.
Is there a wedding?
No.
Oh, okay.
So, but there it is. That is the. That's where we'll end it. You all get back to your appropriate stations.
Yeah, Malak kind of like ducks out of the ceremony early. They say something about like hearing that watching paint dry is enthralling. So they go do that for the next like 30 years or so.
Nice.
He catches that movie on YouTube of just 12 hours of paint drying.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I've heard Love is Blind is great, guys.
Oh my.
I think Effie has a question, or maybe
Yeah.
Megan does. We had to take the soul of Jesus, but it was on the Sabbath. But wasn't Jesus killed not on the Sabbath? So what was his soul doing for?
So I realized this was one thing that wasn't super clear, right? But it was. I have often heard of Holy Saturday as the Great Sabbath, where Jesus rests from Jesus's labors, and so in that regard, Jesus was resting, right, with the rest of God and all other, right? So that because Saturday is the Sabbath, the seventh day. For the new day of creation, but that's to come on Easter. That's the first day of the week, right? So that's he dies on Friday, rests on Saturday, new creation begins on Sunday. That was the imagery I was trying to evoke on there. Does that make sense now? I'm sorry if I didn't sort of hit that point clearly enough.
Kind of the descended to hell part of things.
What's that?
The descended to hell.
What's that?
The descended to hell part of things. With Jesus.
Yeah. I had used the Orthodox icon of the resurrection, which is the harrowing of hell. Jesus breaking open the gates of hell as that notion, sort of as the source of all of this that was the initial seed of the game for me. So
gotcha.
I liked that it was a stone container too, and there's a round cap that rolled. I mean, yeah.
I really like the system. The having two different scales or like one scale for each stat is really, really interesting. I think that's a really good system.
it made it very simple, And like I said, I had heard it on actually the Adventure Zone did a live show where they did a game called Lasers and Feelings. Like I said, I think I said that, and so rather than trying, because I had initially thought we might use Fate, but I realized that would be more complicated.
More complicated than what we're doing here.
Yeah, for this was I wanted this to be a reflection of what does Jesus' death and resurrection mean, and so that was why I just went like, you know what, I'm just going to adapt that sort of model. So
yeah, I think it was like perfect for this.
Yeah, except
it's really easy to pick up.
Right. That was the big part, especially right. Zach and Megan not doing a lot of RPGs in the past, so this one made it super easy. Except he kept hitting all the
heavenly numbers.
Heavenly numbers.
Yeah.
Your crit
Quite
rolls.
blessed.
Quite blessed rolls we had, yes.
Yeah, I mean, I get you have a 12.5% chance of hitting it, but
Also, Jesus was with us the whole time. So.
and Jesus the whole time, which it would have been really embarrassing if you guys had failed.
Yeah.
What does Jesus' death and resurrection mean? Nothing. Actually,
because he never made it to hell. So.
Oh no. So.
We should have just stayed and kept making more bacon. And just
yes, bacon.
Right? Yeah, he could have been like, hey, you know what? Brian, you made this really cool system, but you know what? We're just gonna stay and feed people. Oh, okay.
We're just gonna serve our neighbors.
At St. Stephen's.
That's right.
Yeah.
I was kind of hoping it'd be St. Stephen in the jar.
I don't know that St. Stephen could have broken down the gates of hell, but
yeah,
I'm sure he would have tried.
I spent a lot of time there trying to fit in Grateful Dead lyrics, but I couldn't come up with anything.
Nice.
Yeah, I really enjoyed this. This was great.
Oh, Brian.
Yeah, I'm glad you all took the time to be part of this, and
well, I had nothing else to do.
I really wish we had like more time to do this. Just 3 1-hour sessions is like a very short amount of time. I think I really like this.
Well, feel free to adapt it or use it in other ways. I'm gonna probably put it out on our Church of the Geek Twitter and blog so that folks can use it. I'll write it up. It'll be like one sheet, so something folks can pick up really quickly and easily.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, heads up. We're working on putting together a 72-hour live stream vigil for the Vigil of Pentecost, so we could squeeze a few more slots in.
Assuming Pastor Zach lives to see that.
Yeah. Okay.
So, but here's the unfortunate. It is 5:55. And unfortunately, the rule is you all have to stay on the stream until the next people show up, and they're not here yet.
No, Joshy.
There's nobody here yet.
No, they're not here yet. He said he will be though. So,
how was we just came in after some bread baking.
Yes. Definitely not any bed breaking, but which is what my just want to
breaking.
Well, for whatever reason, bread baking is much harder for me to say than bed breaking. I don't know why, but
for what it's worth, on the final on the Vinyl Preacher slot earlier, we talked about Easter 2, with Thomas, and I'd lifted up that in the Greek it's more like Thomas thrust his hand.
Yeah, like
it's,
Jesus.
Yeah, it's
So
Brambalo, right? Yeah.
there's something to Easter about thrusting. Bed breaking.
Bed breaking, bread breaking. I see it.
But
St.
did
Andrew.
it go well? Did it go well? Bread baking?
Bread was made
Excellent.
in a 1 hour slot.
It
She went from.
It looked good.
Wow.
She went from. Yeah, she did soda bread, so there was no yeast, but it looked good. It looked
Three
good.
different kinds of bread were made. Have already been made.
Nice.
I was always a big fan of tortillas. I make some. Not to brag, but I make some really killer tortillas. Homemade.
Awesome.
I've not had them, so I can't say whether or not they're actually really good or not. So
I need to make some then for you.
Josh.
Nope, you're muted.
You're muted.
You're muted.
Muted, man.
Buenos dias.
Buenos
dias.
Salud.
I love the beer.
Gracias.
It is 5 o'clock Central Time.
Somehow
it's time to go to bed.
Yeah, really.
Oh, so you never did go to bed? I just woke up.
No.
I like your background, Zach.
Thank you. We're the I'm sure you've been up watching.
The Triduum RPG.
Yeah, we were a team of angels, aka the A team.
AG team.
So you have another person joining you, Josh, right?
Yes. Daphne should be on soon. I can check in with her.
Okay.
Just waiting. Should be doing some music here. So.
Okay. Just waiting to admit her. So.
Okay.
But yeah. But yeah. So Jerry, Megan, Evan, thank you guys so much. Zach, you too.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
But you guys were really great.
I appreciate it. Yeah. The game was great. The company was even better.
Yep.
That's the best part of role playing games.
The
anyway.
friends we made along the way.
The friends we made along the way. Yes.
Yep. All right. I'll see.
All right.
All right. Everybody, get some sleep. There we are. All right.
Yeah, let me. I'm going to help Daphne out here just a sec.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I just resent the information to her, so she should be on here shortly.
Yeah, not the first time that's happened tonight. So.
Yeah. So how are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Pretty good.
Yeah, you're in Chicago. Is that what I saw?
Yeah. West Chicago, far west suburb. Yeah, and I can give a quick little intro here of our church, and yeah. In fact, that's why I brought you to the church. I wanted to just share a little bit about what we're doing here. So, Yeah, we are West Chicago, far west suburb of Chicago, and in a predominantly Latino, Latinx neighborhood, and we have services in English and Spanish here at the church, and working on bringing our two communities together. And so one of the things through this pandemic, we've been trying to reach out to the community, our neighbors in need, and one of the organizations that we work with, Solidarity DePage, reached out to us about emergency food assistance, and so we've been providing that for our neighbors, and seeing that there's a great bit of need already in our community, and a lot of folks losing their jobs, and so we've actually going to be doing a distribution today. I'll take you to the kitchen where we're storing our food here. So we are stocking up on food, have a distribution later this afternoon. And so taking on any donations that folks can offer, some produce and milk and eggs. And so have not really been in the business of, being a food pantry, but just an example of the things that you do in times of great need and emergency. So I've been trying to respond to the need in our community. Last week, we had on Friday our first distribution, and unfortunately weren't able to attend to all of the folks that came. Had hundreds of folks show up, more than we anticipated, so trying to stock up this time so that we don't turn anyone away. So
yeah. Well, I'm over in Pittsburgh, and I was helping a food bank yesterday get ready for a distribution today. One of our churches in the area does it, and they needed some help, so I went over. But they had a bigger distribution up at the hockey arena, and just lines and lines and lines of cars come. So we're expecting kind of the same turnout, maybe a little smaller, but just a big turnout. There's a lot of need right now. Yeah. So something else. Well, good for you. I'm glad you're out there stepping into a place where there's a lot of need.
Yeah, doing the best we can, like all of us are.
Right on. So
I'm gonna try to help her one more time here. She says she's having trouble getting in.
Yeah, I'm watching for her to hit the waiting room. So
okay.
So I can admit her, but I haven't seen her pop up yet.
Okay. Yeah, I wonder if I just call her, would that work?
You mean like with your phone right now?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it would, but because you're not together, right? You're in two different locations, right? Oh, wait, there it is. I'm assuming iPhone. Boy, please let it be her. Please let it be her. I got Zoom bombed the other day and it was ugly. So, okay. Does she have an iPhone? Please say she has an iPhone.
I think so.
I will. Is that Daphne? Okay, I'm going to unmute you. Okay. Hi, Daphne.
Hi, how are you?
Good. I have you and Pastor Josh here, and I'm gonna turn my camera and mic off, and you guys keep going. Okay.
Okay.
God
Great,
bless you
thanks.
guys.
Thanks, Pastor Brian. God bless.
You too.
Buenos días, Daphne.
Buenos días.
Es la hora de español, así que vamos a continuar en español. Entonces, para los que no hablan español, tienen la oportunidad de practicar, ¿no? So, if you don't speak Spanish, this is your opportunity to practice. Entonces, nada más estaba con una introducción a nuestra iglesia San Andrés, un poquito de lo que estamos haciendo aquí, nuestras despensas que estamos dando a la comunidad. Entonces, y nuestra misión como una iglesia bilingüe y multicultural aquí en West Chicago. Así que si quisiera empezar con sus cantos y así estamos sí, a las 5 de la mañana, ¿verdad? Así que debemos de cantar.
Pues vamos a cantar.
It's 5 in the morning. We should sing. Muchas gracias. No tuvimos la introducción, ¿verdad? ¿Quiere contarnos su nombre, presentarte?
Pues rapidito, soy Dafne, soy miembro de la Iglesia San Andrés en West Chicago. Soy estudiante de la Escuela Luterana de Teología en Hyde Park, de Lutheran School of Theology. Soy de Cuba y pues soy una seminarista en San Andrés en el proceso de candidatura para el Ministerio de Palabra y Sacramento. Gracias, Josh, y gracias por la oportunidad de poder cantar en español. Es un poco temprano, la voz no está muy buena y el teléfono se me cayó acá porque lo tuve que poner sobre el teclado, pero espero hayan podido escuchar y disfrutar algo.
Está bien, es parte de todo
Sí.
eso, ¿verdad? Sí. No, pues sí, yo no sé quién está despierto a estar mirándonos, ¿verdad? Pues entonces, pero lo pueden asistir más tarde, ¿verdad? Sí. ¿No quiere cantar más?
Creo que no, estamos bien.
Está muy bien.
Un
Pero
abrazo.
muchas gracias, Daphne.
Un abrazo.
Bendiciones.
Seguro.
Thank you so much.
Seguro.
Buen día.
Buen día.
Okay. Y estamos en el día de sábado de gloria, ¿verdad? Así que es un día como intermedio de el Viernes Santo y la Pascua. Entonces así es como un día de esperar. Y yo creo que eso relaciona muy bien con lo que estamos viviendo ahora, ¿verdad? Que es un tiempo de esperar. Así que por un parte estamos viviendo los sufrimientos de viernes, ¿verdad? Del Viernes Santo. Y entonces en nuestra iglesia la costumbre es hacer una procesión de las estaciones de la cruz en nuestra ciudad de West Chicago. Y entonces lo hacemos en las calles para llegar a la iglesia. Entonces eso hubiéramos hecho ayer, ¿verdad? Y el sábado en la noche hacemos una vigilia pascual. Entonces debería de haber hecho un bautismo y varias comuniones y confirmaciones de adultos, casi 20 que íbamos a hacer, pero no fue posible, claro, este año, pero so just explaining that we are in this day of Holy Saturday, and it is kind of a in-between day in the church, a day in between Good Friday and Easter, and in that way, it's a day of waiting. And so I think it captures pretty well the feeling that we have in these days of waiting and of longing and not knowing when life as we knew it will go back to the way it was. But in some ways, we also grapple with the reality that life may never be the same. And so what is life going to be like after all of this? And so as we grapple with all those things, I think this Holy Saturday certainly captures a lot of those feelings. Also was explaining that here at our church, something that we would have done yesterday is had a Stations of the Cross procession through the streets of our city of West Chicago. We have the whole thing acted out. We have Jesus, of course, carrying his cross. We have the soldiers, we have the women, all of that. Each station acted out on the way here to arrive at the church. It's usually hundreds of people and really meaningful experience. I think for our folks, certainly resonating with the realities of Friday, and a lot of times we incorporate themes of the struggles of immigrants and how that relates to Jesus' suffering. And so that would have been, of course, yesterday, and today would have been the day that we, in the night, have a Easter vigil with the fire, and with actually this year we would have had an adult baptism, and almost 20 First Communions and confirmations for adults. These are folks that actually went through this formation process that we do for folks that were not able to have their First Communion and confirmation as children. And so really a lot of the folks were people who are new to the church and actually may have been raised in the faith, but have at some point kind of drawn away. And so this is really, I thought was going to be a meaningful day as well, celebrating of these folks kind of coming back to the church. And certainly that's a big part of our mission and ministry here at St. Andrew San Andres, is that we are a place, I think, that a lot of folks that if most of our Latinx folks that grew up in predominantly the Catholic Church, and if they didn't feel that upbringing was, maybe they thought it was a little bit harsh, or a lot of times we'll end up doing a lot of the baptisms that folks are not allowed to do in the church that they grew up in. And so they come here. And so in that way, I feel that our church is a place of grace, and a place where people can experience God in a way that I think is maybe more open than that they're used to. Certainly the sacraments don't have the restrictions that perhaps they have been accustomed to, and we try to make that a place, this a place of welcome for all people. And so that's a big part of our mission and ministry here at St. Andrew. Shared a little bit about some of what we're doing, but I think cross-cultural relationships is certainly a big part of what we're doing in times of division, and in times of a lot of vitriol toward our immigrant sisters and brothers. We try to be a place of welcome, and a place where relationships cross-culturally can happen. And so it's a beautiful thing to be a part of when we see people come together across cultures. And we do a lot of services here that are bilingual, and it's an opportunity for people to worship across cultures, and to be together in a bilingual way. So and when I've seen some of those relationships happen, and people come together cross-culturally, sometimes it's like those prejudices, and people have even told me, wow, I didn't realize a lot of those realities that the folks in the immigrant community are suffering. I think in that way, every day in our ministry, hopefully hearts are being opened and lives are being changed. And so it's a privilege to serve here, and just wanted to give you a little bit of snippet of ministry at St. Andrew Lutheran Church in West Chicago. And once again, we're working here in the midst of this coronavirus outbreak, COVID-19, unprecedented times, working with our community and trying to serve those who are hungry, our hungry neighbors. And so I showed you a little bit of our emergency food pantry that we've opened up, and we are also working with a lot of our folks that maybe they are in a apartment. Actually, just yesterday, some of the folks that are in apartments that are threatening to evict them, even though that can't happen right now. So standing with those folks, folks that are being forced to work in their factories, even when there's COVID outbreak there. So a lot of those sort of struggles that folks find themselves in here, but certainly folks that are unable to work, and people that were already living on the margins, this is really extreme times for them. So trying to come together as a community and make sure that no one goes hungry, and that we continue to advocate and seek justice for the most vulnerable among us. And so that is what we're doing here. And I know many of you are involved in some of the same things. And so let us continue to do that, to be the church, even if it's in different ways, not the ways that we're accustomed to, but certainly that's the message we're trying to bring to our folks here, is that we can still be the church in different ways, and certainly continue to serve our community. And so we'll pray for all those that have contracted this virus, those who have died. Certainly on Good Friday, we think especially of those who mourn. And we also think and pray for those who are on the front lines of this crisis and put their lives at risk for our safety and our health. And so we join in prayer for the whole world in this space, this in-between time of Holy Saturday, where we still have the fresh suffering and grieving of Good Friday on our hearts, as we eagerly await for the resurrection of our Lord and the new life to come. And so it is in that spirit that we begin. Again, we're going to be doing the Holy Saturday liturgy in Spanish. Entonces, que me acompañen, por favor. Vamos a hacer la liturgia de la vigilia de Pascua en este día de sábado de gloria. El Señor sea con ustedes. Oremos. Oh Dios, eres el creador del mundo, el libertador de tu pueblo y la sabiduría de la tierra. Por la resurrección de tu Hijo, libéranos de nuestros miedos. Haznos a tu semejanza y ilumínanos con tu luz. A través de Jesucristo, nuestro Salvador y Señor, quien vive y reina contigo, el Espíritu Santo, un Dios por los siglos de los siglos. Amén. Entonces vamos a hacer las lecturas del Antiguo Testamento, que son muchos para este día de sábado de gloria. Y empezamos con nada más algunos. Vamos a empezar con Génesis capítulo 1. Y dice así: en el principio creó Dios los cielos y la tierra. La tierra estaba sin orden y vacía, y las tinieblas cubrían la superficie del abismo, y el Espíritu de Dios se movía sobre la superficie de las aguas. Entonces dijo Dios: sea la luz, y hubo luz. Y vio Dios que la luz era buena, y separó Dios la luz de las tinieblas. Y llamó Dios a la luz día, y a las tinieblas llamó noche. Y fue la tarde y fue la mañana, un día. Entonces dijo Dios: haya expansión en medio de las aguas, y separé las aguas de las aguas. Y hizo Dios la expansión, y separó las aguas, y estaban debajo de la expansión de las aguas, y estaban sobre la expansión. Y fue así. Y llamó Dios a la expansión cielos, y fue la tarde y fue la mañana, el segundo día. Entonces dijo Dios: júntense en un lugar las aguas que están debajo de los cielos, y que aparezca lo seco. Y fue así. Y llamó Dios a lo seco tierra, y al conjunto de las aguas llamó mares. Y vio Dios que era bueno. Y dijo Dios, produzca la tierra vegetación, hierbas que den semilla, y árboles frutales que den fruto, sobre la tierra según género, con su semilla en él. Y fue así. Y produjo la tierra vegetación, hierbas que dan semilla según su género, y árboles que dan fruto, con su semilla en él, según su género. Y vio Dios que era bueno. Y fue la tarde y fue la mañana, el tercer día. Entonces dijo Dios, haya lumbreras en la expansión de los cielos para separar el día y la noche, y sean para señales y para estaciones y para días y para años, y sean por luminarias en la expansión de los cielos para alumbrar sobre la tierra. Y fue así. Hizo Dios las dos grandes lumbreras, la lumbrera mayor para dominio del día y la lumbrera menor para dominio de la noche. Hizo también las estrellas. Y Dios las puso en la expansión de los cielos para alumbrar sobre la tierra y para dominar en el día y la noche y para separar la luz de las tinieblas. Y vio Dios que era bueno. Y fue la tarde y fue la mañana, el cuarto día. Entonces dijo Dios, llénense las aguas de multitudes de seres vivientes y vuelen las aves sobre la tierra en la abierta expansión de los cielos. Y creó Dios los grandes monstruos marinos y todo ser viviente que se mueve, de los cuales están llenas de aguas según su género, y toda ave según su género. Y vio Dios que era bueno. Y Dios los bendijo, diciendo, sed fecundos y multiplicas, y llenad de aguas en los mares, y multiplíquense las aves en la tierra. Y fue la tarde y fue la mañana, el quinto día. Entonces dijo Dios, produzca la tierra seres vivientes según su género, ganados, reptiles, bestias de la tierra según su género. Y fue así. Y hizo Dios las bestias de la tierra según su género, y el ganado según su género, y todo lo que arrastra sobre la tierra según su género. Y vio Dios que era bueno. Y dijo Dios, hagamos al hombre a nuestra imagen, conforme a nuestra semejanza, y ejerza dominio sobre los peces del mar, sobre las aves del cielo, sobre los ganados, sobre toda la tierra, y sobre todo reptil que arrastra sobre la tierra. Creó pues Dios al hombre a imagen suya. A la imagen de Dios lo creó, varón y hembra los creó. Y los bendijo Dios y les dijo, sed fecundos y multiplicaos, llenad la tierra y sojuzgadla, ejercer dominio sobre los peces del mar, sobre las aves del cielo y sobre todo ser viviente que se mueve sobre la tierra. Y dijo Dios, he aquí, yo os he dado toda planta y da semilla que hay en la superficie de toda la tierra, y todo árbol que tiene fruto que da semilla. Esto os servirá de alimento. Y toda bestia de la tierra, a toda ave de los cielos, y todo lo que se mueve sobre la tierra, y que tiene vida, les he dado toda planta verde para alimento. Y fue así. Y vio Dios todo lo que había hecho, y he aquí era bueno en gran manera, y fue tarde y fue la mañana, el sexto día. Así fueron acabados los cielos y la tierra y todos sus huestes. En el séptimo día completó Dios la obra que había hecho. Y reposó en el día séptimo de toda la obra que había hecho. Y bendijo Dios el séptimo día y lo santificó, porque en él reposó de toda la obra que él había creado y hecho. Estos son los orígenes de los cielos y la tierra, cuando fueron creados, el día en que el Señor Dios hizo la tierra y los cielos. La palabra de Dios. Te alabamos, Señor. La segunda lectura está tomada de Éxodo, capítulo 14, versos de 10 a 31 y capítulo 15, versos 20 a 21. Y al acercarse Faraón, los hijos de Israel alzaron los ojos, y he aquí los egipcios marchaban tras ellos. Entonces los hijos de Israel tuvieron mucho miedo y clamaron al Señor. Y dijeron a Moisés: ¿acaso no había sepulcros en el Egipto para que nos sacaras a morir en el desierto? ¿Por qué nos has tratado de esa manera, sacándonos de Egipto? ¿No es lo que te hablamos en Egipto, diciendo: déjanos para que sirvamos a los egipcios? Porque mejor nos hubiera sido servir a los egipcios que morir en el desierto. Pero Moisés dijo al pueblo: no temáis, está firmes y ve la salvación que el Señor hará por hoy por vosotros. Porque los egipcios a quienes habéis visto hoy, no los volveréis a ver jamás. El Señor peleará por vosotros mientras vosotros os quedáis callados. Entonces dijo el Señor a Moisés: ¿por qué clamas a mí? Di a los hijos de Israel que se pongan en marcha. Y tú levanta tu vara y extiende tu mano sobre el mar y divídelo. Y los hijos de Israel pasarán por en medio del mar, sobre tierra seca. Y he aquí, yo endureceré el corazón de los egipcios para que entren a perseguirlos, y me glorificaré en Faraón, en todo su ejército, en sus carros, en su caballería. Entonces sabrán los egipcios que yo soy el Señor, cuando sea glorificado el Faraón, en sus carros, en su caballería. Y el ángel de Dios que había ido delante del campamento de Israel se apartó y iba tras ellos. Y la columna de nube que había ido delante de ellos se apartó y se les puso detrás. Y vino a colocarse entre el campamento de Egipto y el campamento de Israel. Y estaba la nube junto con las tinieblas. Sin embargo, de noche alumbraba a Israel. Y en toda la noche no se acercaron los unos a los otros. Extendió Moisés su mano sobre el mar, y el Señor, por medio de un fuerte viento solano que sopló toda la noche, hizo que el mar retrocediera y cambió el mar en tierra seca, y fueron divididas las aguas, y los hijos de Israel entraron por en medio del mar, en seco, y las aguas les eran con muro a su derecha y a su izquierda. Entonces reanudaron la persecución, la entraron tras ellos en medio del mar, y todos los caballos del Faraón, sus carros y sus jinetes. Y aconteció que la vigilia de la mañana, el Señor miró el ejército de los egipcios desde la columna del fuego y de nube, y sembró la confusión en el ejército de los egipcios, y entorpeció las ruedas de sus carros, y hizo que avanzaron con dificultad. Entonces los egipcios dijeron, huyamos ante Israel, porque el Señor pelea por ellos contra los egipcios. Entonces el Señor dijo a Moisés, extiende tu mano sobre el mar para que las aguas vuelvan sobre los egipcios, sobre sus carros y su caballería. Y extendió Moisés su mano sobre el mar, y al amanecer regresó el mar en su estado normal, y los egipcios al huir se encontraban con él. Así derribó el Señor a los egipcios en medio del mar, y las aguas volvieron y cubrieron los carros de caballería. Y todo el ejército de Faraón que había entrado tras ellos en el mar, no quedó ni uno de ellos. Mas los hijos de Israel pasaron en seco por en medio del mar, y las aguas eran como un muro, y a su derecha y a su izquierda. Aquel día salvó el Señor a Israel de mano de los egipcios. Israel vio a los egipcios muertos a la orilla del mar. Cuando Israel vio el gran poder que el Señor había usado contra los egipcios, el pueblo temió al Señor y creyeron en el Señor y en Moisés, su siervo. Y Miriam, la profetisa, hermana de Aarón, tomó en su mano el pandero, y todas las mujeres salieron tras ella con panderos y danzas. Y Miriam les respondía, cantad al Señor, porque ha triunfado gloriosamente. Al caballo y su jinete ha arrojado al mar. Esta es palabra de Dios. Te alabamos, Señor. Y acerca de esta lectura, anhelamos estar libres del miedo y la confusión, el pecado y la muerte. La resurrección de Cristo nos lleva a través del mar a una nueva vida, y el bautismo ha promulgado ese éxodo. Y otra lectura, la tercera lectura de Ezequiel, a 37 versos del 1 a 14. La mano del Señor vino sobre mí y me sacó en el espíritu del Señor. Me puso en medio del valle que estaba lleno de huesos, y él me hizo pasar en derredor de ellos. Y he aquí, era muchísimo sobre la superficie del valle, y he aquí, estaban muy secos. Y él me dijo, hijo de hombre, ¿vivirán estos huesos? Y yo respondí, Señor Dios, tú lo sabes. Entonces me dijo, profetiza sobre estos huesos y diles, huesos secos, oíd la palabra del Señor. Así dice el Señor Dios a estos huesos, he aquí haré entrar en vosotros espíritu y viviréis. Entonces yo pondré tendones sobre vosotros, haré crecer carne sobre vosotros, os cubriré de piel y pondré espíritu en vosotros y beberáis y sabráis que yo soy el Señor. Profeticé pues como me fue mandado, y mientras yo profetizaba hubo un ruido y luego estremecimiento de los huesos, y se juntaron cada hueso con su hueso, y miré, y he aquí había tendones sobre ellos. Creció la carne, la piel los cubrió, pero no había espíritu en ellos. Entonces él me dijo, profetiza al espíritu, profetiza, hijo del hombre, y di al espíritu, así dice el Señor Dios, ven de los cuatro vientos, oh espíritu, y sopla sobre estos muertos, y vivirán. Y profeticé como él me había ordenado, y el espíritu entró en ellos, y vivieron y se pusieron en pie un enorme, inmenso ejército. Entonces él me dijo, hijo de hombre, estos huesos son toda la casa de Israel. Y aquí ellos dicen, nuestros huesos se han secado y nuestra esperanza ha perecido. Estamos completamente destruidos. Por tanto, profetiza y diles, así dice el Señor, he aquí abriré vuestros sepulcros y os haré subir de vuestros sepulcros, pueblo mío, y os llevaré a la tierra de Israel, y sabréis que yo soy el Señor. Cuando abra vuestros sepulcros y os haga subir de vuestros sepulcros, pueblo mío, pondré mi espíritu en vosotros y viviréis, y os pondré en vuestra tierra. Entonces sabráis que yo, el Señor, he hablado y lo he hecho, declara el Señor. La palabra de Dios, te alabamos, Señor. Y sobre esta lectura somos los huesos secos, el Espíritu de Dios derramado de la muerte y resurrección de Cristo nos hace vivos junto con Él, un pueblo entero de pie y en una nueva vida, incluso cuando estamos separados el uno del otro. Pues hay muchas lecturas más, pero me está acabando el tiempo, entonces vamos a terminar con el credo y las oraciones. Vamos a confesar nuestra fe. Creo en Dios, Padre Todopoderoso, Creador del cielo y la tierra. Creo en Jesucristo, su único Hijo, nuestro Señor. Fue concebido por obra del Espíritu Santo y nació de la Virgen María. Padeció bajo el poder de Poncio Pilato. Fue crucificado, muerto y sepultado. Descendió a los muertos. Al tercer día resucitó. Subió a los cielos, está sentado a la diestra del Padre. Volverá para juzgar a los vivos a los muertos. Creo en el Espíritu Santo, la Santa Iglesia Católica, la comunión de los santos, el perdón de los pecados, la resurrección del cuerpo y la vida eterna. Amén. Y seguimos con las oraciones. En esta noche santa, rezamos por la Iglesia, la tierra, el mundo y los necesitados, y todos los miembros de la familia de Dios, respondiendo a cada petición con las palabras, escucha nuestra oración. Oramos, oh Dios, por todas las iglesias alrededor del mundo, por tus obispos y clérigos, para los recién bautizados, para los creyentes que no pueden reunirse para orar, por la resistencia fiel durante este momento de tristeza y angustia, y por un sentido más profundo de tu presencia entre nosotros. Oh Dios, eres nuestro templo, en tu misericordia, escucha nuestra oración. Oramos, oh Dios, por el bienestar de la creación, por la salud de los mares, ríos y lagos, por el Potomac y Chesapeake, y por la voluntad de cuidar tu tierra. Oh Dios, eres nuestro acordiz y de promesa, en tu misericordia, escucha nuestra oración. Oramos, oh Dios, por la paz y justicia en el mundo, por el fin de la guerra y la agitación internacional, por concordia en nuestra sociedad tribulada por los jefes de Estado, legisladores y líderes cívicos locales que promulgan y procedimientos sabios para tratar el coronavirus. Oh Dios, eres nuestra poderosa fortaleza, tu misericordia escucha nuestra oración. Oramos, oh Dios, por todos los que se enfrentan al coronavirus, por todos los que lloran a sus muertos, todos los que han contraído el virus, aquellos en cuarentena o varados fuera de casa, aquellos que han perdido su empleo, aquellos que temen al presente y al futuro, apoya a médicos, enfermeras y asistentes de salud en el hogar, investigadores médicos y la Organización Mundial de la Salud. Llena el dolor en nuestros corazones con tu poder misericordioso. Oh Dios, eres nuestros brazos eternos. En tu misericordia, escucha nuestra oración. Oramos, oh Dios, por todos los necesitados, por aquellos que sufren por la fe, por los pobres, hambrientos y sin hogar, por los enfermos y por los que esperan la muerte, y por los que nombramos aquí antes. Oh Dios, eres el sanador de todos nuestros males. En tu misericordia, escucha nuestra oración. Oramos, oh Dios, por los deseos de nuestros corazones. Oh Dios, eres el deseo de nuestro corazón. En tu misericordia, escucha nuestra oración. Y recibe nuestro agradecimiento por todos los que murieron en la fe y llévanos a la resurrección final, a tu vida eterna, donde las penas ya no existirán. Oh Dios, nuestro principio y nuestro fin, en tu misericordia, escucha nuestra oración. En tus manos bondadosas y poderosas, oh Dios, encomendamos a todos quienes oramos, confiando en tu misericordia a través de tu Hijo Jesucristo, nuestro Salvador y Señor. Amén. Vamos a rezar todos juntos al Padre nuestro. Padre nuestro que estás en los cielos, santificado sea tu nombre. Venga a nosotros tu reino. Hágase tu voluntad, así en la tierra como en el cielo. Da el pan nuestro de cada día, dánoslo hoy, y perdona nuestras ofensas, como también nosotros perdonamos a los que nos ofenden. No nos dejes caer en tentación, y líbranos del mal, porque tuyo es el reino, el poder y la gloria, por los siglos de los siglos. Amén. Oremos. Dador eterno de vida y luz, esta noche, este día santo, brilla con el resplandor de Cristo resucitado. Renueva tu iglesia con el Espíritu que nos has dado en el bautismo, para que podamos adorarte con sinceridad y verdad, y podamos brillar como una luz en el mundo a través de tu Hijo Jesucristo nuestro Señor, que vive y reina contigo con el Espíritu Santo, un solo Dios por los siglos de los siglos. Amén. Y que Dios Todopoderoso, Padre, Hijo, Espíritu Santo, bendícenos por los siglos de los siglos. Amén. Muchas gracias a todos y bendiciones. Thank you, everyone, and blessings to you all. And I think that wraps up my time. I know my friend Tim Brown is coming on, so he's probably already there.
He is here. He is here. Now you can, Tim, you want to turn your mic on, your camera on?
It won't let me turn my camera on because it's up to my camera.
How about that?
There we go. Hey, good morning.
Hey.
This is my son, Finn. Hey, Finn, you say hi.
Hi.
Finn caught a baseball with his face yesterday, right, when we were out. So he's got a little bit of a fat lip going on, but he's going to be providing the funny in between the music. So that's where we. Buenos dias, Joshi.
Un beso.
Oh, besos, besos. This is one of the Spanish words we know, right? How do you say kiss in Spanish? That's right.
All right. Nicely done, Josh. Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias, Josh.
Are you gonna let me stay on a little bit?
I will let you stay on. It depends if Adam's gonna let you stay on.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't have a problem with you hanging out for a while. We're gonna have to do actually a new YouTube call here in a few minutes as we kick off this. What is this, like YouTube call 7, Brian? Like
It'll be live stream number 7.
Live stream number 7. So we're gonna kick that off at 6 with Tim.
Yeah, in fact, I think I'm gonna stop the live stream right now. Is that now? Let's wait a few minutes. We can chat a little bit because we're we're not allowed to do more than 8 hours on a YouTube stream. So the world will fall apart.
It's oppressive. Even.
It's rough.
They don't understand this.
No.
Josh, you're so formal, man, with the collar and everything.
I know.
And here
I
am in my PJs.
I'll let loose now. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, that's right. Take that. Yeah, there we go.
So Josh,
yeah, I told Finn this morning that he had to put on PJs if he wanted to be on camera because you can't go with your shirt off, right? That's crazy.
I wish I didn't have my shirt on. Sorry.
I know. Well, don't. We all and about 3 viewers at home. The rest of the viewers are pretty glad that you don't have your shirt on.
I think we have a bone to pick with our dear friend Manda.
Oh yeah.
I mean, well, here's the thing. If this is how she treats her friends, 5 o'clock in the morning,
right?
How does she treat her enemies?
That's right. Well,
there were like 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. shifts. So
yeah,
there's like a real answer to that, right?
Yeah, I had an 11 o'clock and then a 1 o'clock and then a 5 o'clock over the past night. So,
and I mean, like Brian, what time did your hosting start?
11 o'clock.
Yeah, so you've been up since 11 o'clock hosting this. So I mean,
yeah.
So I think what you all are insinuating is like Brian is persona non grata, like
Yeah,
he's the most hated. Yeah.
Yeah, but Brian, you have the prime spot of all those night owls. Like Josh and I don't even get them. They're now going to sleep. So we have the 40+ crowd getting up to because they can't sleep anymore. Which Joshy and I are joining the 40+ crowd pretty soon, man.
Well, a couple years. Yep.
Yeah, uno year.
little gray there.
Oh yeah, you like that?
Yeah, I'm joining the club. Tim and I always like to compare right here.
No.
All right.
Oh, it's beautiful, Josh. It's a thing of beauty. God only covers up the imperfect heads.
For folks who are watching, know right now we're going to stop the live stream, which means that you're going to need to reset your live stream view. So give it a couple minutes and go back to the triduumproject.com and or the Vinyl Preachers YouTube page to catch this. But we're going to stop this now, and then we'll get everything reset in a couple minutes. You guys can keep talking while we do that. So.